Milton's Comus ******. Transcribers note the use of e and e to indicate stresses is inconsistent in this text, as is the use of oe and a ligatures. No changes have been made to the original. A transliteration of words and phrases in Greek is visible when the pointer is hovered over them. Milton's Comus with introduction and notes by William Bell, M.A. Professor of Philosophy and Logic, Government College, Lahore, London, Macmillan & Co. and New York, 1891, all rights reserved, first edition, 1890. Reprinted, 1891. Contents. Page introduction. 7 Comus, 7 notes, 38 index to the notes, 113 introduction. Few poems have been more variously designated than Comus. Milton himself describes it simply as a masque. By others it has been criticized and estimated as a lyrical drama, a drama in the epic style, a lyric poem in the form of a play, a fantasy, an allegory, a philosophical poem, a suite of speeches or majestic soliloquies, and even a didactic poem. Such variety in the description of the poem is explained partly by its complex charm and many-sided interest, and partly by the desire to describe it from that point of view which should best reconcile its literary form with what we know of the genius and powers of its author. Those who, like Dr. Johnson, have blamed it as a drama, have admired it as a series of lines or as a lyric. One writer, who has found that its characters are nothing, its sentiments tedious, its story uninteresting, has nevertheless doubted whether there will ever be any similar poem which gives so true a conception of the capacity and the dignity of the mind by which it was produced. Bajo's Literary Studies. Some who have praised it as an allegory see in it a satire on the evils both of the Church and of the State, while others regard it as alluding to the vices of the court alone. Some have found its lyrical parts the best, while others, charmed with its divine philosophy, have commended those deep conceits which place it alongside of the Fairy Queen, as shadowing forth an episode in the education of a noble soul and as a poet's lesson against intemperance and impurity. But no one can refuse to admit that, more than any other of Milton's shorter poems, it gives us an insight into the peculiar genius and character of its author. It was, in the opinion of Hallam, sufficient to convince anyone of taste and feeling that a great poet had arisen in England, and one partly formed in a different school from his contemporaries. It is true that in the early poems we do not find the whole of Milton, for he had yet to pass through many years of trouble and controversy, but Comus, in a special degree, reveals or foreshadows much of the Milton of Paradise Lost. Whether we regard its place in Milton's life, in the series of his works, or in English literature as a whole, the poem is full of significance. It is worthwhile, therefore, to consider how its form was determined by the external circumstances and previous training of the poet, by his favorite studies in poetry, philosophy, history, and music, and by his noble theory of life in general, and of a poet's life in particular. The masque was represented at Ludlow Castle on the 29th of September, 1634. It was probably composed early in that year. It belongs, therefore, to that group of poems, El Allegro, Il Penseroso, Arcades, Comus, and Lycidas, written by Milton while living in his father's house at Horton, near Windsor, after having left the University of Cambridge in July 1632. As he was born in 1608, he would be 25 years of age when this poem was composed. During his stay at Horton, 1632–39, which was broken only by a journey to Italy in 1638–9, he was chiefly occupied with the study of the Greek, Roman, Italian, and English literatures, each of which has left its impress on Comus. He read widely and carefully, and it has been said that his great and original imagination was almost entirely nourished, or at least stimulated, by books. His residence at Horton was, accordingly, preeminently what he intended it to be, and what his father wisely and gladly permitted it to be, a time of preparation and ripening for the work to which he had dedicated himself. We are reminded of his own words in Comus, and wisdom's self oft seeks to sweet retired solitude, where, with her best nurse, contemplation, she plumes her feathers, and lets grow her wings, that, in the various bustle of resort, were all too ruffled, and sometimes impaired. We find in Comus abundant reminiscences of Milton's study of the literature of antiquity. It would not be too much to say that the literature of antiquity was to Milton's genius what soil and light are to a plant. It nourished, it colored, it developed it. It determined not merely his character as an artist, but it exercised an influence on his intellect and temper scarcely less powerful than hereditary instincts and contemporary history. It at once animated and chastened his imagination, it modified his fancy, it furnished him with his models. On it his taste was formed, on it his style was molded. From it his diction and his method derived their peculiarities. It transformed what would in all probability have been the mere counterpart of Seidman's paraphrase or Langland's vision into Paradise Lost, and what would have been the mere counterpart of Corydon's doleful knell and the satire of the Three Estates, into Lycidas and Comus. Quarterly Review, Number 326. But Milton has also told us that Spenser was his master, and the full charm of Comus cannot be realized without reference to the artistic and philosophical spirit of the author of The Faerie Queene. Both poems deal with the war between the body and the soul, between the lower and the higher nature. In an essay on Spenser as a philosophic poet, De Vere says, "The perils and degradations of an animalized life are shown under the allegory of Sir Guyon's sea voyage with its successive storms and whirlpools, its rock of reproach strewn with wrecks and dead men's bones, its wandering islands, its quicksands of unthrift head, its whirlpool of decay, its sea monsters, and lastly, its bower of bliss and the doom which overtakes it, together with the deliverance of Acrasia's victims, transformed by that which is spells into beasts." Still more powerful is the allegory of worldly ambition, illustrated under the name of the Cave of Mammon. The legend of holiness delineates with not less insight those enemies which wage war upon the spiritual life. All this Milton had studied in The Faerie Queene, and had understood it, and, like Sir Guyon, he felt himself to be a knight enrolled under the banner of parity and self-control. So that, in Comus, we find the sovereign value of temperance or self-regulation, what the Greeks called, set forth no less clearly than in Spenser's poem. In Milton's Masque it becomes almost identical with virtue itself. The enchantments of Acrasia in her bower of bliss become the spells of Comus. The armor of Belph becomes the complete steel of chastity, while the supremacy of conscience, the bounty of nature and man's ingratitude, the unloveliness of mammon and of excess, the blossom of courtesy oft found on lowly stalk, and the final triumph of virtue through striving and temptation, all are dwelt upon. It is the mind that maketh good or ill, that maketh wretch or happy, rich or poor, so speaks Spenser, and Milton similarly. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit i' the centre, and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts benighted walks under the midday sun, himself is his own dungeon. In endeavoring still further to trace, by means of verbal or structural resemblances, the sources from which Milton drew his materials for Comus, critics have referred to Peele's Old Wives' Tale, 1595, to Fletcher's Pastoral, The Faithful Shepherdess, of which Charles Lamb has said that if all its parts had been in unison with its many innocent scenes and sweet lyric intermixtures, it had been a poem fit to vie with Comus or the Arcadia, to have been put into the hands of boys and virgins, to have made matter for young dreams, like the loves of Hermia and Lysander, to Ben Jonson's Masque of Pleasure reconciled to virtue, 1619, in which Comus is the god of cheer, or the belly, and to the Comus of Irisius Putianus, Henry Dupuy, professor of eloquence at Louvain. It is true that Fletcher's Pastoral was being acted in London about the time Milton was writing his Comus, that the poem by the Dutch professor was republished at Oxford in 1634, and that resemblances are evident between Milton's poem and those named. But Professor Masson does well in warning us that infinitely too much has been made of such coincidences. After all of them, even the most ideal and poetical, the feeling in reading Comus is that all here is different, all peculiar. Whatever Milton borrowed, he borrowed, as he says himself, in order to better it. It is interesting to consider the mutual relations of the poems written by Milton at Houghton. Everything that Milton wrote is Miltonic. He had what has been called the power of transforming everything into himself, and these poems are, accordingly, evidences of the development of Milton's opinions and of his secret purpose. It has been said that El Allegro and Il Penseroso are to be regarded as the pleadings, the decision on which is in Comus, El Allegro representing the Cavalier, and Il Penseroso the Puritan element. This is true only in a limited sense. It is true that the Puritan element in the Houghton series of poems becomes more patent as we pass from the two lyrics to the Masque of Comus, and from Comus to the Elegy of Lycidas, just as, in the corresponding periods of time, the evils connected with the reign of Charles I and with Laud's crusade against Puritanism were becoming more pronounced. But we can hardly regard Milton as having expressed any new decision in Comus. The decision is already made when vain deluding joys are banished in Il Penseroso, and loathed melancholy in El Allegro. The mask is an expansion and exaltation of the delights of the contemplative man, but there is still a place for the unreproved pleasures of the cheerful man. Unless it were so, Comus could not have been written. There would have been no sunshine holiday for the rustics and no victorious dance for the gentle lady and her brothers. But in Comus we realize the mutual relation of El Allegro and Il Penseroso. We see their application to the joys and sorrows of the actual life of individuals. We observe human nature in contact with the hard assays of life. And, subsequently, in Lycidas we are made to realize that this human nature is Milton's own, and to understand how it was that his Puritanism, which, 3 years before, had permitted him to write a Cavalier Masque, should, 3 years after, lead him from the fresh fields of poetry into the barren plains of controversial prose. The masque was a favorite form of entertainment in England in Milton's youth, and had been so from the time of Henry VIII, in whose reign elaborate masked shows, introduced from Italy, first became popular. But they seem to have found their way into England, in a crude form, even earlier, and we read of court disguisings in the reign of Edward III. It is usually said that the mask derives its name from the fact that the actors wore masks, and in Hall's Chronicle we read that, in 1512, on the day of Epiphany at night, the king, with 11 others, was disguised after the manner of Italy, called a masque, a thing not seen before in England. They were apparelled in garments long and broad, wrought all with gold, with visors and caps of gold. The truth, however, seems to be that the use of a visor was not essential in such entertainments, which, from the first, were called masques, the word masquer being used sometimes of the players, and sometimes of their disguises. The word has come to us, through the French form masque, cognate with Spanish mascarada, a masquerade or assembly of maskers, otherwise called a mummery. Up to the time of Henry VIII, these entertainments were of the nature of dumb show or tableaux vivants, and delighted the spectators chiefly by the splendor of the costumes and machinery employed in their representation, but, afterwards, the chief actors spoke their parts, singing and dancing were introduced, and the composition of masques for royal and other courtly patrons became an occupation worthy of a poet. They were frequently combined with other forms of amusement, all of which were, in the case of the court, placed under the management of a master of revels, whose official title was Magister Jocorum, Revelorum et Mascorum. In the first printed English tragedy, Gorboduc, 1565, each act opens with what is called a dumb show or masque. But the more elaborate form of the masque soon grew to be an entertainment complete in itself, and the demand for such became so great in the time of James I and Charles I that the history of these reigns might almost be traced in the succession of masques then written. Ben Jonson, who thoroughly established the masque in English literature, wrote many court masques, and made them a vehicle less for the display of painting and carpentry than for the expression of the intellectual and social life of his time. His masques are excelled only by Comus, and possess in a high degree that Doric delicacy in their songs and odes which Sir Henry Wotton found so ravishing in Milton's Masque. Johnson, in his lifetime, declared that, next himself, only Fletcher and Chapman could write a masque, and apart from the compositions of these writers and of William Browne, in a temple masque, there are few specimens worthy to be named along with Johnson's until we come to Milton's Arcades. Other masque writers were Middleton, Dekker, Shirley, Carew, and Davenant, and it is interesting to note that in Carew's Coelum Britannicum, 1633-4, for which Laws composed the music, the two boys who afterwards acted in Comus had juvenile parts. It has been pointed out that the popularity of the masque in Milton's youth received a stimulus from the Puritan hatred of the theatre which found expression at that time, and drove non-Puritans to welcome the masque as a protest against that spirit which saw nothing but evil in every form of dramatic entertainment. Milton, who enjoyed the theatre, both Johnson's learned sock and what ennobleth the buskined stage, was laid, through his friendship with the musician Laws, to compose a masque to celebrate the entry of the Earl of Bridgewater upon his office of Lord President of the Council in the Principality of Wales and the marches of the same. He had already written, also at the request of Laws, a masque, or portion of a masque, called Arcades, and the success of this may have stimulated him to higher effort. The result was Comus, in which the masque reached its highest level, and after which it practically faded out of our literature. Milton's two masques, Arcades and Comus, were written for members of the same noble family, the former in honor of the Countess Dowager of Derby, and the latter in honor of John, 1st Earl of Bridgewater, who was both her stepson and son-in-law. This twofold relation arose from the fact that the Earl was the son of Viscount Brackley, the Countess's second husband, and had himself married Lady Frances Stanley, a daughter of the Countess by her first husband, the 5th Earl of Derby. Amongst the children of the Earl of Bridgewater were three who took important parts in the representation of Comus: Alice, the youngest daughter, then about 14 years of age, who appeared as the lady; John, Viscount Brackley, who took the part of the elder brother; and Thomas Egerton, who appeared as the second brother. We do not know who acted the parts of Comus and Sabrina, but the part of the attendant spirit was taken by Henry Laws, gentleman of the Chapel Royal, and one of His Majesty's private musicians. The Earl's children were his pupils, and the masque was naturally produced under his direction. Milton's friendship with Laws is shown by the sonnet which the poet addressed to the musician, Harry, whose tuneful and well-measured song first taught our English music how to span words with just note and accent, not to scan with mid-ears, committing short and long. Thy worth and skill exempts thee from the throng, with praise enough for envy to look on. To after age thou shalt be rid the man, that with smooth equidesty humour best our tongue. Thou honourest verse, and verse must lend her wing to honour thee, the priest of Phoebus choir, that tunnest their happiest lines in hymn, or story. Dante shall give fame leave to set thee higher than his Casella, who he wooed to sing, met in the milder shades of purgatory. We must remember also that it was to laws that Milton's Comus owed its first publication, and, as we see from the dedication prefixed to the text, that he was justly proud of his share in its first representation. Such were the persons who appeared in Milton's masque. They are few in number, and the plan of the piece is correspondingly simple. There are 3 scenes which may be briefly characterized thus: I the Tempter and the Tempted, lines 1 to 658. Scene: a wild wood. 2 the Temptation and the Rescue, lines 659 to 958. Scene: the Palace of Comus. 3 the Triumph, lines 959-1023. Scene: the President's Castle. In the first scene, after a kind of prologue, lines 1 to 92, the interest rises as we are introduced first to Comus and his route, then to the lady alone and night founded, and finally to Comus and the lady in company. At the same time the nature of the lady's trial and her subsequent victory are foreshadowed in a conversation between the brothers and the attendant spirit. This is one of the more Miltonic parts of the masque, in the philosophical reasoning of the elder brother, as opposed to the matter-of-fact arguments of the younger. We trace the young poet fresh from the study of the divine volume of Plato, and filled with a noble trust in God. In the second scene we breathe the unhallowed air of the abode of the wily tempter, who endeavors, under fair pretense of friendly ends, to wind himself into the pure heart of the lady. But his gay rhetoric is futile against the sun-clad power of chastity, and he is driven off the scene by the 2 brothers, who are led and instructed by the spirit disguised as the shepherd Theseus. But the lady, having been lured into the haunt of impurity, is left spellbound, and appeal is made to the pure nymph Sabrina, who is swift to aid a virgin, such as was herself, in hard besetting need. It is in the contention between Comus and the lady in this scene that the interest of the masque may be said to culminate, for here its purpose stands revealed. It is a song to temperance as the ground of freedom, to temperance as the guard of all the virtues, to beauty as secured by temperance, and its central point and climax is in the pleading of these motives by the lady against their opposites in the mouth of the lord of sensual revel. Milton, Classical Writers. In the third scene the Lady Alice and her brothers are presented by the spirit to their noble father and mother as triumphing in victorious dance o'er sensual folly and intemperance. The spirit then speaks the epilogue, calling upon mortals who love true freedom to strive after virtue. Love virtue, she alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the sphery chime, or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. The last couplet Milton afterwards, on his Italian journey, entered in an album belonging to an Italian named Sir Dogny, and underneath it the words, Celum non animum muto dum trans mercuro, and his signature, Joannes Miltonius, Anglus. The juxtaposition of these verses is significant. Though he had left his own land, Milton had not become what, 50 or 60 years before, Roger Ruscombe had condemned as an Italianate Englishman. He was one of those worthy gentlemen of England, whom all the siren tongues of Italy could never untwine from the mast of God's word, nor no enchantment of vanity overturn them from the fear of God and love of honesty, as comes Schoolmaster. And one might almost infer that Milton, in his account of the sovereign plant Hemone which was to foil the wiles of Comus, had remembered not only Homer's description of the root moly that Hermes once to wise Ulysses gave 16, but also Escom's remarks thereupon, the true medicine against the enchantments of Circe, the vanity of licentious pleasure, the enticements of all sin, is, in Homer, the herb moly, with the black root and white flower, sour at first, but sweet in the end, which Hesiod termeth the study of virtue, hard and irksome in the beginning, but in the end easy and pleasant. And that which is most to be marvelled at, the divine poet Homer saith plainly that this medicine against sin and vanity is not found out by man, but given and taught by God. Milton's Comus, like his last great poems, is a poetical expression of the same belief. His poetical works, the outcome of his inner life, his life of artistic contemplation, are in the words of Professor Dowden, various renderings of one dominant idea, that the struggle for mastery between good and evil is the prime fact of life, and that a final victory of the righteous cause is assured by the existence of a divine order of the universe, which Milton knew by the name of Providence. 16. It is noteworthy that Lamb, whose allusiveness is remarkable, employs in his account of the plant moly almost the exact words of Milton's description of Hemone. Compare the following extract from the Adventures of Ulysses with lines 629 to 640 of Comus. The flower of the herb moly, which is sovereign against enchantments. The moly is a small unsightly root, its virtues but little known, and in low estimation. The dull shepherd treads on it every day with his clouted shoes, but it bears a small white flower, which is medicinal against charms, blights, mildews, and damps. Comus. A masque presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634. Before John, Earl of Bridgewater, then President of Wales. The copy of a letter written by Sir Henry Wotton to the author upon the following poem. From the College, this the 13th of April, 1638. Sir, it was a special favour, when you lately bestowed upon me here the first taste of your acquaintance, though no longer than to make me know that I wanted more time to value it, and to enjoy it rightly, and, in truth, if I could then have imagined your father stay in these parts, which I understood afterwards by Mr. H., I would have been bold, in our vulgar phrase, to mend my draught, for you left me with an extreme thirst, and to have begged your conversation again, jointly with your said learned friend, at a poor meal or two, that we might have banded together some good authors of the antient time, among which I observed you to have been familiar. Since your going, you have charged me with new obligations, both for a very kind letter from you dated the 6th of this month, and for a dainty piece of entertainment which came therewith, wherein I should much commend the tragical part, if the lyrical did not ravish me with a certain Doric delicacy in your songs and odes, whereunto I must plainly confess to have seen yet nothing parallel in our language. Ipsa molitis. 19. But I must not omit to tell you, that I now only owe you thanks for intimating unto me, how modestly soever, the true artificer. For the work itself I had viewed some good while before, with singular delight, having received it from our common friend Mr. R. in the very close of the late R.'s poems, printed at Oxford, wherein to it is added, as I now suppose, that the accessory might help out the principal, according to the art of stationers, and to leave the reader con la bocca dolce. 20. And now, sir, concerning your travels, wherein I may challenge a little more privilege of discourse with you, I suppose you will not blanch 20b Paris in your way, therefore I have been bold to trouble you with a few lines to Mr. M.B., whom you shall easily find attending the young Lord S. as his governor, and you may surely receive from him good directions for shaping of your farther journey into Italy, where he did reside by my choice some time for the king, after mine own recess from Venice. I should think that your best line will be through the whole length of France to Marseilles, and thence by sea to Genoa, whence the passage into Tuscany is as diurnal as a Gravesend barge. I hasten, as you do, to Florence, or Siena, the rather to tell you a short story, from the interest you have given me in your safety. At Siena I was tabled in the house of one Alberto Scipion, an old Roman courtier in dangerous times, having been steward to the Duca di Pagliano, who with all his family were strangled, save this only man, that escaped by foresight of the tempest. With him I had often much chat of those affairs, into which he took pleasure to look back from his native harbour, and at my departure toward Rome, which had been the centre of his experience, I had won confidence enough to beg his advice, how I might carry myself securely there, without offence of others, or of mine own conscience. Signorigo mio, says he, I pensieri stretti, ed il viso salto 21 will go safely over the whole world. Of which Delphian oracle, for so I have found it, your judgment doth need no commentary, and therefore, sir, I will commit you with it to the best of all securities, God's dear love, remaining your friend as much to command as any of longer date, Henry Wotton. Postscript. Sir, I have expressly sent this my footboy to prevent your departure without some acknowledgment from me of the receipt of your obliging letter, having myself through some business, I know not how, neglected the ordinary conveyance. In any part where I shall understand you fixed, I shall be glad and diligent to entertain you with home novelties, even for some fomentation of our friendship, too soon interrupted in the cradle. 21b19 It is delicacy itself. 20 With a sweet taste in his mouth, so that he may desire more. 20b Avoid. 21 Thoughts close, countenance open. 21b This letter was printed in the edition of 1645, but omitted in that of 1673. It was written by Sir Henry Wotton, Provost of Eton College, just in time to overtake Milton before he set out on his journey to Italy. As a parting act of courtesy, Milton had sent Sir Henry a letter with a copy of Lawes's edition of his Comus, and the above letter is an acknowledgment of the favour. To the Right Honourable 22 John, Lord Viscount Brackley, son and heir apparent to the Earl of Bridgewater, etc. My lord, this poem, which received its first occasion of birth from yourself and others of your noble family, and much honor from your own person in the performance, now returns again to make a final dedication of itself to you. Although not openly acknowledged by the author, yet it is a legitimate offspring, so lovely and so much desired that the often copying of it hath tired my pen to give my several friends satisfaction, and brought me to a necessity of producing it to the public view, and now to offer it up, in all rightful devotion, to those fair hopes and rare endowments of your much promising youth, which give a full assurance to all that know you, of a future excellence. Live, sweet Lord, to be the honor of your name, and receive this as your own, from the hands of him who hath by many favors been long obliged to your most honored parents, and as in this representation your attendant this is 22b, so now in all real expression, your faithful and most humble servant, H. Laws. 22. A dedication of the anonymous edition of 1637, reprinted in the edition of 1645, but omitted in that of 1673. 22 BC Notes, line 494. The persons. The attendant spirit, afterwards in the habit of Thesis. Comus, with his crew. The lady. First brother. Second brother. Sabrina, the nymph. The chief persons which presented were, the Lord Brackley, Mr. Thomas Egerton, his brother, the Lady Alice Egerton. Comus. The first scene discovers a wild wood. The attendant spirit descends or enters. Before the starry threshold of Jove's court my mansion is, where those immortal shapes of bright aerial spirits live ensphered in regions mild of calm and serene air, above the smoke and stir of this dim spot which men call earth, and, with low-thoughted care, confined and pestered in this pinfold here, strive to keep up a frail and feverish being, unmindful of the crown that virtue gives, after this mortal change, to her true servants 10 amongst the enthroned gods on sainted seats. Yet some there be that by due steps aspire to lay their just hands on that golden key that opes the palace of eternity. To such my errand is, and, but for such, I would not soil these pure ambrosial weeds with the rank vapors of this sin-worn mold. But to my task. Neptune, besides the sway of every salt flood and each ebbing stream, took in by lot, twixt high and nether Jove, 20 imperial rule of all the sea-girt isles that, like to rich and various gems, inlay the unadorned bosom of the deep, which he, to grace his tributary gods, by course commits to several government, and gives them leave to wear their sapphire crowns and wield their little tridents. But this isle, the greatest and the best of all the main, he quarters to his blue-haired deities, and all this tract that fronts the falling sun 30 a noble peer of mickle trust and power has in his charge, with tempered or to guide an old and haughty nation, proud in arms, where his fair offspring, nursed in princely law, are coming to attend their father's state, and new entrusted sceptre. But their way lies through the perplexed paths of this drear wood, the nodding horror of whose shady brows threats the forlorn and wandering passenger, and here their tender age might suffer peril, 40 But that, by quick command from Sovereign Jove, I was dispatched for their defense and guard, and listen why, for I will tell you now what never yet was heard in tale or song, from old or modern bard, in hall or bower. Bacchus, that first from out the purple grape crushed the sweet poison of misused wine, after the Tuscan mariners transformed, coasting the Tyrrhene shore, as the winds listed, on Circe's island fell, who knows not Circe, 50 The daughter of the sun, whose charmed cup whoever tasted lost his upright shape, and downward fell into a grovelling swine. This nymph, that gazed upon his clustering locks, with ivy berries wreathed, and his blithe youth, had by him, ere he parted thence, a son much like his father, but his mother more, whom therefore she brought up, and Comus named, who, ripe and frolic of his full-grown age, roving the Celtic and Iberian fields, 60 at last betakes him to this ominous wood, and, in thick shelter of black shades imbued, excels his mother at her mighty art, offering to every weary traveller his orient liquor in a crystal glass, to quench the drouth of Phoebus, which as they taste, for most do taste through fond intemperate thirst, soon as the potion works, their human countenance, the express resemblance of the gods, is changed into some brutish form of wolf or bear, 70 or ounce or tiger, hog, or bearded goat, all other parts remaining as they were. And they, so perfect is their misery, not once perceive their foul disfigurement, but boast themselves more comely than before, and all their friends and native home forget, to roll with pleasure in a sensual sty. Therefore, when any favoured of high Jove chances to pass through this adventurous glade, swift as the sparkle of a glancing star 80 I shoot from heaven, to give him safe convoy, as now I do. But first I must put off these my sky robes, spun out of iris woof, and take the weeds and likeness of a swain that to the service of this house belongs, who, with his soft pipe and smooth-ditted song, well knows to still the wild winds when they roar, and hush the waving woods, nor of less faith, and in this office of his mountain watch likeliest, and nearest to the present aid 90 of this occasion. But I hear the tread of hateful steps, I must be viewless now. Comus enters, with a charming rod in one hand, his glass in the other, with him a rout of monsters, headed like sundry sorts of wild beasts, but otherwise like men and women, their apparel glistering. They come in making a riotous and unruly noise, with torches in their hands. Comus. The star that bids the shepherd fold now the top of heaven doth hold, and the gilded car of day his glowing axle doth allay in the steep Atlantic stream, and the slope sun his upward beam shoots against the dusky pole, pacing toward the other goal 100 of his chamber in the east. Meanwhile, welcome joy and feast, midnight shout and revelry, tipsy dance and jollity. Braid your locks with rosy twine, dropping odors, dropping wine. Rigor now is gone to bed, and advice with scrupulous head, strict age, and sour severity, with their grave saws, in slumber lie. 110 We, that are of purer fire, imitate the starry choir, who, in their nightly watchful spheres, lead in swift round the months and years. The sounds and seas, with all their finny drove, now to the moon in wavering Morris move, and on the tawny sands and shelves trip the pert fairies and the dapper elves. By dimpled brook and fountain brim, the wood nymphs, decked with daisies trim, 120 their merry wakes and pastimes keep. What'th night to do with sleep? Night'th better sweets to prove. Venus now wakes, and wakens love. Come, let us our rites begin. 'Tis only daylight that makes sin, which these dun shades will ne'er report. Hail, goddess of nocturnal sport, dark-veiled Cotito, to whom the secret flame of midnight torches burns. Mysterious dame, 130 that ne'er art called but when the dragon womb of Stygian darkness spits her thickest gloom, and makes one blot of all the air. Stay thy cloudy ebon chair, wherein thou ridest with Hecate, and befriend us thy vowed priests, till utmost end of all thy dues be done, and none left out, ere the blabbing eastern scout, the nice morn on the Indian steep, from her cabined loophole peep, 140 and to the telltale sun descry our concealed solemnity. Come, knit hands, and beat the ground in a light fantastic round. The measure. Break off, break off. I feel the different pace of some chaste footing near about this ground. Run to your shrouds within these brakes and trees, our number may affright some virgin sure, for so I can distinguish by mine art, benighted in these woods. Now to my charms, 150 and to my wily trains, I shall ere long be well stocked with as fair a herd as grazed about my mother Circe. Thus I hurl my dazzling spells into the spongy air, of power to cheat the eye with blear illusion, and give it false presentments, lest the place and my quaint habits breed astonishment, and put the damsel to suspicious flight, which must not be, for that's against my course. I, under fair pretence of friendly ends, 160 and well-placed words of glozing courtesy, baited with reasons not unplausible, wind me into the easy-hearted man, and hug him into snares. When once her eyeth met the virtue of this magic dust, I shall appear some harmless villager whom thrift keeps up about his country gear. But here she comes, I fairly step aside, and hearken, if I may, her business here. The lady enters. Lady. This way the noise was, if mine ear be true, my best guide now. Methought it was the sound of riot and ill-managed merriment, 172 such as the jocund flute or gamesome pipe stirs up among the loosen-lettered hinds, when, for their teeming flocks and granges full, in wanton dance they praise the bounteous Pan, and thank the gods amiss. I should be loath to meet the rudeness and swilled insolence of such late wassailers, yet, oh! Where else shall I inform my unacquainted feet 180 in the blind mazes of this tangled wood? My brothers, when they saw me wearied out with this long way, resolving here to lodge under the spreading favour of these pines, stepped, as they said, to the next thicket side to bring me berries, or such cooling fruit as the kind hospitable woods provide. They left me then when the grey-hooded even, like a sad votarist in Palmer's weed, rose from the hindmost wheels of Phoebus Wain. 190 but where they are, and why they came not back, is now the labor of my thoughts. 'Tis likeliest they had engaged their wandering steps too far, and envious darkness, ere they could return, had stole them from me. Else, O thievish night, why shouldst thou, but for some felony ascend, in thy dark lantern thus close up the stars that nature hung in heaven, and filled their lamps with everlasting oil to give due light to the misled and lonely traveller. 200 This is the place, as well as I may guess, whence even now the tumult of loud mirth was rife, and perfect in my listening ear, yet naught but single darkness do I find. What might this be? 1,000 fantasies begin to throng into my memory, of calling shapes, and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. These thoughts may startle well, but not astound 210 the virtuous mind, that ever walks attended by a strong-siding champion, conscience. Oh, welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity. I see ye visibly, and now believe that he, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistering guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honor unassailed. 220 Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night? I did not there does a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night, and casts a gleam over this tufted grove. I cannot hallo to my brothers, but such noise as I can make to be heard farthest I'll venture, for my new enlivened spirits prompt me, and they perhaps are not far off. Song. Sweet echo, sweetest nymph, that livest unseen 230 within thy airy shell by slow meanders margent green, and in the violet embroidered vale where the love-lorn nightingale nightly to thee her sad song mourneth well, canst thou not tell me of a gentle pair that likest thy Narcissus are? Oh, if thou have hid them in some flowery cave, tell me but where. 240 Sweet Queen of Parley, daughter of the sphere. So mayst thou be translated to the skies, and give resounding grace to all heaven's harmonies. Comus. Can any mortal mixture of earth's mould breathe such divine enchanting ravishment? Sure something holy lodges in that breast, and with these raptures moves the vocal air to testify his hidden residence. How sweetly did they float upon the wings of silence, through the empty vaulted night, 250 at every fall smoothing the raven down of darkness till it smiled. I have oft heard my mother Circe with the sirens 3, amidst the flower-kirtled naiads, culling their potent herbs and baleful drugs, who, as they sung, would take the prisoned soul, and lap it in Elysium. Scylla wept, and chid her barking waves into attention, and fell Charybdis murmured soft applause. Yet they in pleasing slumber lulled the sense, 260 and in sweet madness robbed it of itself. But such a sacred and home-felt delight, such sober certainty of waking bliss, I never heard till now. I'll speak to her, and she shall be my queen. Hail, foreign wonder! Whom certain these rough shades did never breed, unless the goddess that in rural shrine dwellest here with pan or sylvan by blessed song forbidding every bleak unkindly fog to touch the prosperous growth of this tall wood. 270 Lady. Nay, gentle shepherd, ill is lost that praise that is addressed to unattending ears. Not any boast of skill, but extreme shift how to regain my severed company, compelled me to awake the courteous echo to give me answer from her mossy couch. Comus. What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus? Lady. Dim darkness and this leafy labyrinth. Comus. Could that divide you from near ushering guides? Lady. They left me weary on a grassy turf. 280 Comus. By falsehood, or discourtesy, or why? Lady. To seek I the valley some cool friendly spring. Comus. And left your fair side all unguarded, lady. Lady. They were but twain, and purposed quick return. Comus. Perhaps forestalling night prevented them. Lady. How easy my misfortune is to hit. Comus. Imports their loss, beside the present need. Lady. No less than if I should my brothers lose. Comus. Were they of manly prime, or youthful bloom? Lady. As smooth as Heb's their unrazored lips. 290 Comus. Two such I saw, what time the laboured ox in his loose traces from the furrow came, and the swinked hedger at his supper sat. I saw them under a green mantling vine, that crawls along the side of yon small hill, plucking ripe clusters from the tender shoots. Their port was more than human. As they stood I took it for a far-away vision of some gay creatures of the element, that in the colours of the rainbow live, 300 and play I the plighted clouds. I was awestruck, and, as I passed, I worshipped. If those you seek, it were a journey like the path to heaven to help you find them. Lady. Gentle villager, what readiest way would bring me to that place? Comus. Due west it rises from this shrubby point. Lady. To find out that, good shepherd, I suppose, in such a scant allowance of starlight, would overtask the best land pilot's art, without the sure guess of well-practiced feet. 310 Comus. I know each lane, and every alley green, dingle, or bushy dell, of this wild wood, and every bosky bourne from side to side, my daily walks and ancient neighbourhood, and, if your stray attendants be yet lodged, or shroud within these limits, I shall know ere morrow wake, or the low-roosted lark from her thatched pallet rouse. If otherwise, I can conduct you, lady, to a low but loyal cottage, where you may be safe 320 till further quest. Lady. Shepherd, I take thy word, and trust thy honest offered courtesy, which oft is sooner found in lowly sheds, with smoky rafters, than in tapestry halls and courts of princes, where it first was named, and yet is most pretended. In a place less warranted than this, or less secure, I cannot be, that I should fear to change it. I me, blessed Providence, and square my trial to my proportioned strength. Shepherd, lead on. Exeunt. Enter the two brothers. Elder brother. Unmuffle, ye faint stars, and thou, fair moon. 331 That wont st to love the traveller's benison, stoop thy pale visage through an amber cloud, and disinherit chaos, that reigns here in double night of darkness and of shades, or, if your influence be quite dammed up with black usurping mists, some gentle taper, though a rush candle from the wicker hole of some clay habitation, visit us with thy long levelled rule of streaming light. 340 And thou shalt be our star of Arcady, or Tyrian cynosure. Second brother. Or, if our eyes be barred that happiness, might we but hear the folded flocks, penned in their wattled coats, or sound of pastoral reed with oaten stops, or whistle from the lodge, or village cock count the night watches to his feathery dames, 'twould be some solace yet, some little cheering, in this close dungeon of innumerous boughs. But, oh, that hapless virgin, our lost sister! 350 Where may she wander now, whither betake her from the chill dew, amongst rude burrs and thistles? Perhaps some cold bank is her bolster now, or 'gainst the rugged bark of some broad elm leans her unpillowed head, fraught with sad fears. What if in wild amazement and affright, or, while we speak, within the direful grasp of savage hunger, or of savage heat? Elder brother. Peace, brother. Be not over exquisite to cast the fashion of uncertain evils. 364 Grant they be so, while they rest unknown. What need a man forestall his date of grief, and run to meet what he would most avoid? Or, if they be but false alarms of fear, how bitter is such self-delusion! I do not think my sister so to seek, or so unprincipled in virtue's book, and the sweet peace that goodness bosoms ever, as that the single want of light and noise, not being in danger, as I trust she is not, 370 could stir the constant mood of her calm thoughts, and put them into misbecoming plight. Virtue could see to do what virtue would by her own radiant light, though sun and moon were in the flat sea sunk. And wisdom's self oft seeks to sweet retired solitude, where, with her best nurse, contemplation, she plumes her feathers, and lets grow her wings, that, in the various bustle of resort, were all too ruffled, and sometimes impaired. 380 He that has light within his own clear breast may sit i' the centre, and enjoy bright day, but he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts benighted walks under the midday sun, himself is his own dungeon. Second brother. 'Tis most true that musing meditation most affects the pensive secrecy of desert cell, far from the cheerful haunt of men and herds, and sits as safe as in a senate house, for who would rob a hermit of his weeds? 390 His few books, or his beads, or maple dish, or do his grey hairs any violence? But beauty, like the fair Hesperian tree laden with blooming gold, had need the guard of dragon watch with unenchanted eye to save her blossoms, and defend her fruit, from the rash hand of bold incontinence. You may as well spread out the unsunned heaps of miser's treasure by an outlaw's den, and tell me it is safe, as bid me hope 400 danger will wink on opportunity, and let a single helpless maiden pass uninjured in this wild surrounding waste. Of night or loneliness it recks me not, I fear the dread events that dog them both, lest some ill-greeting touch attempt the person of our unowned sister. Elder brother. I do not, brother, infer as if I thought my sister's state secure without all doubt or controversy, yet, where an equal poise of hope and fear 410 does arbitrate the event, my nature is that I incline to hope rather than fear, and gladly banish squint suspicion. My sister is not so defenseless left as you imagine, she has a hidden strength, which you remember not. Second brother. What hidden strength, unless the strength of heaven, if you mean that? Elder brother. I mean that too, but yet a hidden strength, which, if heaven gave it, may be termed her own. 'Tis chastity, my brother, chastity. 420 She that has that is clad in complete steel, and, like a quivered nymph with arrows keen, may trace huge forests, and unharbored heaths, infamous hills, and sandy perilous wilds, where, through the sacred rays of chastity, no savage fierce, bandite, or mountaineer, will dare to soil her virgin purity. Yet, there where very desolation dwells, by grots and caverns shagged with horrid shades, she may pass on with unblenched majesty. 430 Be it not done in pride, or in presumption. Some say no evil thing that walks by night, in fog or fire, by lake or moorish fen, blue meagre hag, or stubborn unlaid ghost, that breaks his magic chains at curfew time, no goblin or swart furry of the mine, hath hurtful power or a true virginity. Do ye believe me yet, or shall I call antiquity from the old schools of Greece to testify the arms of chastity? 440 Hence had the huntress Dian her dread bow fair silver-shafted queen forever chased, wherewith she tamed the brinded lioness and spotted mountain pard, but set at naught the frivolous bolt of Cupid. Gods and men feared her stern frown, and she was queen o' the woods. What was that snake-headed Gorgon shield that wise Minerva wore, unconquered virgin, wherewith she freezed her foes to congealed stone, but rigid looks of chaste austerity, 450 and noble grace that dashed brute violence with sudden adoration and languor. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity that, when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey her, driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision tell her of things that no gross ear can hear, till oft converse with heavenly habitants begin to cast a beam on the outward shape, 460 The unpolluted temple of the mind, and turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. But, when lust, by unchaste looks, loose gestures, and foul talk, but most by lewd and lavish act of sin, lets in defilement to the inward parts, the soul grows clotted by contagion, embodies, and imbrutes, till she quite lose the divine property of her first being. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp 470 oft seen in charnel vaults and sepulchres, lingering and sitting by a new-made grave, as loath to leave the body that it loved, and linked itself by carnal sensuality to a degenerate and degraded state. Second brother. How charming is divine philosophy! Not harsh and crabbed, as dull fools suppose, but musical as is Apollo's lute, and a perpetual feast of nectared sweets, where no crude surfeit reigns. Elder brother. List. List. I hear 480 some far-off hello break the silent air. Second brother. Without so too, what should it be? Elder brother. For certain, either some one, like us, night foundered here, or else some neighbor woodman, or, at worst, some roving robber calling to his fellows. Second brother. Heaven keep my sister. Again, and near. Best draw, and stand upon our guard. Elder brother. I'll hello. If he be friendly, he comes well, if not, defense is a good cause, and heaven be for us. Enter the attendant spirit, habit like a shepherd. That hello I should know. What are you? Speak. 490 Come not too near, you fall on iron stakes else. Spirit. What voice is that? My young lord. Speak again. Second brother. O brother, 'tis my father's shepherd, sure. Elder brother. Thesis. Whose artful strains have oft delayed the huddling brook to hear his madrigal, and sweetened every musk rose of the dale. How camest thou here, good swain? Hath any ram slipped from the fold, or young kid lost his dam, or straggling whether the pent flock forsook? How couldst thou find this dark sequestered nook? 500 Spirit. O my loved master's heir, and his next joy, I came not here on such a trivial toy as a strayed ewe, or to pursue the stealth of pilfering wolf. Not all the fleecy wealth that doth enrich these downs is worth a thought to this my errand, and the care it brought, but, oh, my virgin lady, where is she? How chance she is not in your company? Elder brother. To tell thee sadly, shepherd, without blame or our neglect, we lost her as we came. 510 Spirit. Amy unhappy. Then my fears are true. Elder brother. What fears, good Thesis? Prithee briefly show. Spirit. I'll tell ye. 'Tis not vain or fabulous, though so esteemed by shallow ignorance, what the sage poets, taught by the heavenly muse, storied of old in high immortal verse of dire chimeras and enchanted isles, and rifted rocks whose entrance leads to hell, for such there be, but unbelief is blind. Within the navel of this hideous wood, 520 immured in cypress shades, a sorcerer dwells, of Bacchus and of Circe born, great Comus, deep skilled in all his mother's witcheries, and here to every thirsty wanderer by sly enticement gives his baneful cup, with many murmurs mixed, whose pleasing poison the visage quite transforms of him that drinks, and the inglorious likeness of a beast fixes instead, unmoulding reason's mintage charactered in the face. This have I learnt 530 tending my flocks hard by either hilly crofts that brow this bottom glade, whence night by night he and his monstrous rout are heard to howl like stabled wolves, or tigers at their prey, doing abhorred rites to Hecate in their obscured haunts of inmost bowers. Yet have they many baits and guileful spells to inveigle and invite the unwary sense of them that pass unweeting by the way. This evening late, by then the chewing flocks 540 had ta'en their supper on the savoury herb of knot grass dew besprent, and were in fold. I sat me down to watch upon a bank with ivy canopied, and interwove with flaunting honeysuckle, and began, wrapped in a pleasing fit of melancholy, to meditate my rural minstrelsy, till fancy had her fill. But ere close the wonted roar was up amidst the woods, and filled the air with barbarous dissonance, 550 at which I ceased, and listened them a while, till an unusual stop of sudden silence gave respite to the drowsy fright steeds that draw the litter of close-curtained sleep. At last a soft and solemn breathing sound rose like a steam of rich distilled perfumes, and stole upon the air, that even silence was took ere she was ware, and wished she might deny her nature, and be never more, still to be so displaced. I was all ear, 560, and took in strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death. But, oh! ere long too well I did perceive it was the voice of my most honoured lady, your dear sister. Amazed I stood, harrowed with grief and fear, and oh poor hapless nightingale, thought I, how sweet thou singest, how near the deadly snare. Then down the lawns I ran with headlong haste, through paths and turnings often trod by day, till, guided by mine ear, I found the place 570 where that damned wizard, hid in sly disguise, for so by certain signs I knew, had met already, ere my best speed could prevent, the aidless innocent lady, his wished prey, who gently asked if he had seen such two, supposing him some neighbour villager. Longer I durst not stay, but soon I guessed ye were the two she meant, with that I sprung into swift flight, till I had found you here, but further know I not. Second brother. O night and shades, 580, how are ye joined with hell in triple knot against the unarmed weakness of one virgin, alone and helpless? Is this the confidence you gave me, brother? Elder brother? Yes, and keep it still, lean on it safely, not a period shall be unsaid for me. Against the threats of malice or of sorcery, or that power which erring men call chance, this I hold firm: virtue may be assailed, but never hurt, surprised by unjust force, but not enthralled. 590 Yet, even that which mischief meant most harm shall in the happy trial prove most glory. But evil on itself shall back recoil, and mix no more with goodness, when at last, gathered like scum, and settled to itself, it shall be in eternal restless change, self-fed and self-consumed. If this fail, the pillared firmament is rottenness, and earth's base built on stubble. But come, let's on. Against the opposing will and arm of heaven 600 may never this just sword be lifted up, but, for that damned magician, let him be girt with all the grisly legions that troop under the sooty flag of Icheron, Harpies and Hydras, or all the monstrous forms twixt Africa and Ind. I'll find him out, and force him to return his purchase back, or drag him by the curls to a foul death, cursed as his life. Spirit. Alas! good venturous youth, I love thy courage yet, and bold emprise. 610 But here thy sword can do thee little stead. Far other arms and other weapons must be those that quell the might of hellish charms. He with his bare wand can unthread thy joints, and crumble all thy sinews. Elder brother. Why, prithee, shepherd, how durst thou then thyself approach so near as to make this relation? Spirit. Care and utmost shifts how to secure the lady from surprisal brought to my mind a certain shepherd lad, of small regard to see to, yet well skilled 620 in every virtuous plant and healing herb that spreads her verdant leaf to the morning ray. He loved me well, and oft would beg me sing, which when I did, he on the tender grass would sit, and hearken even to ecstasy, and in requital ope his leathern scrip, and show me simples of 1,000 names, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Amongst the rest a small unsightly root, but of divine effect, he culled me out. 630 The leaf was darkish, and had prickles on it, but in another country, as he said, bore a bright golden flower, but not in this soil, unknown, and like esteemed, and the dull swain treads on it daily with his clouted shoon, and yet more medicinal is it than that moly that Hermes once to wise Ulysses gave. He called it Hemone, and gave it me, and bade me keep it as of sophron use gainst all enchantments, mildew blast, or damp, 640 or ghastly furies apparition. I pursed it up, but little reckoning made, till now that this extremity compelled. But now I find it true, for by this means I knew the foul enchanter, though disguised, entered the very lime twigs of his spells, and yet came off. If you have this about you, as I will give you when we go, you may boldly assault the necromancer's hall, where if he be, with dauntless hardihood 650 and brandished blade rush on him, break his glass, and shed the luscious liquor on the ground, but seize his wand. Though he and his cursed crew fierce sign of battle make, and menace high, or, like the sons of Vulcan, vomit smoke, yet will they soon retire, if he but shrink. Elder brother. Theseus, lead on apace, I'll follow thee, and some good angel bear a shield before us. The scene changes to a stately palace, set out with all manner of deliciousness, soft music, tables spread with all dainties. Comus appears with his rabble, and the lady set in an enchanted chair, to whom he offers his glass, which she puts by, and goes about to rise. Comus. Nay, lady, sit. If I but wave this wand, your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, 660 and you a statue, or as Daphne was, root-bound, that fled Apollo. Lady. Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind with all thy charms, although this corporal rind thou hast immanacled while heaven sees good. Comus. Why are you vexed, lady? Why do you frown? Here dwell no frowns, nor anger, from these gates sorrow flies far. See, here be all the pleasures that fancy can beget on youthful thoughts, when the fresh blood grows lively, and returns 670 brisk as the April buds in primrose season. And first behold this cordial julep here, that flames and dances in his crystal bounds, with spirits of balm and fragrant syrups mixed. Not that Nepenthes which the wife of Thon in Egypt gave to Jove-born Helena is of such power to stir up joy as this, to life so friendly, or so cool to thirst. Why should you be so cruel to yourself, and to those dainty limbs, which nature lent 684 gentle usage and soft delicacy? But you invert the covenants of her trust, and harshly deal, like an ill borrower, with that which you received on other terms, scorning the unaccountable condition by which all mortal frailty must subsist, refreshment after toil, ease after pain, that have been tired all day without repast, and timely rest have wanted. But, fair virgin, this will restore all soon. Lady, 'twill not, false traitor. 690 'Twill not restore the truth and honesty that thou hast banished from thy tongue with lies. Was this the cottage and the safe abode thou toldest me of? What grim aspects are these awful-headed monsters? Mercy guard me. Hence with thy brood enchantments, foul deceiver. Hast thou betrayed my credulous innocence with visored falsehood and base forgery? And wouldst thou seek again to trap me here with liquorish baits, fit to ensnare a brute? 700 Were it a draught for Juno when she banquets, I would not taste thy treasonous offer. None but such as are good men can give good things, and that which is not good is not delicious to a well-governed and wise appetite. Comus. O foolishness of men, that lend their ears to those budge doctors of the Stoic fir, and fetch their precepts from the Cynic tub, praising the lean and sallow abstinence. Wherefore did nature pour her bounties forth 710 with such a full and unwithdrawing hand, covering the earth with odors, fruits, and flocks, thronging the seas with spawn innumerable, but all to please and sate the curious taste? And set to work millions of spinning worms, that in their green shops weave the smooth-haired silk, to deck her sons, and, that no corner might be vacant of her plenty, in her own loins she hutched the all-worshipped ore and precious gems, to store her children with. If all the world 720 should, in a pet of temperance, feed on pulse, drink the clear stream, and nothing wear but freeze, the all-giver would be unthanked, would be unpraised, not half his riches known, and yet despised, and we should serve him as a grudging master, as a penurious niggard of his wealth, and live like nature's bastards, not her sons, who would be quite surcharged with her own weight, and strangled with her waste fertility, the earth cumbered, and the winged air darked with plumes. 730 The herds would over multitude their lords, the sea o'erfraught would swell, and the unsut diamonds would so emblaze the forehead of the deep, and so bestud with stars, that they below would grow inured to light, and come at last to gaze upon the sun with shameless brows. List, lady, be not coy, and be not cozened with that same vaunted name, virginity. Beauty is nature's coin, must not be hoarded, but must be current, and the good thereof 740 consists in mutual and partaken bliss, unsavory in the enjoyment of itself. If you let slip time, like a neglected rose it withers on the stalk with languished head. Beauty is nature's brag, and must be shown in courts, at feasts, and high solemnities, where most may wonder at the workmanship. It is for homely features to keep home, they had their name thence. Coarse complexions and cheeks of sorry grain will serve to ply 750 the sampler, and to tease the husewife's wool. What need of vermeil tinctured lip for that, love darting eyes, or tresses like the morn? There was another meaning in these gifts. Think what, and be advised, you are but young yet. Lady, I had not thought to have unlocked my lips in this unhallowed air, but that this juggler would think to charm my judgment, as mine eyes, obtruding false rules pranked in reason's garb. I hate when vice can bolt her arguments 760 and virtue has no tongue to check her pride. Impostor! Do not charge most innocent nature, as if she would her children should be riotous with her abundance. She, good cateress, means her provision only to the good, that live according to her sober laws, and holy dictate of spare temperance. If every just man that now pines with want had but a moderate and beseeming share of that which lewdly pampered luxury 770 now heaps upon some few with vast excess, nature's full blessings would be well dispensed in unsuperfluous even proportions, and she no whit encumbered with her store, and then the giver would be better thanked, his praise due paid. For swinish gluttony ne'er looks to heaven amidst his gorgeous feast, but with besotted base ingratitude crams, and blasphemes his feeder. Shall I go on? Or have I said enow? To him that dares 780 arm his profane tongue with contemptuous words against the sun-clad power of chastity fain would I something say, yet to what end? Thou hast nor ear, nor soul, to apprehend the sublime notion and high mystery that must be uttered to unfold the sage and serious doctrine of virginity, and thou art worthy that thou shouldst not know more happiness than this thy present lot. Enjoy your dear wit, and gay rhetoric, 790 that hath so well been taught her dazzling fence, thou art not fit to hear thyself convinced. Yet, should I try, the uncontrolled worth of this pure cause would kindle my rapt spirits to such a flame of sacred vehemence that dumb things would be moved to sympathize, and the brute earth would lend her nerves, and shake, till all thy magic structures, reared so high, were shattered into heaps o'er thy false head. Comus. She fables not. I feel that I do fear 800, her words set off by some superior power, and, though not mortal, yet a cold shuddering dew dips me all o'er, as when the wrath of Jove speaks thunder and the chains of Erebus to some of Saturn's crew. I must dissemble, and try her yet more strongly. Come, no more. This is mere moral babble, and direct against the canon laws of our foundation. I must not suffer this, yet tease but the lees and settlings of a melancholy blood. 810 But this will cure all straight, one sip of this will bathe the drooping spirits in delight beyond the bliss of dreams. Be wise, and taste. The brothers rush in with swords drawn, wrest his glass out of his hand, and break it against the ground, his rout make sign of resistance, but are all driven in. The attendant spirit comes in. Spirit. What? Have you let the false enchant escape? O ye mistook, ye should have snatched his wand, and bound him fast. Without his rod reversed, and backward mutters of deceivering power, we cannot free the lady that sits here in stony fetters fixed and motionless. Yet stay, be not disturbed, now I bethink me, 820 some other means I have which may be used, which once of Malibu's old I learnt, the soothest shepherd that e'er piped on plains. There is a gentle nymph not far from hence, that with moist curb sways the smooth Severn stream. Sabrina is her name, a virgin pure, whilom she was the daughter of Lacrine, that had the sceptre from his father Brute. She, guiltless damsel, flying the mad pursuit of her enraged stepdame, Guindolen, 830 commended her fair innocence to the flood that stayed her flight with his cross-flowing course. The water nymphs, that in the bottom played, held up their pearled wrists, and took her in, bearing her straight to aged Nereus' hall, who, piteous of her woes, reared her lank head, and gave her to his daughters to embathe in nectared lavas strewed with asphodel, and through the porch and inlet of each sense dropped in ambrosial oils, till she revived, 840 and underwent a quick immortal change, made goddess of the river. Still she retains her maiden gentleness, and oft at eve visits the herds along the twilight meadows, helping all urchin blasts, and ill-luck signs that the shrewd meddling elf delights to make, which she with precious violed liquors heals, for which the shepherds, at their festivals, carol her goodness loud in rustic lays, and throw sweet garland wreaths into her stream 850 of pansies, pinks, and gaudy daffodils. And, as the old swain said, she can unlock the clasping charm, and thaw the numbing spell, if she be right invoked in warbled song, for maidenhood she loves, and will be swift to aid a virgin, such as was herself, in hard besetting need. This will I try, and add the power of some adjuring verse. Song. Sabrina fair, listen where thou art sitting 860 under the glassy, cool, translucent wave, in twisted braids of lilies knitting the loose train of thy amber-dropping hair. Listen for dear Honor's Sake, goddess of the silver lake, listen and save. Listen, and appear to us, in name of great Oceanus. By the earth-shaking Neptune's mace, and Tethys' grave majestic pace, 870 by hoary Nereus' wrinkled look, and the Carpathian wizard's hook, by scaly Triton's winding shell, and old soothsaying Glaucus' spell, by Leucothea's lovely hands, and her son that rules the strands, by Thetis' tinsel-slippered feet, and the songs of sirens sweet, by dead Parthenop's dear tomb, and fair Lygia's golden comb, 880 where herewith she sits on diamond rocks sleeking her soft alluring locks, by all the nymphs that nightly dance upon thy streams with wily glance, rise, rise, and heave thy rosy head from thy coral-paven bed, and bridle in thy headlong wave, till thou our summons answered have. Listen and save. Sabrina rises, attended by water nymphs, and sings. By the russia-fringed bank, 890 where grows the willow and the osier dank, my sliding chariot stays, thick set with agate, and the azure sheen of turquoise blue, and emerald green, that in the channel strays, whilst from off the waters fleet thus I set my printless feet o'er the cowslip's velvet head, that bends not as I tread. Gentle swain, at thy request 900 I am here. Spirit, Goddess dear, we implore thy powerful hand to undo the charmed band of true virgin here distressed through the force and through the while of unblessed enchanter vile. Sabrina, shepherd, 'tis my office best to help ensnared chastity. Brightest lady, look on me. 910 Thus I sprinkle on thy breast drops that from my fountain pure I have kept of precious cure, thrice upon thy finger's tip, thrice upon thy rubied lip, next this marble venomed seat, smeared with gums of glutinous heat, I touch with chaste palms moist and cold. Now the spell hath lost his hold, and I must haste ere morning hour 920 to wait in Amphitrite's bower. Sabrina descends, and the lady rises out of her seat. Spirit, virgin, daughter of Lacrine, sprung of old Anchises' line, may thy brimmed waves for this their full tribute never miss from 1,000 petty rills, that tumble down the snowy hills. Summer drouth or singed air never scorch thy tresses fair, nor wet October's torrent flood 930 thy molten crystal fill with mud. May thy billows roll ashore the beryl and the golden ore, may thy lofty head be crowned with many a tower and terrace round, and here and there thy banks upon with groves of myrrh and cinnamon. Come, lady, while heaven lends us grace, let us fly this cursed place, lest the sorcerer us entice 940 with some other new device. Not a waste or needless sound till we come to holier ground. I shall be your faithful guide through this gloomy covert wide, and not many furlongs thence is your father's residence, where this night are met in state many a friend to gratulate his wished presence, and beside 950 all the swains that there abide with jigs and rural dance resort. We shall catch them at their sport, and our sudden coming there will double all their mirth and cheer. Come, let us haste, the stars grow high, but night sits monarch yet in the mid-sky. The scene changes, presenting Ludlow town, and the president's castle, then come in country dancers, after them the attendant spirit, with the two brothers and the lady. Song. Spirit. Back, shepherds, back. Enough your play till next sunshine holiday. Here be, without duck or nod, 960 other trippings to be trod of lighter toes, and such court guise as Mercury did first devise with the mincing dryads on the lawns and on the leas. This second song presents them to their father and mother. Noble lord and lady bright, I have brought ye new delight. Here behold so goodly grown 3 fair branches of your own. Heaven hath timely tried their youth, 970 their faith, their patience, and their truth, and sent them here through hard assays with a crown of deathless praise, to triumph in victorious dance o'er sensual folly and intemperance. The dance is ended, the spirit epiloguizes. Spirit. To the ocean now I fly, and those happy climes that lie where day never shuts his eye, up in the broad fields of the sky. There I suck the liquid air, 980 all amidst the gardens fair of Hesperus, and his daughters three that sing about the golden tree. Along the crisp shades and bowers revels the spruce and jocund spring, the graces and the rose-bosomed hours thither all their bounties bring. There eternal summer dwells, and west winds with musky wing about the cedarn alleys fling 990 nard and cassia's balmy smells. Iris there with humid bow waters the odorous banks, that blow flowers of more mingled hue than her purfled scarf can show, and drenches with Elysian dew. List, mortals, if your ears be true, beds of hyacinth and roses, where young Adonis oft reposes, waxing well of his deep wound, 1,000 in slumber soft, and on the ground sadly sits the Assyrian queen. But far above, in spangled sheen, celestial Cupid, her famed son, advanced holds his dear Psyche, sweet entranced after her wandering labours long, till free consent the gods among make her his eternal bride, and from her fair unspotted side two blissful twins are to be born, 1,010 youth and joy, so Jove hath sworn. But now my task is smoothly done, I can fly, or I can run quickly to the green earth's end, where the bowed welkin slow doth bend, and from thence can soar as soon to the corners of the moon. Mortals, that would follow me, love virtue, she alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb 1,020 higher than the sphery chime, or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. Notes. Discovers, exhibits, displays. The usual sense of discover is to find out or make known, but in Milton and Shakespeare the prefix dis has often the more purely negative force of un, hence discover equals uncover, reveal. Comp. Some high climbing hill which to his eye discovers unaware the goodly prospect of some foreign land. Pa. Lost, 3. 546 Attendant spirit descends. The part of the attendant spirit was taken by Laws, see Introduction, who, in his prologue or opening speech, explains who he is and on what errand he has been sent, hints at the plot of the whole masque, and at the same time compliments the Earl in whose honor the masque is being given. Lines 30 to 36. In the ancient classical drama the prologue was sometimes an outline of the plot, sometimes an address to the audience, and sometimes introductory to the plot. The opening of Comus prepares the audience and also directly addresses it, line 43. For the form of the epilogue in the actual performance of the masque see note, L 975-6. One starry threshold, etc. Comp. Virgil, the sire of gods and monarch of men summons a council to the starry chamber, Sida emin sedim, in X2. To mansion, abode. Trench points out that this word denotes strictly a place of tarrying which might be for a longer or a shorter time, hence a resting place. Comp. John 14. 2. In my Father's house are many mansions, and ill pens. 93. Her mansion in this fleshly nook. The word has now lost the notion of tarrying, and is applied to a large and important dwelling house. where, in which, the antecedent is separated from the relative, a frequent construction in Milton, comp. lines 66, 821, etc. So in Latin, where the grammatical connection would generally be sufficiently indicated by the inflection. Shapes, spirits. An instance of the manner in which Milton endows spiritual beings with personality without making them too distinct. Of all the poets who have introduced into their works the agency of supernatural beings, Milton has succeeded best. Macaulay. We see this in Pa. Lost, for example, to 666. Compare the use of the word shape, latumbra, in L 207, also Leg 4, horrid shapes and shrieks, and ill pens 6, fancies fond with gaudy shapes possess. Milton's use of the demonstrative those in this line is noteworthy, comp. That last infirmity of noble mind Lyc. 71, it implies that the reference is to something well known, and that further particularization is needless. 3 in sphered. Sphere with its derivatives sphere in sphere and unsphere, ill pens 88, is used by Milton with a literal reference to the cosmical framework as a whole, see him Nat 48, or to some portion of it. In Shakespeare, sphere occurs in the wider sense of the path in which anything moves, and it is to this metaphorical use of the word that we owe such phrases as a person's sphere of life, sphere of action, etc. See also Comus, 112-4, 241-3, 1021, Arc. 62-7, Pa. Lost, v 618, where there are references to the music of the spheres. 4 mild, an attributive of the whole clause, regions of calm and serene air, calm and serene. These are not mere synonyms, the lat. Serenus equals bright or unclouded, so that the two epithets are to be respectively contrasted with smoke and stir, line 5, calm being opposed to stir and serene to smoke. Compare Homer's description of the seat of the gods, not by wind is it shaken, nor ever wet with rain, nor doth the snow come nigh thereto, but most clear air is spread about it cloudless, and the white light floats over it. Odyssey, 6, comp. Note, L 977. 5. This dim spot. The Spirit describes the earth as it appears to those immortal shapes whose presence he has just quitted. 6. There are here 2 attributive clauses, which men call earth and, in which, men strive etc. low-thoughted care, narrow-minded anxiety, care about earthly things. Comp. The form of the adjective low-browed leg. 8. Both epithets are borrowed by Pope in his Eloisa. 7. This line is attributive to men pestered, pinfold, crowded together in this cramped space, the earth. Pester, which has no connection with pest, is a shortened form of impister, Father Empitera, to shackle a horse by the foot when it is at pasture. The radical sense is that of clogging, comp. Sun. 12:1, hence of crowding, and finally of annoyance or encumbrance of any kind. Pinfold is strictly an enclosure in which stray cattle are pounded or shut up, etymologically, The word equals pinned fold, a corruption of pound fold. Comp. Impound, sheepfold, etc. 8. Frail and feverish. Comp. Life's fitful fever, Macbeth, 3. 223. This line, like several of the adjacent ones, is alliterative. 9 crown that virtue gives. This is scriptural language, comp. Revelation 4. 2 Tim. 4:8. Henceforth there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness. 10 This mortal change. In Milton's MS line 7 was followed by the words, beyond the written date of mortal change, i.e. beyond, or after, man's appointed time to die. These words were struck out, but we may suppose that the words mortal change in line 10 have a similar meaning. Milton frequently uses mortal in the sense of liable to death and hence human as opposed to divine. The mortal change is therefore the change which occurs to all human beings. Comp. Job 14. 14. All the days of my appointed time will I wait, till my change come. See also line 841. Professor Masson takes it to mean this mortal state of life as distinguished from a future state of immortality. The Spirit uses this as in line 8, in contrast with those line 2. 11 Enthroned gods, etc. In allusion to Revelation 4. And upon the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting, arrayed in white garments, and on their heads crowns of gold. Milton frequently speaks of the inhabitants of heaven as enthroned. The accent here falls on the first syllable of the word. 12 Yet some there be, etc. Although men are generally so exclusively occupied with the cares of this life, there are nevertheless a few who aspire, etc. B is here purely indicative. This usage is frequent in Elizabethan English, and still survives in parts of England. Comp. Lines on Univ. Carrier, 2. 25, where it occurs in a similar phrase, there be that say T, also lines 519, 668. It is employed to refer to a number of persons or things, regarded as a class. By due steps, i.e. by the steps that are due or appointed, comp. Due fetal pens. 155 Due, duty, and debt are all from Lat. Debitus, owed. 13 Their just hands. Just belongs to the predicate, to lay their just hands equals to lay their hands with justice. Golden key. Comp. Mat. 16:19, I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, also Lyc. 111, 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain, the golden ops, the iron shuts amain. 15 Errand, comp. Pa. Lost, 3. 652, one of the 7 who in God's presence, nearest to his throne, stand ready at command, and are his eyes that run through all the heavens, or down to the earth bear his swift errands, also 7. 579 But for such, i.e. unless it were for such. 16 I would not sully the purity of my heavenly garments with the noisome vapor of this incorrupted earth. Ambrosial, heavenly, also used by Milton in the sense of conferring immortality, Comp. L 840, pa. Lost, 2. 245, 4. 219. Blooming ambrosial fruit. Ambrosial like amaranthus, LYC 149, is cognate with the Sanskrit amrita, undying, and is applied by Homer to the hair of the gods. Similarly in Tennyson's Enon, 174, see also In Memoriam, XXV. Ben Jonson, Neptune's triumph, has ambrosian hands, i.e. hands fit for a deity. Ambrosia was the food of the gods. Weeds, now used chiefly in the phrase widow's weeds, i.e. mourning garment. Milton and Shakespeare use it in the general sense of garment or covering. In the lines on the death of a fair infant, it is applied to the human body itself, comp. Also MND 2. 255, weed wide enough to wrap a fairy in. See also Comus, 189, 390. 18 But to my task, i.e. but I must proceed to my task. CL 1012. 19 Every, each. It is usual to write every, or each, but Milton occasionally uses every and each together. Comp. L 311 and LYC 93, every gust, off each beaked promontory. Every denotes each without exception, and can now only be used with reference to more than two objects. Each may refer to two or more. 20 By lot, etc. When Saturn, Kronos, was dethroned, his empire of the universe was distributed amongst his three sons, Jupiter, High Jove, Neptune, the god of the sea, and Pluto, nether or Stygian Jove. In Iliad 15, Neptune, Poseidon, says, "For three brethren are we, and sons of Kronos, whom Rhea bare. And in three lots are all things divided, and each drew a domain of his own, and to me fell the hoary sea, to be my habitation forever, when we shook the lots nether, lower, comp." The phrase the upper and the nether lip and the name Netherlands. Hell, the abode of Pluto, is called by Milton the Nether Empire, pa. Lost, 2. 295, the form Nethermust, pa. Lost, 2. 955, is, like aftermost and foremost, a double superlative. 21 Sea-girt Isles. Ben Jonson calls Britain a sea-girt, Comp. L 27. Isle is the me-il, in which form the s has been dropped. It is from of isle, lat. Insula. It is therefore distinct from island, where an s has, by confusion, been inserted. Island equals me island, as Igland, ig equals island, land equals land. In line 50 Milton wrote island. 22 Like to rich and various gems, etc. Shakespeare describes England as a precious stone set in the silver sea. Richard II. 2:1. 46. He also speaks of heaven as being inlaid with stars, cym. V5. 352, M of VV1. 59. Look how the floor of heaven is thick inlaid with patines of bright gold. Compare also Pa. Lost, 4. 700, where Milton refers to the ground as having a rich inlay of flowers. But for its inlay of islands the sea would be bare or unadorned. Like, here followed by the preposition to, and having its proper force as an adjective, comp. Ill pens. 9. Whether like is used as an adjective or an adverb, the preposition is now usually omitted, comp. L. 57. 24. To grace, i.e. to show favor to, a clause of purpose. 25. By course commits, etc., i.e. in regular distribution he commits to each his distinct government several, separate or distinct. Radically several is from the verb sever, it is now used only with plural nouns. 26. Sapphire. This color is again associated with the sea in line 29, see note there. 27. Little tridents, in contrast with that of Neptune, who, with his trident touched the stars, Neptune's triumph, Proteus song, Ben Jonson. 28. Greatest and the best. Comp. Shakespeare's eulogy in Rich. 2. 1. Also Ben Jonson's Albion, Prince of all his isles, Neptune's triumph, Apollo's song. 29. Quarters, divides into distinct regions. Comp. Dryden, Georg. I. 208. Sailors quartered heaven, and found a name for every fixed and ever wandering star. Some would take the word as strictly denoting division into 4 parts. At that time the island was actually divided into 4 separate governments, for besides those at London and Edinburgh, there were Lords President of the North and of Wales. Keatley. Blue-haired deities. These must be distinct from the tributary gods who wield their little tridents, line 27, otherwise the thought would ill accord with the complementary nature of lines 30 to 36. Regarding the epithet blue-haired, Masson asks, can there be a recollection of blue as the British colour, inherited from the old times of blue-stained Britons who fought with Caesar? Green-haired is the usual epithet for Neptune and his subordinates. In Spenser, for example, the sea nymphs have long green hair. But Ovid expressly calls the sea deities Seraeulei Dii, and Neptune Seraeulus Deus, thus associating blue with the sea. 30. And all this region that looks towards the west, i.e. Wales, is entrusted to a noble peer of great integrity and power. The peer referred to is the Earl of Bridgewater. As Lord President he was entrusted with the civil and military administration of Wales and the 4 English counties of Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford, and Shropshire. That he was a nobleman of high character is shown by the fact that from 1617, when he was nominated one of His Majesty's councillors, he had continued to serve in various important public and private offices. On his monument there is the following: he was a profound scholar, an able statesman, and a good Christian. He was a dutiful son to his mother the Church of England in her persecution, as well as in her great splendour, a loyal subject to his sovereign in those worst of times, when it was accounted treason not to be a traitor. As he lived 70 years a pattern of virtue, so he died an example of patience and piety. Falling sun, Lat. Sol Occidens. Orient and Occident, lit. Rising and falling, are frequently used to denote the East and the West. 31 Mikkel, as Misel, great. From this word comes much. Mickle and muckle are current in Scotland in the sense of great. Comp. Rom. And July 2. 315. Mickle is the powerful grace that lies in herbs, etc. 33. An old and haughty nation. The Welsh are Celts, an Aryan people who probably first entered Britain about BC 500, they are therefore rightly spoken of as an old nation. Compare Ben Jonson's piece For the Honour of Wales, I is not come here to talk of Brut, from whence the Welsh does take his root, etc. That they were haughty and proud in arms the Romans found, and after them the Saxons. The latter never really held more than the counties of Monmouth and Hereford. In the reign of Edward the first attempts were made by that king to induce the Welsh to come to terms, but the answer of the barons was, "We dare not submit to Edward, nor will we suffer our prince to do so, nor do homage to strangers, whose tongue, ways and laws we know not of. We have only raised war in defense of our lands, laws and rights." By a statute of Henry VIII. This haughty people were put in possession of the same rights and liberties as the English proud in arms. This is Virgil's Belloque Superbum, in I-21, Wharton. 34 Nursed in princely law, brought up in a manner worthy of their high position. It is to be noted that the Bridgewater family was by birth distantly connected with the royal family. Milton may allude merely to their connection with the court. Law is cognate with learn. 35 Their father's state. This probably refers to the actual ceremonies connected with the installation of the Earl as Lord President. The old sense of state is chair of state, comp. Arc. 81, and Johnson's Hymenaea, and see where Juno displays her glittering state and chair. 36 New entrusted, an adjective compounded of a participle and a simple adverb, new being equals newly, comp. Smooth-ditted L86. Contrast the form of the epithet blue-haired where the compound adjective is formed as if from a noun, blue hair, comp. Russia-fringed L890. Strictly speaking, the Earl's power was not new entrusted though it was newly assumed. See Introduction. 37 Perplexed, interwoven, entangled, lat pulcto, to plait or twist. The word is here used literally and is therefore applicable to inanimate objects. The accent is on the first syllable. 38 Horror. This word is meant not merely to indicate terror, but also to describe the appearance of the paths. Horror is from Lat. Horrere, to bristle, and may be rendered shagginess or ruggedness just as horrid. L429, means bristling or rugged. Comp. Pa. Lost, I-563, a horrid front of dreadful length, and dazzling arms, shady brows. This may refer to the trees and bushes overhanging the paths, as the brow overhangs the eyes. 39 Threats, not current as a verb. Forlorn, now used only as an adjective, is the past participle of the old verb forlösen, to lose utterly. The prefix for has an intensive force, as in forswear, but in the latter word the sense of from is more fully preserved in the prefix. See note, L 234. 40 Tender age. Lady Alice Egerton was about 14 years of age, the two brothers were younger than she. 41 But that, etc. Grammatically, but may be regarded as a subordinative conjunction equals unless it had happened that I was dispatched, or, taking it in its original prepositional sense, we may regard it as governing the substantive clause, that, guard quick command. The adjective has the force of an adverb, quick commands being commands that are to be carried quickly, sopran, supreme. This is Milton's spelling of the modern word sovereign, in which the G is due to the mistaken notion that the last syllable of the word is cognate with reign. The word is from Lat. Superanum equals chief, comp. L 639. 43 And listen y, sc. I was dispatched. The language of lines 43, 44 is suggested by Horace's Odes, 3. 1, 2, Favet linguis, carmina non prius audita, canto. The poet implies that the plot of his masque is original. It is not, he says, to be found in any ancient or modern song or tale that was ever recited either in the hall, equals banqueting hall, or in the bower, equals private chamber. Or hall and bower may denote respectively the room of the lord and that of his lady. 46 Milton in his usual significant manner, comp. El Allegro and Il Penseroso, proceeds to invent a genealogy for Comus. The masque is designed to celebrate the victory of purity and reason over desire and enchantment. Comus, who represents the latter, must therefore spring from parents representing the pleasure of man's lower nature and the misuse of man's higher powers on behalf of falsehood and impurity. These parents are the wine god Bacchus and the sorceress Circe. The former, mated with love, is the father of mirth, see El Allegro, but, mated with the cunning Circe, his offspring is a voluptuary whose gay exterior and flattering speech hide his dangerously seductive and magical powers. He bears no resemblance, therefore, to Comus as represented in Ben Jonson's Pleasure Reconciled to Virtue, in which Mask Comus and the belly are throughout synonymous. In the Agamemnon of Aeschylus, Comus is a drinker of human blood. In Philostratus, he is a rose-crowned wine-bibber. In Decker he is the clerk of Gluttony's kitchen. In Massinger he is the god of pleasure, and in the work of Irasius Putianus he is a graceful reveller, the genius of love and cheerfulness. Professor Masson says, Milton's Comus is a creation of his own, for which he was as little indebted intrinsically to Putianus as to Ben Jonson. For the purpose of his masque at Ludlow Castle he was bold enough to add a brand new god, no less, to the classic pantheon, and to import him into Britain. Bacchus, the god who taught men the preparation of wine. He is the Greek Dionysius, who, on one of his voyages, hired a vessel belonging to some Tyrrhenian pirates. These men resolved to sell him as a slave. Thereupon, he changed the mast and oars of the ship into serpents and the sailors into dolphins. The meeting of Bacchus with Circe is Milton's own invention. In the Odyssey it is Ulysses who lights upon her island, and we came to the Iliaean, where dwelt Circe of the braided tresses, an awful goddess of mortal speech, own sister to the wizard Etesodes. X from out, etc. Comp. Pa. Lost, v 345. From out has the same force as the more common out from. 47. Misused, abused. The prefix mis was very generally used by Milton, for example mislike, misdeem, miscreated, misdoubt, all obsolete. 48. After the Tuscan mariners transformed, i.e. after the transformation of the Tuscan mariners, see Ovid, Met 3. They are called Tuscan, because Tyrrhenia in central Italy was named Etruria or Tuscia by the Romans. Etruria includes modern Tuscany. This grammatical construction is common in Latin, a passive participle combined with a substantive answering to an English verbal or abstract noun connected with another noun by the preposition of, and used to denote a fact in the past, for example since created man, PLI 573, equals since the creation of man. This loss recovered, PL 221, equals the recovery of this loss. 49. As the winds listed, at the pleasure of the winds, comp. John 3. 8. The wind bloweth where it listeth, lyc. 123. The verb list is, in Older English, generally used impersonally, and in Chaucer we find if thee lust or if thee list equals if it please thee. The word survives in the adjective listless, of which the older form was lustless. The noun lust has lost its original and wider sense, which it still has in German, and now signifies longing desire. 50. On Circe's island fell. Circe's island equals Aeaea, off the coast of Latium. Circe was the daughter of Helios, the sun, by the ocean nymph Perse. On island see note, L21, and with this use of the verb fall comp. The Latin insiderea in. The sudden introduction of the interrogative clause in this line is an example of the figure of speech called anadiplosis. 51. Charmed cup, i.e. liquor that has been charmed or rendered magical. Charms are incantations or magic verses. Lat. Carmina comp. lines 526 and 817. Grammatically, cup is the object of tasted. 52. Whoever tasted lost, i.e. who tasted, he lost. In this construction whoever must precede both verbs. Shakespeare frequently uses who in this sense, and Milton occasionally, comp. Son. 12:12. Who loves that must first be wise and good. See Abbott, 251. Lost his upright shape. In Odyssey X we read, so Circe led them, followers of Ulysses, in and set them upon chairs and high seats, and made them a mess of cheese and barley meal and yellow honey with Prammian wine, and mixed harmful drugs with the food to make them utterly forget their own country. Now when she had given them the cup and they had drunk it off, presently she smote them with a wand, and in the sties of the swine she penned them. So they had the head and voice, the bristles and the shape of swine, but their mind abode even as of old. Thus were they penned there weeping, and Circe flung them acorns and mast and fruit of the cornel tree to eat, whereon wallowing swine do always batten. Butcher and Lang's translation. 54 Clustering locks, Comp. L 608. Milton here pictures the Theban Bacchus, a type of manly beauty, having his head crowned with a wreath of vine and ivy. Both of these plants were sacred to the god. Comp. Leg. 16. Ivy-crowned Bacchus, Pa. Lost, 4. 303, Sams. Agon. 569-55. His blithe youth, i.e. his fresh young figure. 57 A son much like his father, but more like his mother. This may indicate that it is upon Comus's character as a sorcerer rather than as a reveler that the story of the mask depends. Comp. Mask of Hymen. Much of the father's face, more of the mother's grace. 58 Comus, see note, L46. The Greek word denoted a revel or merrymaking. Afterwards it came to mean the personification of riotous mirth, the god of revel. Hence also the word comedy. In classical mythology the individuality of Comus is not well defined. This enabled Milton more readily to endow him with entirely new characteristics. 59 Frolic. An instance of the original use of the word as an adjective, Comp. Leg. 18. Frolic wind, Tennyson's Ulysses, a frolic welcome. It is now chiefly used as a noun or a verb, and a new adjective, frolicsome, has taken its place. From this, again, comes the noun frolicsomeness. Frolic is from the Dutch, and cognate with German frohlich, so that lich in frolic corresponds to lie in such words as cleanly, godly, etc. This use of the preposition may be compared with the Latin genitive in such phrases as ager animi equals sick of soul, of equals because of or in respect of. 60 Roving the Celtic and Iberian fields, i.e. roving through Gaul and Spain. Rove here governs an accusative, Comp. Lyc. 173, Walked the waves, Pa. Lost, I 521, Roamed the utmost isles. 61 Betarchs him. The pronoun has here a reflective force, in Elizabethan English, and still more often in early English. This use of the simple pronouns is common, see Abbott, 223. Compare L 163. Ominous, literally equals full of omens or portents, Comp. Monstrous equals full of monsters, Lyc 158, also L 79. Ominous has now acquired the sense of ill-omened. Compare the acquired sense of hapless, unfortunate, etc. 65 Orient, bright. The Lat. Oriens equals rising, hence, from being applied to the sun, equals eastern, L30, and hence generally bright or shining, comp. Pa. Lost, I546, with orient colors waving. 66 Drought of Phobos, i.e. thirst caused by the heat of the sun. Phobos is Apollo, the sun god. Compare L928, where drought equals want of rain. The more usual spelling is drought, which, see note, L2, which is here object of taste and refers to liquor. 67 Fond, foolish, its primary sense. Fond was the participle of an old verb fonin, to be foolish. The word is now used to express great liking or affection, the idea of folly being almost entirely lost. Chaucer has fon, a fool, comp. Ill pens. 6. Fancies fond, lyc. 56. I fondly dream, Sams. Agon. 1682, so fond are mortal men. 68 Soon as, etc., i.e. as soon as the magical draught produces its effect. In line 66 as is temporal. Potion. Radically, potion equals a drink, but it is generally used in the sense of a medicated or poisonous draught. Poison is the same word through the French. 69 Express resemblance of the gods. Comp. Shakespeare, what a piece of work is man, in action how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. See also Pa. Lost, 3. 44, Human face divine. 71 Ounce. This is the Felis uncia, allied to the panther and the cheetah. Some connect it with the Persian yuz, panther. 72 All other parts, etc. In the Odyssey, see note on L52, the bodies of those transformed by Circe were entirely changed, here only the head. As one editor observes, this suited the convenience of the performers who were to appear on the stage in masks, see stage direction, L92-3. Grammatically, line 72 is an example of the absolute construction, common in Latin. The noun, parts, is neither the subject nor the object of a verb, but is used along with some attributive adjunct, generally a participle, remaining, to serve the purpose of an adverb or adverbial clause. The noun, or pronoun, is usually said to be the nominative absolute, but, in the case of pronouns, Milton uses the nominative and the objective indifferently. In Old English the dative was used. 73 Perfect, complete, lat perfectus, done thoroughly. 74 Not once perceive, etc. This was not the case with the followers of Ulysses, see note, L52. 76 Friends and native home forgot. Circe's cup has here the effect ascribed to the lotus in Odyssey 9. Now whosoever of them did eat the honey-sweet fruit of the lotus had no more wish to bring tidings nor to come back, but there he chose to abide with the lotus-eating men, ever feeding on the lotus and forgetful of his homeward way. In Tennyson's Lotos Eaters there is no forgetfulness of friends and home, sweet it was to dream of fatherland, of child, and wife and slave. Masson also refers to Plato's ethical application of the story, Republic 8. Plato speaks of the moral lotophagus, or youth steeped in sensuality, as accounting his very viciousness a developed manhood, and the so-called virtues but signs of rusticity. Compare also Spencer, FQ2. 1286, one above the rest in special, that hadden hog been late, did him miscall, that had from hoggish form him brought to natural. 77 Sensual sty, see note on L52. To those who, with low-thoughted care are unmindful of the crown that virtue gives the world becomes little better than a sensual sty. This line is adverbial to forget. 78 Favored, compare lat. Gratus equals favored, adjective. 79 Adventurous, full of risks. The current sense of adventurous applied only to persons, is enterprising. CL 61, 609. Glade, strictly, an open space in a wood, and hence applied, as here, to the wood itself. It is cognate with glow and glitter, and its fundamental sense is a passage for light, skeet. 80 Glancing star, a shooting star. Comp. Pa. Lost, 4. 556, swift as a shooting star in autumn thwarts the night. The rhythm of the line and the prevalence of sibilants suit the sense. 81 Convoy, comp. Pa. Lost, 6. 752, convoyed by 4 cherubic shapes. It is another form of convey, lat con equals together, via equals away. 83 Skyrobes, the ambrosial weeds of line 16. Iris woof, material dyed in rainbow colors. The goddess Iris was a personification of the rainbow, comp. L 992 and pa. Lost, 11. 244, Iris had dipped the woof. Etymologically, woof is connected with web and weave. It is short for on wef equals on web, i.e. the cross threads laid on the warp of a loom. 84 Weeds, see note, L16. 86 That to the service, etc. The part of the spirit was acted by laws, first in skyrobes then in shepherd dress. In the dedication of Comus by Laws to Lord Brackley, anonymous edition of 1637, he alludes to the favours that had been shown him by the Bridgewater family. In the above lines Milton compliments Laws and enables Laws to compliment the Earl, see Introduction. 86 Smooth-ditted, sweetly worded. Ditty, lat dictatum, strictly denotes the words of a song as distinct from the musical accompaniment. It is now applied to any little piece intended to be sung, comp. Lyc. 32 For a similar panegyric on Law's musical genius compare Son. 13 The musical alliteration in lines 86 to 88 should be noted. 87 Nose to still, etc., comp. Lyc. 10 He knew himself to sing. 88 Nor of less faith, etc., i.e. he is not less faithful than he is skillful in music, and from the nature of his occupation he is most likely to be at hand should any emergency arise. 92 Viewless, invisible, comp. The Passion, 50, viewless wing, pa. Lost, 3. 518 Masson calls this a peculiarly Shakespearean word, cm 4m3. 124, to be imprisoned in the viewless winds. The word is obsolete, but poets use great liberty in the formation of adjectives in less, comp. Shelley's sensitive plant, windless clouds. See note, L 574. Charming rod, see note, L 52, also L 653. Rout, a disorderly crowd. The word is also used in the sense of defeat and is cognate with root, rote, and rut. All come from Lat. Ruptus, broken. A rout is the breaking up of a crowd, or a crowd broken up. A route is a way broken through a forest, rote is a beaten track, and a rut is a track left by a wheel. CLYC 61, by the rout that made the hideous roar. 93 Fold, the evening star, Hesperus, an appellation of the planet Venus, comp. LYC 30 as the morning star, called by Shakespeare the unfolding star, it is called Phosphorus or Lucifer, the light bringer. Hence Tennyson's allusion, bright phosphor, fresher for the night. Sweet Hesper Phosphor, double name. In Memoriam, Pxi. Lines 93 to 144 are in rhymed couplets, and consist for the most part of 8 syllables each. The prevailing accentuation is iambic. 94 Top of heaven, etc., i.e. is far above the horizon. So in LYC 31, it is said to slope toward heaven's descent, i.e. to sink towards the horizon. Comp. Virgil, in 250, round rolls the sky, and on comes night from the ocean. 95 Gilded car, Apollo, as the god of the sun, rode in a golden chariot. Comp. Chaucer, Test. Of Kazide, 208, Phoebus golden cart, and Phoebus wain line 190. 96 His glowing axle doth allay. In the hymn of the Nativity Milton alludes to the burning axle tree of the sun, comp. In 482, Atlas Acamumero Torquay. There is here an allusion to the opinion of the ancients that the setting of the sun in the Atlantic Ocean was accompanied with a noise, as of the sea hissing, Todd. Allay would thus denote quench or cool. His, in this line, equals its. Its occurs only 3 times in Milton's poems, Od. Nat. 106, pa. Lost, I 254, pa. Lost, 4. 813. The word is found also in Law's dedication of Comus. The word does not occur in English at all until the end of the 16th century, the possessive case of the neuter pronoun it and of the masculine he being his. This gave rise to confusion when the old gender system decayed, and the form its gradually came into use, until, By the end of the 17th century, it was in general use. Milton, however, scarcely recognized it, its place in his involved syntax being taken by the relative pronouns and other connectives, or by his, her, thereof, etc. 97. Steep Atlantic stream. To the ancients the ocean was the great stream that encompassed the earth, Iliad, 14, the deep-flowing okeanos. With this use of steep compare the phrase the high seas. 98 Slope sun sunk beneath the horizon, so that the only rays visible shoot up into the sky. Slope equals sloped, also used by Milton as an adverb equals a slope, pa. Lost, 4. 591, and as a verb, lyc 31. 99 Dusky. Milton first wrote northern. 100 Pacing toward the other goal, etc. Comp. Psalm 19. 5. The sun as a bridegroom cometh out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. 102 The spirit of lines 102 to 144 may be contrasted with that of El Allegro, 25 to 40. Both pieces are calls upon mirth and pleasure, and both are therefore suitably expressed in the same tripping measure and with many similarities of language. But the pleasures of El Allegro begin with the sunrise and yet are unreproved. Those of Comus and his crew begin with the darkness and are unreproved only if these dun shades will ne'er report them. The light fantastic toe of the one is not the tipsy dance of the other, and the laughter and liberty that betoken the absence of wrinkled care have nothing in common with the midnight shout and revelry that can be enjoyed only when rigor, advice, strict age, and sour severity have gone to bed. The quips and cranks of El Allegro have given way to the magic rites of Comus, and the wreathed smiles and dimples that adorn the face of innocent mirth are ill replaced by the wine-dropping rosy twine of revelry. 104 Jollity has here its modern sense of boisterous mirth. In Milton occasionally the adjective jolly, Father Jolly, pretty, has its primary sense of pleasing or festive. 105 Braid your locks with rosy twine, entwine your hair with wreaths of roses. 106 Dropping odors, comp. L 862 to 3. 108 Advice, scrupulous head. Advice, now used chiefly to signify counsel given by another, was formerly used also of self-counsel or deliberation. See Chaucer, Prologue, 786, granted him without more advice, and comp. Shakespeare, M of V4. 26, Bassanio upon more advice, hath sent you here this ring, also pa. Lost, 2. 376, Advise, if this be worth attempting where advise equals consider. See also L 755, note. Scrupulous equals full of scruples, conscientious. 110 Saws, sayings, maxims. Saw, say, and saga, a Norwegian legend, are cognate. 111 Of purer fire, i.e. having a higher or diviner nature. Or, as there is really no question of degree, we may render the phrase as equals divine. Compare the Platonic doctrine that each element had living creatures belonging to it, those of fire being the gods. Similarly, the Stoics held that whatever consisted of pure fire was divine, for example the stars, hence the additional significance of line 112. 112 The Starry Choir, an allusion to the music of the spheres, see lines 3, 1021. Pythagoras supposed that the planets emitted sounds proportional to their distances from the earth and formed a celestial concert too melodious to affect the gross unpurged ear of mankind. Comp. L 458 and Arc. 63-73 Shakespeare, M of VV 161, alludes to the music of the spheres. There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdest, but in his motion like an angel sings, still choiring to the young-eyed cherubins, etc. Choir is a form of choir, Lat. chorus, a band of singers. In Greek tragedy the chorus was supposed to represent the sentiments of the audience. Choir, of paper, is a totally different word, probably derived from Lat. Quatu, for 113 nightly watchful spheres. Milton elsewhere alludes to the stars keeping watch, and all the spangled host keep watch in order bright him Nat. 21 Nightly used as an adjective in the sense of nocturnal, comp. Ill pens. 84. To bless the doors from nightly harm, Arc. 48. Nightly ill, and Wordsworth's line, the nightly hunter lifting up his eyes. Its ordinary sense is night by night. 114 Lead in swift round. Comp. Arc. 71. And the low world in measured motion draw, after the heavenly tune. 115 Sounds, straits, as sund, a strait of the sea, so called because it could be swum across. See Skeet, et im. Dict. SV 116. To the moon, i.e. as affected by the moon. For similar uses of to comp. Lyc. 33. Tempered to the oaten flute, Lyc. 44. Fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays Morris. The waters quiver in the moonlight as if dancing. The Morris equals a Morris or Moorish dance, brought into Spain by the Moors, and thence introduced into England by John of Gaunt. We read also of a Morris pike, a weapon used by the Moors in Spain. 117 Shelves, flat ledges of rock. 118 Pert, lively. Here used in its radical sense, being a form of perk, smart. Its modern sense is forward or impertinent. Skeet points out that perk and pert were both used as verbs, for example perked up in a glistering grief Henry VIII. 2-3. 21. How it, a child, speaks, and looks, and perts up the head Beaumont and Fletcher's Knight of the Burning Pestle, I1. A similar change of K into T is seen in E-mate from M-E make. Dapper, quick, do dapper, jur tapfer, brave, quick. It is usual in the sense of neat. 119 Dimple. Dimple is a diminutive of dip, and cognate with dingle and dapple. 120 daisies trim, comp. Leg. 75, meadows trim, with daisies pied, pens. 50, trim gardens. 121 wakes, night watches, as nit wake you, a night wake. The adjective wakeful, as wakeful, is the exact cognate of the Latin vigil. The word was applied to the vigil kept at the dedication of a church, then to the feast connected therewith, and finally to an evening merrymaking. Prove, test, judge of, lat probe. This is its sense in older writers and in the much misunderstood phrase, the exception proves the rule, which means that the exception is a test of the rule. 124 Venus now wakes, etc. Spencer, Brit. Ida, 2. 3. Has night is love's holiday. In this line wakens is used transitively, its object being love. 125 Rights. Here used, as sometimes by Spencer, where modern usage requires rights, lat ritus, a custom cl 535. 126 Daylight, sin. Daylight makes sin by revealing it. Contrast the sentiment of Comus with that of Milton in Pa. Lost, I 500, when night darkens the streets, then wander forth the sons of Belial. 127 Dun shades, evidently suggested by Fairfax's Tasso, 9. 62, the horrid darkness, and the shadows dun. Dun is as dun, dark. 129 Cotito, the goddess of licentiousness, here called dark-veiled because her midnight orgies were veiled in darkness. She was a Thracian divinity, and her worshippers were called bapti, sprinkled, because the ceremony of initiation involved the sprinkling of warm water. 131 Called, invoked. Dragon womb of Stygian darkness. The Styx, equals the abhorred, was the chief river in the lower world. Milton here speaks of darkness as something positive, ejected from the womb of night, night being represented as a monster of the lower regions, comp. Pa. Lost, I 63. The pronoun her shows that womb is here used in its strict sense, but in Pa. Lost, I 673, in his womb was hid metallic, or it has the more general sense of interior, comp. The use of lat. Uterus, in 258, 7. 499 Dragon, Shakespeare refers to the dragons or dragon car of night, cym 2. 248, Swift, swift, you dragons of the night, tro. And cress. v8. 17, the dragon wing of night o'erspreads the earth, see also pens. 59, Cynthia checks her dragon yoke. 132 Spitz, a form of spitz, as spettle for spittle. 133 One blot, i.e. a universal blot, comp. Macbeth, 2. 263. Milton first wrote, and makes a blot of nature. 134 Stay, here used causally equals check. The radical sense of the word is to support, as in the substantive stay and its plural stays. Ebon, black as ebony. Ebony is so called because it is hard as a stone, hebibon, a stone, and the wood being of a dark color, the name has become a synonym both for hardness and for blackness. 135 Hikat, i.e. Hecate, as in line 535, a mysterious Thracian divinity, afterwards regarded as the goddess of witchcraft, for these reasons a fit companion for Cotito and a fit patroness of Comus. Johnson calls her the mistress of witches. She was supposed to send forth at night all kinds of demons and phantoms, and to wander about with the souls of the dead and amidst the howling of dogs. 136 Utmost end, full completion. Compare Leg. 109. The corn that 10-day laborers could not end, where end equals complete. 137 Dues, see note, L12. 138 Blabbing Eastern Scout, i.e. the tale-telling spy that comes from the east, viz. Morning. 139 Nice, hard to please, fastidious, a finely chosen epithet, expressing at once curious and squeamish, herd. It is used by Comus in contempt, comp. 2 Henry IV. 4:1, hence, therefore, thou nice crutch, and see the index to the Globe Shakespeare. The Indian Steep. In his Elegia Tertia, Milton represents the sun as the light-bringing king whose home is on the shores of the Ganges, i.e. in the Far East comp. The Indian Mount Pa. Lost, I 781, and Tennyson's In Memoriam, xxv, ere yet the morn breaks hither over Indian seas. 140 Cabined loophole, an allusion to the first glimpse of dawn, i.e. the peep of day. Comp. Out of her window close she blushing peeps, said of the morning, P. Fletcher's eclogues, as if the first rays of the sun struggled through some small aperture. Cabined literally belonging to a cabin and therefore small. 141 Telltale Sunday, compare Spencer, Brit. Ida, 2. 3. The thick locked boughs shut out the telltale sun, for Venus hated his all-blabbing light. Shakespeare refers to the telltale day, R of L 806. In Odyssey, 8, we read how Helios, the sun, kept watch and informed Vulcan of Venus's love for Mars. Descry, etc., i.e. make known our hidden rights. Descry is here used in its primary sense equals describe. Both words are from Lat. describeria, to write fully. In Milton and Shakespeare, descry also occurs in the sense of to reconnoiter. 142 Solemnity, ceremony, rite. The word is from Lat. Solus, complete, and annus, a year. Solemn equals solennis equals solennis. Hence the changes of meaning: 1. Recurring at the end of a completed year. 2. Usual. 3. Religious, for sacred festivals recur at stated intervals. 4. That which is not to be lightly undertaken, i.e. serious or important. 143 Knit hands, etc. Comp. Mask of Hymen, now begin to set your spirits in active heat, and, since your hands are met, instruct your nimble feet, in motions swift and meet, the happy ground to beat. 144 Light fantastic round, comp. Leg. 34, come, and trip it, as you go, on the light fantastic toe. A round is a dance or measure in which the dancers join hands. Fantastic equals full of fancy, unrestrained. So Shakespeare uses it of that which has merely been imagined, and has not yet happened. It is now used in the sense of grotesque. Fancy is a form of fantasy, Greek fantasia. At this point in the masque Comus and his rout dance a measure, after which he again speaks, but in a different strain. The change is marked by a return to blank verse. The previous lines are mostly in octosyllabic couplets. 145 different, i.e. different from the voluptuous footing of Comus and his crew. 146 footing, comp. Lyc. 103, Comus, Reverend Sire, went footing slow. 147 Shrouds, coverts, places of hiding. The word etymologically denotes something cut off being allied to shred, hence a garment, and finally, as in Milton, any covering or means of covering. Many of Latimer's sermons are described as having been preached in the Shrouds, a covered place near St. Paul's Cathedral. The modern use of the word is restricted, comp. L316. Brakes, bushes. Shakespeare has hawthorn brake MND3. L3, and the word seems to be connected with bracken. 148 Some virgin shore, SC. It is. 150 Charms, wily trains, i.e. spells, cunning allurements. Charm is the Lat. Carmen, a song, also used in the sense of magic verses. Wily equals full of while, etymologically the same as guile. Train here denotes an artifice or snare, as in venereal trains, Sams. Agon. 533 O, train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note, commander of errors. 3. 245. See Index, Globe Shakespeare. Some would take wily trains as equals trains of whiles. 151 Ere long, ere has here the force of a preposition. In as it was an adverb as well, equals soon, but now it is used only as a conjunction or a preposition. 153 Thus I hurl, etc. Conceive that at this moment of the performance the actor who personates Comus flings into the air, or makes a gesture as if flinging into the air, some powder, which, by a stage device, is kindled so as to produce a flash of blue light. In the original draft among the Cambridge MSS, the phrase is powdered spells, but Milton, by a judicious change, concealing the mechanism of the stage trick, substituted dazzling, mason. 154 Dazzling. This implies both brightness and illusion. Spells. A spell is properly a magical form of words, as spell, a saying here it refers to the whole enchantment employed spongy air, so called because it holds in suspension the magic powder. 155 of power to cheat, and to give, etc. These lines are attributive to spells. The preposition of is thus used to denote a characteristic, thus of power equals powerful. Comp. L 677 Blear illusion, deception, that which deceives by blurring the vision. Shakespeare has bleared thine eye equals dimmed thy vision, deceived, Tam. Shrew, v1. 120, Comp. This may stand for a pretty superficial argument, to blear our eyes, and lull us asleep in security, Sir W. Raleigh. Blur is another form of blear. 156 Presentments, appearances. This word is to be distinguished from presentiment. A presentiment is a forefeeling, lat praesentire, while a presentment is something presented, lat praesens, being before. Shakespeare, Ham. 3-4. 54. Has presentment in the sense of picture quaint habits, unfamiliar dress. Quaint is from Lat. Cognitus, so that its primary sense is known or remarkable. In French it became quaint, which was treated as if from Lat. Quintus, neat, hence the word is frequent in the sense of neat, exact, or delicate. Its modern sense is unusual or odd. 158 Suspicious flight, flight due to suspicion of danger. 160 Under fair pretense, etc., under the mask of friendly intentions and with the plausible language of wheedling courtesy, I insinuate myself into the unsuspecting mind and ensnare it. 161 Glozing, flattering, wheedling. Compare pa. Lost, 9. 549, so glozed the temper, and his proem tuned, into the heart of Eve his words made way. Gloss is from the old word glose, a gloss or explanation, glossa, the tongue hence also glossary, glossology, etc. Trench, in his lecture on the morality of words, points out how often fair names are given to ugly things. It is in this way that a word which merely denoted an explanation has come to denote a false explanation, an endeavor to deceive. The word has no connection with gloss equals brightness. 162 Baited, rendered attractive. Radically bait is the causative of bite, hence a trap is said to be baited. Comp. Sams. Ag. 1066, the bait of honeyed words. 163 Wind me, etc. The verbs wind, i.e. coil, and hug suggest the cunning of the serpent. The easy-hearted man is the person whose heart or mind is easily overcome. Man is here used generically. Burton, in Annett of Mel, says, the devil, being a slender incomprehensible spirit, can easily insinuate and wind himself into human bodies. Me is here used reflexively, see note, L61. This is not the ethic dative. 165 Virtue, i.e. power or influence, lat virtus. This radical sense is still found in the phrase by virtue of equals by the power of. The adjective virtuous is now used only of moral excellence. In line 621 it has its older meaning. 166 The reading of the text is that of the editions of 1637 and 1645. In the edition of 1673 the reading was, "I shall appear some harmless villager, and hearken, if I may, her business here. But here she comes, I fairly step aside." But in the errata there was a direction to omit the comma after may, and to change here into here. In Masson's text, accordingly, he reads, "And hearken, if I may, her business here." 167 Keeps up, etc., i.e. keeps occupied with his country affairs even up to a late hour. Gear, its original sense is preparation, as giru, ready, hence business or property. Comp. Spencer, FQ 6. 3-6, that to Sir Calidore was easy gear, i.e. an easy matter, fairly, softly. Fair and softly were two words which went together, signifying gently, Wharton. 170 Mynheer. My best guide. Observe the juxtaposition of mine and my in these lines. Mine is frequent before a vowel, especially when the possessive adjective is not emphatic. In Shakespeare mine is almost always found before I, etc., where no emphasis is intended. Abbott, 237. 171 Methout, i.e. it seemed to me. In the verb methinks me is the dative, and thinks is an impersonal verb, as thinkan, to appear, quite distinct from the causal verb I think, which is from as thinkan, to make, to appear. 173 Jocund, merry. Comp. El Allegro, 94, the jocund rebecs sound gamesome, lively. This word, like many other adjectives in some, is now less common than it was in Elizabethan English. Many such adjectives are obsolete, for example laboursome, joysome, quietsome, etc. See Trench's English, past and present, v. 174 Unlettered hinds, ignorant rustics, as Heine, a domestic. 175 Granges, granaries, barns, lat granum, grain. The word is now applied to a farmhouse with its outhouses. 176 Pan, the god of everything connected with pastoral life, see Arc. 106, though Syrinx your Pan's mistress were. 177 Thank the gods amiss. Amiss stands for me on miss equals in error. Perhaps there is a touch of Puritan rigor in this. The gods should be thanked in solemn acts of devotion, and not by merrymaking. Keatley. See Introduction. 178 Swilled insolence, etc., i.e. the drunken rudeness of those carousing at this late hour. Swill, to swill is to drink greedily, hence to drink like a pig. Wassailus, from wassel, as was Hiel, from wes, be thou, and hal, whole, modern English hail, a form of salutation, used in drinking one's health, and hence employed in the sense of reveling or carousing. The wassail bowl here referred to is the spicy nut brown ale of El Allegro, 100. In Scott's Ivanhoe, the friar drinks to the Black Knight with the words, "Was hail, Sir Sluggish Knight," the knight replying, "Drink hail, Holy Clerk." 180 in form, feet. Comp. Sams. Agon. 335. Hither hath informed your younger feet. This use of inform equals direct is well illustrated in Spencer's FQ 66, which with sage counsel, when they went astray, he could inform, and then reduce aright. 184 Spreading favor. Epithet transferred from cause to effect. 187 Kind hospitable woods, an instance of the pathetic fallacy which attributes to inanimate objects the feelings of men. Comp. LL 194, 195. As in this line, after such, has the force of a relative pronoun. 188 Grey-hooded even. Comp. Sandals grey lyc. 187 Civil suited ill pens. 122 Both applied to mourning. 189 A sad votarist, etc. A votarist is one who is bound by a vow. Lat votum. The current form is votary, applied in a general sense to one devoted to an object, for example a votary of science. In the present case, the votarist is a palmer, i.e. a pilgrim who carried a palm branch in token of his having been to Palestine. Such would naturally wear sober-colored or homely garments. Comp. Drayton, a palmer poor in homely russet clad. In pa. Reg. 14426, mourning is a pilgrim clad in a miss grey. On weed, see note, L16. 190 Hindmost wheels, comp. L95. If this fine image is optically realized, what we see is evening succeeding day, as the figure of a venerable grey-hooded mendicant might slowly follow the wheels of some rich man's chariot. Masson. 192 Labor, thoughts, the burden of my thoughts. 193 Engaged, committed. This use of the word may be compared with that in Hamlet, 3. 369, art more engaged, equals bound or entangled. To engage is to bind by a gage or pledge. 195 Stole, stolen. This use of the past form for the participle is frequent in Elizabethan English. Else, etc. The meaning is, the envious darkness must have stolen my brothers, otherwise why should night hide the light of the stars? The clause "but for some felonious end" is therefore to some extent tautological. 197 Dark lantern. The stars by a far-fetched metaphor are said to be concealed, though not extinguished, just as the light of a dark lantern is shut off by a slide. Comp. More, vice is like a dark lantern, which turns its bright side only to him that bears it. 198 Everlasting oil. Comp. FQI 1. 57. By this the eternal lamps, wherewith high Jove doth light the lower world, were half spent also. Macbeth, 2. 1-5. There's husbandry in heaven, their candles are all out. There is here an irregularity of syntax. That nature hung in heaven is a relative clause coordinate in sense with the next clause, but by a change of thought the phrase "and filled their lamps" is treated as a principal clause, and a new object is introduced, comp. L6. 203 rife, prevalent. Perfect, distinct, see note, L73. 204 single darkness, darkness only. Single is from the same base as simple, comp. L369. 205 What might this be? This is a direct question about a past event, and has the same meaning as what should it be, in line 482, see note there. 1,000 fantasies, etc. On this passage Lowell says, that wonderful passage in Comus of the airy tongues, perhaps the most imaginative in suggestion he ever wrote, was conjured out of a dry sentence in Purchas's abstract of Marco Polo. Such examples help us to understand the poet. Reference may also be made to the Annot of Mel. Fear makes our imagination conceive what it list, and tyrannizeth over our fantasy more than all other affections, especially in the dark. Also to the song prefixed to the same work, my fantasy presents 1,000 ugly shapes, etc. On the power of imagination or fantasy, Shakespeare says, as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes, and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. MNDV 1. 14. Compare also Ben Jonson's vision of delight. Break, fancy, from thy cave of cloud, and spread thy purple wings. Now all thy figures are allowed and various shapes of things, create a very forms a stream. And though it be a waking dream, etc. 207. Of calling shapes, etc. In Hayward's Hierarchy of Angels there is a reference to travelers seeing strange shapes beckoning to them. Such words as shapes, shadows, airy tongues, etc., illustrate Milton's power to create an indefinite, yet expressive picture. Comp. In 460. Beckoning shadows dire. A characteristic arrangement of words in Milton, comp. Lines 470, 945. 208 syllable, pronounce distinctly. 210 may startle well, may well startle. 212 siding champion, conscience. To side is to take a side, and hence to assist, comp. Cor. 4-2. 2. The nobles who have sided in his behalf. Conscience, here a trisyllable, is used in its current sense. In Sun Xi 10 it means consciousness. Comp. Hen. 8-3. 379, a peace above all earthly dignities, a still and quiet conscience. 213 Pure-eyed faith. Comp. Lyc. 81. Those pure eyes and perfect witness of all judging Jove, also the scriptural words, God is of purer eyes than to behold iniquity. The maiden, whose safeguard is her purity, calls on faith, hope, and chastity, each being characterized by an epithet denoting purity of thought and act, viz. Pure-eyed, white-handed and unblemished. The placing of chastity instead of charity in the trio is significant, see Icor. 13:214. Hovering angel. Hope hovers over the maiden to protect her. The word hover is found frequently in the sense of shelter girt, surrounded golden wings. In ill pens. 52. Contemplation soars on golden wing. 216. See ye visibly, i.e. you are not mere shapes, but living presences. Ye, here the object of the verb. This confusion between ye and you did not exist in Old English. Ye was always used as a nominative, and you as a dative or accusative. In the English Bible the distinction is very carefully observed, but in the dramatists of the Elizabethan period there is a very loose use of the two forms, Morris. It is so in Milton, who has ye as nominative, accusative, and dative, comp. Lines 513, 967, 1020, also Arc. 40, 81, 101. It may be noted that ye can be pronounced more rapidly than you, and is therefore frequent when an unaccented syllable is required. 217. The Supreme Good. God being the supreme good, if evil exists, it must exist for God's purposes. Evil exists for the sake of vengeance or punishment. 219. Glistering guardian, i.e. one clad in the pure ambrosial weeds of L16. Glister, glisten, glitter, and glint are cognate words. 221. Was I deceived? There is a break in the construction at the end of line 220. The girl's trust in heaven is suddenly strengthened by a glimpse of light in the dark sky. Wharton regards the repetition of the same words in lines 223, 224 as beautifully expressing the confidence of an unaccusing conscience. 222. Her equals its. In Latin nubs, a cloud, is feminine. 223. Does, turn, and casts. Comp. Ill pens. 46. Doth diet and hears. When two coordinate verbs are of the same tense and mood, the auxiliary verb should apply to both. The above construction is due probably to change of thought. 225. Tufted grove. Comp. Leg. 78. Bosomed high in tufted trees. 226. Hollow. Also hallow, as in Milton's editions, hallow, hollow, and hollow. 227. Make to be heard. Make equals cause. 228. New enlivened spirits, i.e. my spirits that have been newly enlivened, for the form of the compound adjective comp. Note, L36. 229 They, i.e. the brothers. 230 Echo. In classical mythology she was a nymph whom Juno punished by preventing her from speaking before others or from being silent after others had spoken. She fell in love with Narcissus, and pined away until nothing remained of her but her voice. Compare the invocation to Echo in Ben Jonson's Cynthia's Revels, I. The Lady's Song, which has been described as an address to the very genius of sound, is here very naturally introduced. The lady wishes to rouse the echoes of the wood in order to attract her brother's notice, and she does so by addressing Echo, who grieves for the lost youth Narcissus as the lady grieves for her lost brothers. 231 The airy shell, the atmosphere. Comp. The hollow round of Cynthia's seat hymn Nat. 103 The marginal reading in the MS is cell. Some suppose that shell is here used, like lat concha, because in classical times various musical instruments were made in the form of a shell. 232 Meanders Margent Green. Meander, a river of Asia Minor, remarkable for the windings of its course, hence the verb to meander, and hence also, in Keatley's opinion, the mention of the river as a haunt of Echo. It is more probable, however, that, as the lady addresses Echo as the sweet queen of Pali and the unhappy lover of the lost Narcissus, the river is here mentioned because of its associations with music and misfortune. The Marsyas was a tributary of the Meander, and the legend was that the flute upon which Marsyas played in his rash contest with Apollo was carried into the Meander and, after being thrown on land, dedicated to Apollo, the god of song. Comp. Lyc. 58-63, where the Muses and misfortune are similarly associated by a reference to Orpheus, whose gory visage and lyre were carried down the swift Hebrus to the Lesbian shore. Further, the Meander is associated with the sorrows of the maiden by Bliss, who seeks her lost brother Comus, called by Ovid Meandrius Juvenis. Since the above was written, Professor J. W. Hales has given the following explanation of Milton's allusion. The real reason is that the Meander was a famous haunt of swans, and the swan was a favorite bird with the Greek and Latin writers, one to whose sweet singing they perpetually allude. Athenaeum, the 20th of April, 1889. Margent. Marge and margin are forms of the same word. 233 The violet embroidered veil. The notion that flowers broider or ornament the ground is common in poetry. Comp. Pa. Lost, 4. 700, underfoot the violet, crocus, and hyacinth, with rich inlay broidered the ground. In Lyc. 148, the flowers themselves wear embroidery. The nightingale is made to haunt a violet embroidered veil because these flowers are associated with love, see Johnson's Masque of Hymen, and with innocence, see Hamlet, 4. 158, I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. Professor Hales, however, thinks that some particular veil is here alluded to, and argues, with much acumen, that the poet referred to the woodlands close by Athens to the northwest, through which the Cephissus flowed, and where stood the birthplace of Sophocles, who sings of his native Colonus as frequented by nightingales. The same critic regards the epithet violet embroidered as a translation of the Greek, equals crowned with violets, frequently applied by Aristophanes to Athens, of which Colonus was a suburb. Macaulay also refers to Athens as the violet-crowned city. It is, at least, very probable that Milton might here associate the nightingale with Colonus, as he does in Pa. Reg. 4245, see the following note. 234 Lovelorn Nightingale, the nightingale whose loved ones are lost, Comp. Virgil, Jorg. 4511, as the nightingale wailing in the poplar shade plains for her lost young, while she weeps the night through, and sitting on a bough, reproduces her piteous melody, and fills the country round with the plaints of her sorrow. Lorn and lost are cognate words, the former being common in the compound forlorn, see note, L39. Milton makes frequent allusion to the nightingale, in Il Penseroso it is Philomel, in Pa. Reg. 4245, it is the Attic bird, and in Pa. Lost 8. 518, it is the amorous bird of night. He calls it the Attic bird in allusion to the story of Philomela, the daughter of Pandion, king of Athens. Near the academy was Colonus, which Sophocles has celebrated as the haunt of nightingales. Brown. Philomela was changed, at her own prayer, into a nightingale that she might escape the vengeance of her brother-in-law Trius. The epithet lovelorn, however, seems to point to the legend of Adon, Greek, a nightingale, who, having killed her own son by mistake, was changed into a nightingale, whose mournful song was represented by the Greek poets as the lament of the mother for her child. 235 Her sad song mourneth, i.e. sings her plaintive melody. Sad song forms a kind of cognate accusative. 237 Likest thy Narcissus. Narcissus, who failed to return the love of Echo, was punished by being made to fall in love with his own image reflected in a fountain. This he could never approach, and he accordingly pined away and was changed into the flower which bears his name. See the dialogue between Mercury and Echo in Cynthia's Revels, I1. Grammatically, likest is an adjective qualified adverbially by, to, thy Narcissus, comp. Il pens. 9. Likest hovering dreams. 238 Have hid. This is not a grammatical inaccuracy, as Wharton thinks, but the subjunctive mood. 240 Tell me but where, i.e. only tell me where. 241 Sweet Queen of Parley, etc. Parley is conversation, father parlor, to speak parlor, parole, palaver, parliament, parlance etc. are cognate. Daughter of the sphere, i.e. of the sphere which is her airy shell, L 231 comp. Sphere-born harmonious sisters, voice and verse, at a solemn music, 2. 243 Give resounding grace, etc., i.e. add the charm of echo to the music of the spheres. The metrical structure of this song should be noted. The lines vary in length from 2 to 6 feet. The rhymes are few, and the effect is more striking owing to the consonants of shell, well with veil, nightingale, also of pair, where with are and sphere, and of have with cave. Masson regards this song as a striking illustration of Milton's free use of imperfect rhymes, even in his most musical passages. 244 Mortal mixture, divine enchanting ravishment. The words mortal and divine are in antithesis, comp. Ill pens. 91, 92. The immortal mind that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshly nook. The lines embody a compliment to the Lady Alice. Read in this connection lines 555 and 564. Ravishment, rapture, a cognate word, or ecstasy, comp. Ill pens. 40. Thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes, also L 794. 246 Sure, used adverbially, comp. Line 493, and certain L 266. 247 Vocal, used proleptically. 248 His equals its, see note, L 96. The pronoun refers to something holy. 251 Smoothing the raven down. As the nightingale's song smooths the rugged brow of night, Ill pens 58, so here the song of the lady smooths the raven plumage of darkness. In classical mythology night is a winged goddess. 252 It, i.e. darkness. 253 Circe. Sirens 3. In the Odyssey the sirens are 2 in number and have no connection with Circe. They lived on a rocky island off the coast of Sicily and near the rock of Scylla, L 257, and lured sailors to destruction by the charm of their song. Circe was also a sweet singer and had the power of enchanting men, hence the combined allusion, see also Horace's Epist. I2, 23, Sirenum voces, id Circe's poculonosti. Besides, the sirens were daughters of the river god Ichilus, and Circe had naiads or fountain nymphs among her maids. 254 Flower-kirtled naiads, freshwater nymphs dressed in flowers, or having their skirts decorated with flowers. A kirtle is a gown. Skeet suggests that it is a diminutive of skirt. 255 Baleful, injurious, as balu, evil. 256 Sung. The verbs swim, begin, run, drink, shrink, sink, ring, sing, spring, have for their proper past tenses swam, began, ran, etc., preserving the original a, but in older writers, 16th and 17th centuries, and in colloquial English we find forms with u, which have come from the passive participles. Morris. Take the prisoned soul, i.e. would take the soul prisoner, prisoned being used proleptically. 257 Lapit in Elysium. Lap is a form of rap, comp. Elaleg. 136. lap me in soft Lydianese. Elysium, the abode of the spirits of the blessed, Comp. Leg. 147, heaped Elysian flowers. Scylla. Charybdis. The former, a rival of Circe in the affections of the sea god Glaucus, was changed into a monster, surrounded by barking dogs. She threw herself into the sea and became a rock. The noise of the surrounding waves, multis circumlatrantibus undis in 7588, resembling the barking of dogs. The latter was a daughter of Poseidon, and was hurled by Zeus into the sea, where she became a whirlpool. 260 Slumber, Comp. Pericles, v1. 335, Thick slumber hangs upon mine eyes. 261 Madness, ecstasy. The same idea is expressed in ill pens. 164, As may with sweetness, through mine ear, dissolve me into ecstasies, and bring all heaven before mine eyes. In Shakespeare, ecstasy occurs in the sense of madness. See Hamlet, 3. 167, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth, blasted with ecstasy, temp. 3. 108, hinder them from what this ecstasy may now provoke them to, comp. Also the pleasure of that madness wint. Tale, v3. 73. See also L 625. 262 Home felt, deeply felt. Compare the home thrust of a friendly sword is sure, Dryden. This is a consideration that comes home to our interest. Addison. See also Index to Globe Shakespeare. 263 Waking bliss, as opposed to the ecstatic slumber induced by the Song of Circe. 265 Hail, foreign wonder. Wharton notes that Comus is universally allowed to have taken some of its tints from The Tempest, and quotes, "Oh you wonder, if you be made, or no, I too." 426 266. Certain, see note, L 246. 267 Unless the goddess, etc. equals unless thou be the goddess that in rural shrine dwells here. Here, as often in Latin, we have unless, lat nisi, etc., used with a single word instead of a clause, and, also as in Latin, the verb in the relative clause has the person of the antecedent. 268 Pan or Sylvan, CL 176, also ill pens. 134, Shadows brown that Sylvan loves and dark. 106, though Syrinx your Pan's mistress were. Sylvanus, the god of fields and forests, as denoted by his name which is corrupted from Sylvan, lat silver, a wood. 269 Forbidding, etc. These lines recall the language of arcades, in which also a lady is complimented as a deity, a rural queen and mistress of yon princely shrine in the land of Pan. There is a reference also to her protecting the woods through her servant, the genius, Arc. 36 to 53, 91 to 95. 271 ill is lost. A Latin idiom, as Keatley points out, equals male pediture. Professor Masson, however, would regard it as equivalent to there is little loss in losing. 273 extreme shift, last resource. Comp. L 617. 274 My severed company, a condensed expression equals the companions separated from me. Comp. L 315. This figure of speech is called synodogy. 277 What chance, etc. In lines 277 to 290 we have a reproduction of that form of dialogue employed in Greek tragedy in which question and answer occupy alternate lines. It is called stichomythia, and is admirable when there is a gradual rise in excitement towards the end, as in the supplices of Euripides. In Samson Agonists, which is modeled on the Greek pattern, Milton did not employ it. 278 An alliterative line. 279 Near ushering, closely attending. To usher is to introduce, latostium, adore. 284 Twain, thus frequently used as a predicate. It is also used after its substantive as in lyc. 110, of metals twain and as a substantive. 285 Forestalling, anticipating. Forestall, originally a marketing term, is to buy up goods before they have been displayed at a stall in the market in order to sell them again at a higher price, hence to anticipate prevented. Prevent, now used in the sense of hinder, seems in this line to have something of its older meaning, viz., to anticipate, in which case forestalling would be proleptic. Comp. L 362, pa. Lost, 6. 129, halfway he met his daring foe, at this prevention more incensed. 286 To hit. This is the gerundile infinitive after an adjective, comp. Good to eat, deadly to hear, etc. 287. Imports their loss, etc., apart from the present emergency, is the loss of them important. 289 Manly prime, etc., were they in the prime of manhood, or were they merely youths? With Milton the prime of manhood is where youth ends, comp. Pa. Lost, 11. 245. Prime in manhood where youth ended, 3. 636. A stripling cherub he appears, not of the prime, yet such as in his face youth smiled celestial. Spenser has prime equals spring. 290 Heb, the goddess of youth. The down of manhood had not appeared on the lips of the brothers. 291 What time, common in poetry for when, lat quo tempor. Compare Horace, Od. 3:6. What time the sun shifted the shadows of the mountains, and took the yokes from the wearied oxen labored, wearied with labor. 292 Lose traces. Because no longer taught from the draught of the plough. 293 Swinked, overcome with toil, fatigued, as swincan, to toil. Skeet points out that this was once an extremely common word. The sense of toil is due to that of constant movement from the swinging of the labourer's arms. In Chaucer, swinker equals ploughman. 294 Mantling, spreading. To mantle is strictly to cloak or cover, comp. Temp. v1. 67. Fumes that mantle their clearer reason. 297 Port, bearing, mean. 298 Fairy. This spelling is nearer to that of the me fairy than the current form. 299 The element, the air. Since the time of the Greek philosopher Empedocles, fire, earth, air, and water have been popularly called the four elements. When used alone, however, the element commonly means the air. Comp. Hen. v4. 107. The element shows him as it doth to me, pa. Lost, 2. 490. The lowering element scowls o'er the darkened landscape, snow or shower, etc. 301. Plighted, interwoven or plaited. The verb plight, or more properly plight, is a variant of plat. See Ill Pens 57, her sweetest saddest plight. The word has no connection with plight. L 372. Or strook. Milton uses three forms of the participle, viz. Strook, struck and strucken. 302 Worshipped. The final consonant is now doubled in such verbs before ed. 303. Were equals would be, subjunctive. Like the path to heaven, i.e. it would be a pleasure to help, etc. There is, probably, no allusion to the scripture parable of the narrow and difficult way to heaven, Matt 7, as in Son 9, labors up the hill of heavenly truth. 304 Help you find, comp. L 623. The simple infinitive is here used without to, where to would now be inserted. This omission of the preposition now occurs with so few verbs that to is often called the sign of the infinitive, but in early English the only sign of the infinitive was the termination en, for example he can speaken. The infinitive, being used as a noun, had a dative form called the gerund, which was preceded by the preposition to, and when this became confused with the simple infinitive the use of to became general. Comp. Sun. XX4, help waste a sullen day. 305 Readiest way. Here readiest logically belongs to the predicate. 311 Each, every, see note, L19. Alley, a walk or avenue. 312 Dingle, bushy dell, bosky bourne. Dingle equals dimble, see Ben Jonson's Sad Shepherd, equals dimple equals a little dip or depression, hence a narrow valley. Dell equals dale, literally a cleft, hence a valley, not so deep as a dingle. Bosky bourne, a stream whose banks are bushy or thickly grown with bushes. Bourne, a boundary, is a distinct word etymologically, but the phrase from side to side as used by Comus might well imply that the valley as well as the stream is here referred to. bosky bushy. The noun boscage equals jungle or bush, 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 bush. See Tennyson's Dream of F.W. 243, the somber boscage of the wood. 315 Stray attendants equals strayed attendants, abstract for concrete, as in line 274. Comp. Pa. Lost, x80, attendants none shall need, nor train, 12. 132, of herds, and flocks, and numerous servitude, equals servants. 316 Shroud, etc. Milton first wrote within these shroudy limits, see note, L 147. 317 Low-roosted lark, i.e. the lark that has roosted on the ground. This is certainly Milton's meaning, as he refers to the bird as rising from its thatched pallet equals its nest, which is built on the ground. Roost has, however, no radical connection with rest, but denotes a perch for fowls, and Keatley's remark that Milton is guilty of supposing the lark to sleep, like a hen, upon a perch or roost, may therefore be noticed. But the poet's meaning is obvious. Professor Masson takes thatched as referring to the texture of the nest or to the corn stalks or rushes over it. 318 Rouse. Here used intransitively equals awake. 322 Honest offered, see notes, LL. 36, 228. 323 Sooner, more readily. 324 Tapestry halls. Halls hung with tapestry, tapestry being a kind of carpet work, with wrought figures, especially used for decorating walls. The word is said to be from the Persian. 325 First was named. The meaning is, courtesy which is derived from court, and which is still nominally most common in high life, is nevertheless most readily found amongst those of humble station. This sentiment is becoming in the mouth of Lady Alice when addressed to a humble shepherd. Courtesy, or, as Milton elsewhere writes, courtship, has, like civility, lost much of its deeper significance. Comp. Spencer, FQ 6. 1 Of court it seems men courtesy do call, for that it there most useth to abound. 327 Less warranted, i.e. when I have less guarantee of safety. Guarantee and warrant, like guard and ward, guile and while, are radically the same. 329 Eye me, i.e. look on me. To eye a person now usually implies watching narrowly or suspiciously. Square, accommodate, adjust. The adjective proportioned is here used proleptically, denoting the result of the action indicated by the verb square. Comp. M4 MV1, thou art he said to have a stubborn soul. And square st thy life accordingly. Exeunt, i.e. they go out, they leave the stage. 331 Unmuffle, uncover yourselves. To muffle is to cover up, for example to muffle the throat, a muffled sound, etc. Muffle, subst, is a diminutive of muff. 332 won't st, i.e. art won't. Won't st is here apparently the second person singular, present tense, of a verb to won't equals to be accustomed, hence also the participle wonted, ill pens 37, keep thy wonted state. But the me verb was wonnen, to dwell or be accustomed, and its participle won't or won't. The fact that won't was a participle being forgotten, it was treated as a distinct verb, and a new participle formed, viz., wonted, equals one ed. From this again comes the noun wontedness. Milton, however, uses won't as a present only twice in his poetry, as in modern English he uses it as a noun, equals custom, or as a participial adjective. With the verb to be, ill pens 123, as she was wont. Benison, blessing, radically the same as benediction, lat benedictio. 333 stoop thy pale visage, etc. Comp. L 1023 and ill pens. 72. Stooping through a fleecy cloud. Visage, a word now mostly used with a touch of contempt, in Milton simply denotes face, see ill pens 13, saintly visage, lyc 62, his gory visage down the stream was sent amber, comp. Leg. 61, robed in flames and amber light, and Tennyson, what time the amber morn forth gushes from beneath a low-hung cloud. 334 disinherit, drive out, dispossess. Comp. 2 gent. 3-2. 87. This or else nothing, will inherit, i.e. obtain possession of, her. 336 Influence, dammed up. The verb here shows that influence is employed in its strict sense, equals a flowing in, Latin and fluo. It was thus used in astrology to denote an influent course of the planets, their virtue being infused into, or their course working on, inferior creatures, comp. Leg. 112, whose bright eyes rain influence, pa. Lost, 4. 669, with kindly heat of various influence. Astrology has left many traces upon the English language, for example influence, disastrous, ill-starred, ascendant, etc. See also L 360. 337 taper, here a vocative, the verb being visit, thou, dot. 338 though a rush candle, i.e. though it be only a rush candle, a rush light, obtained from the pith of a rush dipped in oil. 340 long leveled rule, straight horizontal beam of light, comp. Pa. Lost, 4. 543, the setting sun leveled his evening rays. The instrument with which straight lines are drawn is called a rule or ruler. 341 Star of Arcady or Tyrian Cynosure, here put by synodogy for lodestar. More particularly, the Star of Arcady signifies any of the stars in the constellation of the Great Bear, by which Greek sailors steered, and Tyrian Cynosure signifies the stars comprising that part of the constellation of the Lesser Bear which, from its shape, was called cynosura, the dog's tail, Greek, and by which Phoenician or Tyrian sailors steered. See leg. 80. The cynosure of neighboring eyes, where the word is used as a common noun, equals point of attraction. Both constellations are connected in Greek mythology with the Arcadian nymph Callisto, who was turned by Zeus into the great bear while her son Arcas became the lesser bear. Milton follows the Roman poets in associating these stars with Arcadia on this account. 343 Bard, D-bard or bard from. 344 Wattled coats, enclosures made of hurdles, i.e. frames of plaited twigs. Coat, cot, and coat are varieties of the same word, equals a covering or enclosure. 345 Oaten stops, clyc. 33. The Oaten flute, 88. But now my oat proceeds, 188. The tender stops of various quills. The shepherd's pipe, being at first a row of oaten stalks, the oaten pipe, oat, etc., came to denote any instrument of this kind and even to signify pastoral poetry. The stops are the holes over which the player's fingers are placed, also called vent holes or ventages. Ham 3. 372. See also note on Asian L 893. 346 Whistle, lodge, i.e. the sound of the shepherd calling his dog by whistling. Or it may be used in the same sense as in leg. 63. The ploughman whistles o'er the furrowed land. 347 Count, dames, comp. leg. 52. The cock stoutly struts his dames before. 114. Ere the first cock his matin rings. Grammatically, count, infinitive, forms with cock the complex object of might hear. 349 Innumerous, innumerable, Latin numerus. Comp. Pa. Lost, 7. 455. Innumerous living creatures, 9. 1089 350. Hapless, unfortunate. Many words, such as happy, lucky, fortunate, etc., which strictly refer to a person's hap or chance, whether good or bad, have become restricted to good hap. In order to give them an unfavorable meaning, a negative prefix or suffix is necessary. With reference to the word fortune, Max Muller says, "We speak of good and evil fortune, so did the French, and so did the Romans." By itself fortuna was taken either in a good or a bad sense, though it generally meant good fortune. Whenever there could be any doubt, the Romans defined fortuna by such adjectives as bono, secunda, prospera, for good, mala or adversa for bad fortune. Fortuna came to mean something like chance. 351 Her, herself. On the reflexive use of her, see note, L 163. 352 Burs, burs, prickly seed vessels of certain plants, for example the bur thistle, the burdock, equals the burdock, etc. 355. Leans. As Milton frequently omits the nominative, we may supply she, otherwise liens would be intransitive and its nominative head, see note, L 715 fraught, freighted, filled. Freight is itself a later form of fraught, in Psalms. Agon, 1075, fraught is a noun, gerfracht, a load. See line 732. 356 what, etc. The ellipses may be supplied thus: what shall be done if she be in wild amazement. 358 savage hunger. Hunger is put by synodogy for hungry animals. 359 over exquisite, i.e. too curious, over inquisitive. Exquisite is here used in the sense of inquisitive. In modern English, exquisite has a passive sense only, while inquisitive has an active sense, lat quaro, to seek, see note, L 714. The dialogue between the two brothers is an amicable contest between fact and philosophy. The younger draws his arguments from common apprehension, and the obvious appearance of things. The elder proceeds on a profounder knowledge, and argues from abstracted principles. Here the difference of their ages is properly made subservient to a contrast of character. Wharton. 360 to cast the fashion, i.e. to prejudge the form. To cast was common in the sense of to calculate or compute, see Shakespeare, 2. Henry IV. I 166, you cast the event of war. Some think, however, that the word has here its still more restricted sense as used in astrology, for example to cast a nativity. Others see in it a reference to the founder's art, and others to medical diagnosis. 361 grant they be so, a concessive clause equals granted that the evils turn out to be what you imagined. The alternative is given in L 364. 362 what need, etc., i.e. why should a man anticipate his hour of sorrow? What equals for what, lat quid comp L 752, also on Shakespeare, 6, what needest thou such weak witness of thy name? On the verb need Abbott, 297, says, it is often found with what where it is sometimes hard to say whether what is an adverb and need a verb, or what an adjective and need a noun. What need the bridge much broader than the flood? Emedu, I 318, either why need the bridge, b. broader, or what need is there, that, the bridge, be, broader. 363 compare Hamlet's famous soliloquy, rather bear those ills we have etc., and Pope's essay on man, heaven from all creatures hides the book of fate etc. 366. To seek, at a loss. Compare pa. Lost, 8. 197, unpracticed, unprepared, and still to seek. Bacon, in ADV. Of learning, has, men bred in learning are perhaps to seek in points of convenience. 367 unprincipled in virtue's book, i.e. ignorant of the elements of virtue. A principle, lat principium, beginning, is a fundamental truth, hence the current sense of unprincipled implying that the man who has no fixed rules of life is the one who will readily fall into evil. Comp. Sams. Agon. 760, wisest and best men, with goodness principled. 368 bosoms, holds within itself. The nom is goodness. Peace is governed by in L 367. 369 as that, etc. This is an adverbial clause of consequence to unprincipled. In modern English such a clause would be introduced by that, and in Elizabethan English either by as or that. Here we have both connectives together. Single, see note, L 204. Noise, sound. 370 not being in danger, i.e. she not being in danger, absolute construction. This parenthetical line is equivalent to a conditional clause. If she be not in danger, the mere want of light and noise need not disquiet her. 371 constant, steadfast. 372 misbecoming, see note on misused L 47. Plight, condition. Skeet derives this word from a split, danger, others connect it with pledge. It is distinct from plight, L 301. 373 virtue could see, etc. The best commentary on this line is in lines 381 to 5, comp. Spencer. Virtue gives herself light through darkness for to wade FQI 1. 12 375. Flat C, comp. LYC. 98, level brine, lat. Ica, a flat surface, used of the sea. 376 seeks to, applies herself to. This use of seek is common in the English Bible, see Deut. 12:5, unto his habitation shall ye seek, Isaiah 8. 19, 11. 10, 19. 3, I Kings, X 24. 377 Her best nurse, contemplation. The wise man loves contemplation and solitude, comp. Il Penseroso, 51, where the cherub contemplation is the first and chiefest of melancholy's companions. In Sidney's Arcadia, Solitrinus is the nurse of these contemplations. 378 plumes. Some would read prunes, both words being used of a bird smoothing or trimming its feathers, or, more strictly, picking out damaged feathers. See Skeet's dictionary, and compare Pope's line, where contemplation prunes her ruffled wings. 379 various, varied, comp. L 22. The bustle of resort is in El Allegro the busy hum of men. 380 all too ruffled. Milton wrote all too ruffled, which may be interpreted in various ways. 1. All too ruffled. 2. All too ruffled. 3. All too ruffled. The first of these is given in the text as it is etymologically correct. To is an intensive prefix, as in to break equals to break in pieces, to tear equals to tear asunder, etc., while all equals quite, is simply an adverb modifying to ruffled. But about 1500 AD this idiom was misunderstood, and the prefix to was detached from the verb and either read along with all, thus all to equals altogether, or confused with to, thus all to equals to, decidedly to. It is doubtful in which sense Milton used the phrase. Like Shakespeare, he may have disregarded its origin. See Morris, 324, Abbott, 28, 436. 381 He that has light, etc. Comp. Pa. Lost, I 254, the mind is its own place, etc. 382. Center, i.e. center of the earth, comp. Pa. Lost, I 686, men also ransacked the center, and him nat. 162, the aged earth shall from the surface to the center shake. Sometimes the word center was used of the earth itself, the fixed center of the whole universe according to the Ptolemaic system. The idea here conveyed, however, is not that of immovability, as in Pa. Reg. 4534, as a center firm, but of utter darkness. 385 His own dungeon, comp. Sams. Agon. 156, Thou art become, O worst imprisonment, the dungeon of thyself. 386 Most affects, has the greatest liking for. It now generally denotes rather a feigned than a real liking, comp. Pretend. Lines 386 to 392 may be compared with ill pens. 167 to 174 393. Hesperian tree. An allusion to the tree on which grew the golden apples of Juno, which were guarded by the Hesperides and the sleepless dragon Ladon. Hence the reference to the dragon watch, comp. Tennyson's Dream of Fair Women, 255. Those dragon eyes of anger, Eleanor, do hunt me, day and night. See also LL. 981 to 983 395. Unenchanted, superior to all the powers of enchantment, not to be enchanted. Similarly Milton has unreproved for not reprovable, unvalued for invaluable, etc., and Shakespeare has unavoided for inevitable, imagined for imaginable, etc. Abbott, 375, says, the passive participle is often used to signify, not that which was and is, but that which was and therefore can be hereafter, in other words ed is used for able. 396 Compare Chaucer, Doctor's Tale, 44, she flowered in virginity, with all humility and abstinence. 398 Unsunned, hidden. Comp. Cym. 25. 13. As chaste as unsunned snow, FQ2. 7. Mammon. Sunning his treasure whore. 400 As bid me hope, etc. The construction is, as, you may, bid me, to, hope, that, danger will wink on opportunity, and that danger will let a single helpless maiden pass uninjured. 401 danger will wink on, etc., i.e. danger will shut its eyes to an opportunity. To wink on or wink at is to connive, to refuse to see something. Comp. Macbeth, I4. 52. The eye wink at the hand, Acts 17. 30. Wharton notes a similar argument by Rosalind in As You Like It, I3. 113. Beauty provoketh thieves sooner than gold. 403. Surrounding. Milton is said to be the first author of any note who uses this word in its current sense of encompassing, which it has acquired through a supposed connection with round. Shakespeare does not use it. Its original sense is to overflow, lat superundur. 404. It recks me not, i.e. I do not heed, an impersonal use of the old verb rec, as recan, to care. Comp. Lyc. 122. What recks it them? 405. Dog them both, i.e. follow closely upon night and loneliness. Comp. All's well, 3. 415. Death and danger dogs the heels of worth. 407. Unnowned, i.e. thinking her to be unnowned or as if unnowned. Milton thus, as in Latin, frequently condenses a clause into a participle. 408. Infer, reason, argue. This use of the word is obsolete. See Shakespeare, 3. Hen. 6-2. 244. Inferring arguments of mighty force, K. John, 3. 213. Need must needs infer this principle, also par. Lost, 8. 91. Great or bright infers not excellence. 409. Without all doubt, i.e. beyond all doubt, a Latinism equals sine omni dubitation. 411. Arbitrate the event, judge of the result. The meaning is where the result depends equally upon circumstances to be hoped and to be dreaded. I incline to hope. 413. Squint suspicion. Compare quals, heart-gnawing hatred, and squint-eyed suspicion. To look askance or sideways frequently indicates suspicion. 419. If heaven gave it, i.e. even although heaven gave it. 420. Tease chastity. The passage which begins here and ends at line 475 is a concentrated expression of the moral of the whole masque, and an exposition also of a cardinal idea of Milton's philosophy, Mason. 421. Clad in complete steel, i.e. completely armed, Comp. Hamlet, I4. 52. Where the phrase occurs. The accent is on the first syllable. 422. Quivered nymph. The chaste Diana of the Romans was armed with bow and quiver, and Shakespeare makes virginity Diana's livery. So in Spenser, Belphp, the personification of chastity, has at her back a bow and quiver gay. Quivered is the Latin feritrita. 423. Trace, traverse, track. Unharbored, affording no shelter. Radically, a harbor is a lodging or shelter. 424 Infamous, having a bad name, ill-famed, a Latinism. The word now implies disgrace or guilt. It is here accented on the penult. 425 Sacred Rays, Comp. L 782. 426 Bandite or Mountaineer. Bandite, in Shakespeare bandetto, and now bandit, is borrowed from the Italian bandito, outlawed or banned. Mountaineer here used in a bad sense. In modern English it has reverted to its original sense, a dweller in mountains. The dwellers in mountains are often fierce and readily become freebooters, hence the changes of meaning. See Temp. 3:3. 44. Who would believe that there were mountaineers dewlap-d like bulls, also CYM. 4:2. 120. Who called me traitor, mountaineer. 428 Very desolation. Very, as an adjective, equals true or real and may be traced to lat. Verus equals true, comp. L 646. 429 Shagged, shades. Shagged is rugged or shaggy, and horrid is probably used in the Latin sense of rough, see note, L 38. 430 Unblenched, undaunted, unflinching. This word, sometimes confounded with unblenched, is from blench, a causal of blink. 431 Be it not, a conditional clause equals on condition that it be not. 432 Some say, etc. Compare Hamlet, I1. 158. Some say that, ever against that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then, they say, no spirit dares stir abroad. 433 In fog or fire, etc. Comp. Ill pens. 93. Those demons that are found in fire, air, flood, or underground, an allusion to the different orders and powers of demons as accepted in the Middle Ages. Burton, in his Annate of Mel, quotes from a writer who thus enumerates the kinds of sublunary spirits: fiery, aerial, terrestrial, watery, and subterranean, besides fairies, satyrs, nymphs, etc. 434 Meagre hag, lean witch. Hag is from as higtes, a prophetess or witch. Comp. Pa. Lost, 2. 662, MW of W4. 188, Come down, you witch, you hag, unlaid ghost, unpacified or wandering spirit. It was a superstition that ghosts left the world of spirits and wandered on the earth from the hour of curfew. See Temp v 140, King Lear, 3. 120, this is the foul fiend Flibbertigibeat, he begins at curfew etc., until the first cock his matin rings, Leg 14. Curfew, Father Couvre-feu equals fire cover, the bell that was rung at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening as a signal that all fires and lights were to be extinguished. 436 Swart Furry of the Mine. In Burton's Annat of Mel, we read, subterranean devils are as common as the rest, and do as much harm. Olaus Magnus makes 6 kinds of them, some bigger, some less. These are commonly seen about mines of metals, etc. Wharton quotes from an old writer, pioneers or diggers for metal do affirm that in many mines there appear strange shapes and spirits who are apparelled like unto the labourers in the pit. Swart, also swarty, swarth, and swarthy, here means black. In Scandinavian mythology these subterranean spirits were called the Svartalfar, or Black Elves. Comp. Lyc. 138, the swart star where swart equals swart making. 438 Do ye believe? Ye is properly a second person plural, but, like you, is frequently used as a singular. For examples, see Abbott, 236. 439 Old Schools of Greece. The brother now turns for his arguments from the medieval mythology of Northern Europe to the ancient legends of Greece. 440 To testify, to bear witness to, comp. L 248, 421. 441 Diane. Diana was the huntress among the immortals. She was insensible to the bolts of Cupid, i.e. to the power of love. She was the protectress of the flocks and game from beasts of prey, and at the same time was believed to send plagues and sudden deaths among men and animals. Comp. The Song to Cynthia, Diana, in Cynthia's Revels, v1, Queen and Huntress, Chaste and Fair etc. 442. Silver-shafted Queen. The epithet is applicable to Diana both as huntress and goddess of the moon. As the former she bore arrows which were frequently called shafts, and as the latter she bore shafts or rays of light. Shaft is etymologically a shaven rod. In Chaucer, CT 1364, shaft equals arrow. 443 Brinded lioness. Brinded equals brindled or streaked. Comp. Brinded catmip. 4 1. Brind is etymologically connected with brand. 444 Mountain pard, i.e. panther or other spotted wild beast. Pard, originally a Persian word, is common in the compounds leopard and camelopard. 445 Frivolous. Cupid. See the speech of Oberon, MND 2. 165. The epithet frivolous applies to Cupid in his lower character as the wanton god of sensual love, not in his character as the fair Eros who unites all the discordant elements of the universe. See note, L 1004. 447 Snaky-headed Gorgon shield. Medusa was one of the 3 Gorgons, frightful beings, whose heads were covered with hissing serpents, and who had wings, brazen claws, and huge teeth. Whoever looked at Medusa was turned into stone, but Perseus, by the aid of enchantment, slew her. Minerva, Athene, placed the monster's head in the center of her shield, which confounded Cupid. See Pa. Lost, 2. 610 449. Freezed, froze. The adjective congealed is used proleptically, the meaning being froze into a stone so that it was congealed. 450 but, except, a preposition. 451 dashed, confounded, this meaning of the word is obsolete. 452 blank or, the awe of one amazed. Comp. The phrase, blank astonishment and see Pa. Lost, 9. 890 454. So, i.e. chaste. 455 liveried angels lackey her, i.e. ministering angels attend her. So, in Leg. 62, the clouds in 1,000 liveries dight, a servant's livery being the distinctive dress delivered to him by his master. Lackey to wait upon, from lackey, or lackey, a footboy, who runs by the side of his master. The word is here used in a good sense, without implying servility, as in Ant and Cleep I 446, lackeying the varying tide. The soul. Milton is fond of the feminine personification, see line 396. 457 vision, a trisyllable. 458 no grossier. See notes, L 112 and 997. 459 oft converse, frequent communion. Oft is here used adjectively. This use is common in the English Bible, for example item. v 23, thine often infirmities. 460 begin to cast, turns. Begin is subjunctive, turns is indicative, the latter may be used to convey greater certainty and vividness. 461 temple of the mind, i.e. the body. This metaphor is common, see Shakespeare, Temp. I2. 57. There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple, and the Bible, John 2. 21. He spake of the temple of his body. 462 The soul's essence. As if, by a life of purity, the body gradually became spiritualized, and therefore partook of the soul's immortality. 465 Most, above all. 467 Soul grows clotted. This doctrine is expounded in Plato's Phaedo, in a conversation between Socrates and Cebes. Socrates, speaking of the pure soul. That soul, I say, herself invisible, departs to the invisible world, to the divine and immortal and rational, thither arriving, she is secure of bliss, and is released from the error and folly of men, their fears and wild passions and all other human ills, and forever dwells, as they say of the initiated, in company with the gods. Is not this true, Cebes? Cebes. Yes, beyond a doubt. Soc. But the soul which has been polluted, and is impure at the time of her departure, and is the companion and servant of the body always, and is in love with and fascinated by the body and by the desires and pleasures of the body, until she is led to believe that the truth only exists in a bodily form, which a man may touch and see and taste, and use for the purposes of his lusts. The soul, I mean, accustomed to hate and fear and avoid the intellectual principle, which to the bodily eye is dark and invisible and can be attained only by philosophy. Do you suppose that such a soul will depart pure and unalloyed? Seb. That is impossible. Soc. She is held fast by the corporeal, which the continual association and constant care of the body have wrought into her nature. Seb. Very true. Soc. And this corporeal element, my friend, is heavy and weighty and earthy, and is that element by which such a soul is depressed and dragged down again into the visible world, because she is afraid of the invisible and of the world below, prowling about tombs and sepulchres, in the neighborhood of which, as they tell us, are seen certain ghostly apparitions of souls which have not departed pure, but are cloyed with sight and therefore visible. Seb. That is very likely, Socrates. Soc. Yes, that is very likely, Sebs, and these must be the souls, not of the good, but of the evil, who are compelled to wander about such places in payment of the penalty of their former evil way of life, and they continue to wander until through the craving after the corporeal which never leaves them, they are imprisoned finally in another body. And they may be supposed to find their prisons in the same natures which they have had in their former lives. Further on in the same dialogue, Socrates says, each pleasure and pain is a sort of nail which nails and rivets the soul to the body, until she becomes like the body, and believes that to be true which the body affirms to be true, and from agreeing with the body, and having the same delights, she is obliged to have the same habits and haunts, and is not likely ever to be pure at her departure, but is always infected by the body. Extracted from Jowett's translation of the Dialogues. 468 embodies and imbrutes, i.e. becomes materialized and brutish. Embody, ordinarily used as a transitive verb, is here intransitive. Imbrute, said to have been coined by Milton, is also intransitive, in pa. Lost, 9. 166, it is transitive. The use of the word may have been suggested by the Phaedo, where the souls of the wicked are said to find their prisons in the same natures which they have had in their former lives, those of gluttons and drunkards passing into asses and animals of that sort. 469 Divine Property. In his prose works Milton calls the soul that divine particle of God's breathing, comp. Horace, Saturday 2. 279, Affigit Humo Divina Particulum Ori, and Plato's Phaedo, the soul resembles the divine, and the body the mortal. 470 Gloomy Shadows Damp, see note, L 207. 471 Charnel Vaults, Burial Vaults. Charnel, of charnel, lat carnalis, caro, flesh comp. Carnal L 474. 473 as lote, etc. The construction is, as, being, loath to leave the body that it loved, and, as having, linked itself to a degenerate and degraded state. It, By syntax this pronoun refers to shadows or, in thought, such shadow. It seems best, however, to connect it with soul line 467. 474 Sensuality. The modern form of the word is sensuality. 475 Degenerate and degraded, the former because embodied, the latter because imbruted. 476 Divine philosophy, i.e. such philosophy as is to be found in the divine volume of Plato, as Milton has called it. 477 Crabbed, sour or bitter, comp. Crab apple. Crab, a shellfish, and crab, a kind of apple, are radically connected, both conveying the idea of scratching or pinching, skeet. 478 Apollo's lute, Apollo being the god of song and music. Comp. Pa. Reg. I 478 to 480, LLL 4. 342, as sweet and musical as bright Apollo's lute, strung with his hair. 479 Nectared sweets. Nectar, GK, the drink of the gods, is repeatedly used by Milton to express the greatest sweetness, CL 838, pa. Lost, 4. 333, Nectarine fruits, v 306, 426. 482 Methout, see note, L 171. What should it be? This is a direct question about a past event, and means what was it likely to be. It seems to increase the emphasis of the interrogation, since a doubt about the past, time having been given for investigation, implies more perplexity than a doubt about the future. Abbott, 325. For certain, i.e. for certain truth, certainly. 483 Night foundered, benighted, lost in the darkness. Radically, to founder is to go to the bottom, Father Fondra, Lat fundus, the bottom, hence applied to ships. It is also applied to horses sinking in a slough. The compound is Miltonic, see pa. Lost, I 204, and is sometimes stigmatized as meaningless. On the contrary, it is very expressive, implying that the brothers are swallowed up in night and have lost their way. Founder is here used in the secondary sense of to be lost or to be in distress. 484 Neighbor. An adjective, as in line 576, and frequently in Shakespeare. Neighbor equals neighbor, i.e. a peasant dwelling near. 487 Best draw, we had best draw our swords. 489 Defense is a good cause, etc., i.e. in defending ourselves we are engaged in a good cause, and may heaven be on our side. 490 That hello. We are to understand that the attendant spirit has helloed just before entering. This is shown by the stage direction given in the edition of Comus printed by Laws in 1637. He hellos, the guardian demon hellos again, and enters in the habit of a shepherd. 491 You fall, etc., i.e. otherwise you will fall on our swords. 493 Sure, See note, L 246. 494 Thesis, like Lycidas, this name is common in pastoral poetry. In Milton's Epitaphium Daemonis it stands for Milton himself, in Comus it belongs to Laws, who now receives additional praise for his musical genius. In lines 86 to 88 the complement is enforced by alliterative verses, and here by the aid of rhyme, 495 to 512. Masson thinks that the poet, having spoken of the madrigals of Thesis, may have introduced this rhymed passage in order to prolong the feeling of pastoralism by calling up the cadence of known English pastoral poems. 495 Sweetened, Dale, poetical exaggeration or hyperbole, implying that fragrant flowers became even more fragrant from Thesis music. 496 Huddling. This conveys the two ideas of hastening and crowding. Comp. Horace, Ars Poetica, 19, it properantis aqua per monos ambitus agros madrigal, a pastoral or shepherd's song, ital mandra, a flock. Such compositions, then in favor, had been made by Laws and by Milton's father. 497 Swain, a word of common use in pastoral poetry. It denotes strictly a peasant or, more correctly, a young man. Comp. The compounds boat swain, coxswain. See Arc. 26. Stay, gentle swains etc. 499. Pent, penned, participle of pen, to shut up, as pen on, which is connected with pin, seen in pinfold, L7. Forsook, a form of the past tense used for the participle. 501 And his next joy, i.e. and, thou, his next joy, words addressed to the second brother. 502 Trivial toy, ordinary trifle. The phrase seems redundant, but trivial may here be used in the strict sense of common or well-known. Compare ill pens. 4. Fill the fixed mind with all your toys, and Burton's Annette. Of Mel, complain of toys, and fear without a cause. 503 Stealth of, things stolen by. 506 To this my errand, etc., i.e. in comparison with this errand of mine and the anxiety it involved. 2 equals in comparison with, an idiom common in Elizabethan English, for example there is no woe to this correction 2 gent 2. 138. See Abbott, 187. 508 How chance. Chance is here a verb followed by a substantive clause. How does it chance that etc. This idiom is common in Shakespeare, Abbott, 37, where it sometimes has the force of an adverb, equals perchance compare par. Lost, 2. 492, If chance the radiant sun, with farewell sweet etc. 509. Sadly, seriously. Radically, sad equals sated or full, as sad, hence the two meanings, serious and sorrowful, the former being common in Spenser, Bacon, and Shakespeare. Comp. Some sad person of known judgment, Bacon, Romeo and July I 1 205, tell me in sadness, who is that you love, pa? Lost, 6. 541, settled in his face I see sad resolution. See also Swinburne's Miscellanies, 1886, page 170. 510 Our neglect, i.e. neglect on our part. 511 Amy. Comp. Lyc. 56, Amy. I fondly dream, 154. This exclamatory phrase equals army. Its form is due to the French Amy equals alas, for me, and has no connection with a or I equals yes. In this line true rhymes with show, comp. Youth and show th, sonnet on his having arrived at the age of 23. 512 Prithee. A familiar fusion of I pray thee, sometimes written pruth. Lines 495 to 512 form 9 rhymed couplets. 513 Ye, a dative. See note on L216. 514 Shallow. Comp. Sun. I6, shallow cuckoo's bill's ire. 12, Arc. 41, shallow searching fame. 515 Sage poets. Homer and Virgil are meant, both of these mention the chimera. Milton, pa. Lost, 3. 19, afterwards speaks of himself as taught by the heavenly muse. Comp. Leg. 17, Ill pens. 117, great bards besides in sage and solemn tunes have sung. 516 Storied, related, to story is here used actively. The past participle is frequent in the sense of bearing a story or picture. Ill pens 159, storied windows, Gray's Elegy, 41, storied urn, Tennyson's storied walls. Story is an abbreviation of history. 517 Chimeras, monsters. Comp. The sublime passage in Pa. Lost, 2. 618 to 628 The chimera was a fire-breathing monster, with the head of a lion, the tail of a dragon, and the body of a goat. It was slain by Bellerophon. As a common name, chimera is used by Milton to denote a terrible monster, and is now current, in an age which rejects such fabulous creatures, in the sense of a wild fancy, hence the adjective chimerical equals wild or fanciful enchanted isles, for example those of Circe and Calypso, mentioned in the Odyssey. 518 Rifted rocks, rifted equals riven. Orpheus, in search of Eurydice, entered the lower world through the rocky jaws of Taenarus, a cape in the south of Greece. See Virgil Jorg 467, Taenarius Phauces. Here also Hercules emerged from hell with the captive Cerberus. 519 Such there be. See note on L12 for this indicative use of be. 520 Naval, center, inmost recess. Shakespeare, Core 3 L 123, speaks of the navel of the state, and in Greek Calypso's island was the navel of the sea, while Apollo's temple at Delphi was the navel of the earth. 521 Immured, enclosed. Here used generally, radically it equals shut up within walls, lat muris, a wall. 523 Witcheries, enchantments. 526 Murmurs. The incantations or spells of evil powers were sung or murmured over the doomed object. Sometimes they were muttered, as here, over the enchanted food or drink prepared for the victim. Comp. L 817 and Arc. 60, with puissant words and murmurs made to bless. 529 Unmolding reasons mintage charactered, i.e. defacing those signs of a rational soul that are stamped on the human face. The figure is taken from the process of melting down coins in order to re-stamp them. Charactered, here used in its primary sense, gk, an engraven or stamped mark, as in the phrase printed characters. The word is here accented on the second syllable, in modern English on the first. 531 Crofts that brow equals crofts that overhang. Croft equals a small field, generally adjoining a house. Brow equals overhang, comp. Leg. 8. Low-browed rocks. 532 Bottom glade, the glade below. The word bottom, however, is frequent in Shakespeare in the sense of valley, hence bottom glade might be interpreted glade in the valley. 533 Monstrous route, see note on the stage direction after L92. Comp. The bottom of the monstrous world lyc. 158 In 715, we read that when Aeneas sailed past Circe's island he heard the growling noise of lions in wrath, and shapes of huge wolves fiercely howling. 534 Stabled wolves, wolves in their dens. Stable, equals a standing place, is used by Milton in the general sense of abode, for example in Pa. Lost, 11. 752, sea monsters whelped and stabled. Comp. Stable for camels Esic. XXV5, and the Latin stabulum, in 179, stabula alta ferrarum. 535 Hecate, CL 135. 536 Bowers, see note, L45. 539 Unwitting, unwitting, unknowing. This spelling is found in Spenser's Faerie Queene, both in the compounds and in the simple verb wheat, a corruption of wit, as witten, to know. Compare Pa. Reg. I 126, unwitting, he fulfilled the purposed counsel. Psalms. Agon. 1680, Chaucer, Doctor's Tale, Virginius came to weet the judge's will. 540 By then, i.e. by the time when. The demonstrative adverb thus implies a relative adverb, comp. The Greek, where the demonstrative is generally omitted, though in Homer occasionally the demonstrative alone is used. Another rendering is to make line 540 parenthetical. 542 knot grass. A grass with knotted or jointed stem. Some, however, suppose marjoram to be intended here. Dew besprent, i.e. besprinkled with dew, comp. Lyc. 29b is an intensive prefix. Sprent is connected with me sprengen, to scatter, of which sprinkle is the frequentative form. 543 sat me down, see note, L61. 544 canopied, and interwove. Comp. MND2. 249, I know a bank etc. Incense canopied refers to bank and interwove to ivy. There are two forms of the past participle of weave, viz. Wove and woven, see arc. 47 545. Flaunting, showy, garish. In Lyc. 146, the poet first wrote garish columbine then well-attired woodbine. 547 meditate, minstrelsy, i.e. to sing a pastoral song, comp. Lyc. 3266. To meditate the muse is a Virgilian phrase, Cl. I and 6. The lat. Medita has the meaning of to apply oneself to and does not mean merely to ponder. 548 had, should have, comp. L 394. Era close, i.e. before he had finished his song, Mason. Close occurs in the technical sense of the final cadence of a piece of music. 549 wonted, see note, L 332. 550 barbarous, comp. Son. 12.3, a barbarous noise environs me of owls and cuckoos, etc. 551 listened them. The omission of to after verbs of hearing is frequent in Shakespeare and others, comp. To listen our purpose, list a brief tale, hearken the end, etc. See Abbott, 199. Them, this refers to the sounds implied in dissonance. 552 unusual stop. This refers to what happened at L 145, and the soft and solemn breathing sound to L 230. 553 drowsy fright, i.e. drowsy and frighted. The noise of Comus's rout is here supposed to have kept the horses of night awake and in a state of drowsy agitation until the sudden calm put an end to their uneasiness. In Milton's corrected MS we read drowsy flighted where the two words are not coordinate epithets but must be regarded as expressing one idea equals flying drowsily. To express this some insert a hyphen. Comp. Dew featherdil pens. 146, and others of Milton's remarkable compound adjectives. The reading in the text is that of the printed editions of 1637, 45, and 73. 554 sleep, or night, is represented as drawn by horses in a chariot with its curtains closely drawn. Comp. Macbeth, 2. L51, curtained sleep. 555 The lady's song rose into the air so sweetly and imperceptibly that silence was taken unawares, and so charmed that she would gladly have renounced her nature and existence forever if her place could always be filled by such music. Comp. Pa. Lost, 4. 604. She all night long her amorous descant sung, silence was pleased, also Johnson's vision of delight, yet let it like an odour rise to all the senses here, and fall like sleep upon their eyes, or music in their ear. 558 Took, taken. Comp. L256 for a similar use of take, and compare forsook line 499, for the form of the word. 560 Still, always. This use of still is frequent in Elizabethan writers. Abbott, 69. I was all ear. Warton notes this expressive idiom, still current, in Drummond's sonnet to the Nightingale and in Tempest, 4. L59, all eyes. All is an attribute of I. 561. Create a soul, etc., i.e. breathe life even into the dead. Comp. Leg. 144 Warton supposes that Milton may have seen a picture in an old edition of Quoll's Emblems, in which a soul in the figure of an infant is represented within the ribs of a skeleton, as in its prison. Rom. 724, Who shall deliver me out of the body of this death? 565 Harrowed, distracted, torn as by a harrow. This is probably the meaning, but there is a verb harrow corrupted from harry to subdue, hence some read harried with grief and fear. 567 How sweet, how near. This sentence contains two exclamations. This is a Greek construction. In English the idiom is how sweet, and how near, etc. We may, however, render the line thus, how sweet, how near the deadly snare is. 568 Lawns. Lawn is always used by Milton to denote an open stretch of grassy ground, whereas in modern usage it is applied generally to a smooth piece of grass-grown land in front of a house. The origin of the word is disputed, but it seems radically to denote a clear space. It is said to be cognate with lawn, used as a prefix in the names of certain Welsh towns, for example Llandaff, Llangollen. In Chaucer it takes the form Laundy. 569 Often trod by day, which I have often trod by day, and therefore know well. 570 Mynheer, see note, L171. 571 Wizard. Here used in contempt, like many other words with the suffix ard, or art, as braggart, sluggard, etc. Milton occasionally, however, uses the word merely in the sense of magician or magical, without implying contempt, see Lyc. 55. Deva spreads her wizard stream. 572 Certain signs, cl 644. 574 Aidless, an obsolete word. See Trench's English Past and Present for a list of about 150 words in less, all now obsolete, comp. L92, note. Wished, wished for. Comp. L954 a similar transitive use of the verb. 575 such two persons of such and such description. 577 durst not stay. Durst is the old past tense of dare, and is used as an auxiliary. The form dared is much more modern, and may be used as an independent verb. 578 sprung, see note, L256. 579 till I had found. The language is extremely condensed here, the meaning being, I began my flight, and continued to run till I had found you. The pluperfect tense is used because the speaker is looking back upon his meeting with the brothers after completing a long narration of the circumstances that led up to it. If, however, had found be regarded as a subjunctive, the meaning is, I began my flight, and determined to continue it until I had found, i.e. should have found, you. Comp. Abbott 361. 581 triple knot, a threefold alliance of night, shades, and hell. 584 This confidence of the elder brother in favor of the final efficacy of virtue, holds forth a very high strain of philosophy, delivered in as high strains of eloquence and poetry. Wharton. And Todd adds, religion here gave energy to the poet's strains. 585 Safely, confidently. Period, sentence. 586 For me, i.e. for my part, so far as I am concerned, see note, L602. 588 Which erring men call chance. Erring belongs to the predicate, which men erroneously call chance. Comp. Pope, Essay on Man. All nature is but art, unknown to thee, all chance, direction, which thou canst not see. 588 This I hold firm. This is explained by the next line, this belief, namely, that virtue may be assailed, etc., I hold firmly. 590 Enthralled, enslaved. Comp. L1022. 591 which the evil power intended to be most harmful. 595 to 7 Gathered like scum, etc. According to one editor, this image is taken from the conjectures of astronomers concerning the dark spots which from time to time appear on the surface of the Sun's body and after a while disappear again, which they suppose to be the scum of that fiery matter which first breeds it, and then breaks through and consumes it. 598 Pillared firmament. The firmament, lat firmus, firm or solid, is here regarded as the roof of the earth and supported on pillars. The ancients believed the stars to be fixed in the solid firmament. Comp. Pa. Reg. 455, also Wint. Tail, 2. L100. If I mistake in those foundations which I build upon, the center is not big enough to bear a schoolboy's top. 602 4. As regards. Let, girt, though he be surrounded. 603 Grisly legions. Grisly radically the same as gruesome equals horrible, causing terror. In pa. Lost, 4. 821, Satan is called the Grisly King. Legions is here a trisyllable. 604 Sooty flag of Icheron. Icheron, at first the name of a river of the lower world, came to be used as a name for the whole of the lower world generally. Todd quotes from P. Fletcher's Locusts, 1627 All hell run out and sooty flags display. 605 Harpies and Hydras. The Harpies, lit. Spoilers, were unclean monsters, being birds with the heads of maidens, with long claws and gaunt faces. Hydras, here used as a general name for monstrous water serpents, GKHYDR, water. The name was first given to the nine-headed monster slain by Hercules. See Sun. 15:7. New rebellions raise their hydra heads, the epithet hydra-headed being applied to a rebellion, an epidemic, or other evil that seems to gain strength from every endeavor to repress it. 607 Return his purchase back, i.e. give up his spoil or, as in the MS, release his new got prey. To purchase, Father pourchasser, originally meant to pursue eagerly, hence to acquire by fair means or foul, it thus came to mean to steal, as frequently in Spencer, Johnson, and Shakespeare, and to buy, its current sense. See Trench, Study of Words, Hen. v. 245, they will steal anything, and call it purchase, Hen. 4:2. L 101, thou shalt have share in our purchase. 609 Venturous, ready to venture. See note, L 79. 610 Yet, nevertheless. The meaning is, though thy courage is useless, yet I love it. Emprise, an obsolete form, common in Spencer, of enterprise. It is literally that which is undertaken, hence readiness to undertake, hence daring. 611 Can do thee little stead, i.e. can help thee little. Stead, both as noun and verb, is obsolete except in certain phrases, for example to stand in good stead and in composition, for example steadfast, homestead, instead, Hampstead, etc. Its strict sense is place or position, comp. Ill pens. 3. How little you bested. 612 Far other arms, i.e. very different arms. Other has here its radical sense of different and can therefore be modified by an adverb. 615 Unthread, loosen. Comp. Temp. 4L 259, go charge my goblins that they grind their joints with dry convulsions, shorten up their sinews with aged cramps. 617 As to make this relation, i.e. as to be able to tell this. 619 A certain shepherd lad. This is supposed to refer to Charles Diodati, Milton's dearest friend, to whom he addressed his first and sixth elegies, and after whose death he wrote the touching poem Epitaphium Daemonis, in which he alludes to his friend's medical and botanical skill. There thou shalt cull me simples, and shalt teach thy friend the name and healing powers of each. Cowper's translation. 620 Of small regard to see to, in colloquial English, not much to look at. This is an old idiom, comp. Greek, see English Bible, goodly to look to I Sam. 1612, Ezek. 23:15, J. Xlei 3. 621 Virtues, of healing power, see note, L 165. Comp. Il Pens. 113, the virtuous ring and glass. 623 Beg me sing, see note, L 304. 625 Ecstasy, see note, L 261. The Greek ecstasis equals standing out of one's self. 626 Scrip, wallet. 627 Simples, medicinal herbs. Simple, lat simplicum, one-fold not compound, was used of a single ingredient in a medicine, hence its popular use in the sense of herb or drug. 630 Me, i.e. for me, the ethic dative. 633 Bor. The nom of this verb is, in sense, some such word as the plant or the root. 634 Unknown and like esteemed, known and esteemed to a like extent, i.e. in both cases not at all. Like here corresponds to the prefix un in unknown. On the description of the plant, see Introduction, reference to Ascom's Scalemaster. 635 Clouted shoon, patched shoes. The expression is found in Shakespeare, 2. Hen. 6:4. To 195, spare none but such as go in clouted shoon, cym. 4:2. 214, put my clouted brogues from off my feet, whose rudeness answered my steps too loud, see examples in Mayhew and Skeat's ME Dictionary. There are instances, however, of clout in the sense of a plate of iron fastened on the sole of a shoe. In either sense of the word clouted shoon would be heavy and coarse. Shoon is an old plural, oeskon, comp. Hosen, ieng, equals eyes, dotten, equals daughters, phone, equals foes, etc. 636. More medicinal, of greater virtue. The line may be scanned thus, and yet more medicinal is it than that moly. Moly. When Ulysses was approaching the abode of Circe, he was met by Hermes, who said, "Come then, I will redeem thee from thy distress, and bring deliverance. Lo, take this herb of virtue, and go to the dwelling of Circe, that it may keep from thy head the evil day. And I will tell thee all the magic sleight of Circe. She will mix thee a potion and cast drugs into the mess, but not even so shall she be able to enchant thee, so helpful is this charmed herb that I shall give thee." Therewith the slayer of Argus gave me the plant that he had plucked from the ground, and he showed me the growth thereof. It was black at the root, but the flower was like to milk. Moly the gods call it, but it is hard for mortal men to dig. Howbeit with the gods all things are possible. Odyssey, X 280, etc. Butcher and Lang's translation. In his first elegy Milton alludes to Mly as the counter-charm to the spells of Circe. See also Tennyson's Lotos Eaters, Beds of Amaranth and Moly. 638 He called it Hemony. He is the shepherd lad of line 619. Hemony, Milton invents the plant, both name and thing. But the adjective Hemonian is used, in Latin poetry as equals Thessalian, Haemonia being the old name of Thessaly. And as Thessaly was regarded as a land of magic, Haemonian acquired the sense of magical. See Ovid, Met 7 264, Haemonia radices veil resectors etc., and Milton's Haemony is simply the magical plant. Coleridge supposes that by the prickles and gold flower of the plant Milton signified the sorrows and triumph of the Christian life. 639 Sophron use, see note, L41. The use of this adjective with charms, medicines, or remedies of any kind was so very common that the word came to imply all healing supremely efficacious. See Cor 2. 125, the most sovereign prescription in Galen. 640 Mildew blast, Comp. Arc. 48-53, Ham. 3-4. 64. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. A mildew blast is one giving rise to that kind of blight called mildew, as melido, honeydew, it being supposed that the prevalence of dry east winds was favorable to its formation. 642 Pursed it up, etc., i.e. put it in my wallet, though I did not attach much importance to it. Little reckoning, Comp. Lyc. 116, where the very same phrase occurs. 643 till now that. Here that equals when, the clause introduced by it being explanatory of now, see Abbott, 284. 646 to 7 entered, came off. I entered into the very midst of his treacherous enchantments, and yet escaped. Lime twigs equals snares, in allusion to the practice of catching birds by means of twigs smeared with a viscous substance, called on that account birdlime. Shakespeare makes repeated allusion to this practice, see Macbeth, 4. 234, 2 Gent. 22. 68, 2. Hen. 6I3. 91, etc. 649. Necromancer's Hall. Wharton supposes that Milton here thought of a magician's castle which has an enchanted hall invaded by Christian knights, as we read of in the romances of chivalry. Necromancer, lit. One who by magical power can commune with the dead, gk, a corpse, hence a sorcerer. From confusion of the first syllable with that of the lat. Niger, black, the art of necromancy came to be called the black art. 650 Where if he be, lat. Ubi sit, In English the relative adverb in such cases is best rendered by a conjunction and a demonstrative adverb, thus, and if he be there. 651 Brandished blade. Comp. Hermes' advice to Ulysses, when it shall be that Circe smites thee with her long wand, even then draw thy sharp sword from thy thigh, and spring on her, as one eager to slay her. Odyssey, break his glass. An imitation of Spenser, who makes Sir Guyon break the golden cup of the enchantress XS, FQI 12, stanza 56. 652 Luscious, delicious. The word is a corruption of lustious from oe lust equals pleasure, see note, L49. 653 But seize his wand. The force of this injunction is shown by lines 815 to 819. 654 Menace high, violent threat. High is thus used in a number of figurative senses, for example a high wind, a high hand, high passions, Lost, 9. 123, high descent, high design, etc. 655. Sons of Vulcan. In the Aeneid, BK 8252, we are told that Cacus, son of Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, vomited from his throat huge volumes of smoke when pursued by Hercules, Fausibus ingentum fumum etc. 657. Apace, quickly, at a great pace. This word has changed its meaning. In Chaucer it means at a foot pace, i.e. slowly. The first syllable is the indefinite article a equals 1, skeet. 658 Bear, the subjunctive used optatively, abbot, 365. Stage direction, puts by, puts on one side, refuses. Goes about to rise, i.e. endeavors to rise. This idiomatic use of go about still lingers in the phrase to go about one's business, comp. To set about anything. 659 But, merely, comp. L 656. After the conditional clause we have here a verb in the present tense, are chained, a construction which well expresses the certainty and immediate action of the sorcerer's spell. See Abbott, 371. 660 Your nerves, alabaster. Comp. Tempest, I2. 471 to 484 Milton has the word alabaster 3 times, twice incorrectly spelled alablaster, in this passage and Lost, 4. 544, and once correctly, as now entered in the text, Reg. 4 548. Alabaster is a kind of marble, comp. On shark. 14. Make us marble with too much conceiving. 661 Or, as Daphne was, etc. The construction is, if I merely wave this wand, you become a marble statue, or you become root-bound, as Daphne was, that fled Apollo. Milton inserts the adverbial clause in the predicate, which is not unusual. He then adds an attributive clause, which is not usual in English, though common in Greek and Latin. Daphne, an Arcadian goddess, was pursued by Apollo, and having prayed for aid, she was changed into a laurel tree. G.K. Comp. The story of Syrinx and Pan, referred to in Arc. 106-662. Fled. Comp. The transitive use of the verb in L 829, 939, Sun. 1814, fly the Babylonian woe, Sams. Agon. 1541, fly the sight of this so horrid spectacle. 663 freedom of my mind, etc. Comp. Cowper's noble passage, he is the freeman whom the truth makes free, etc. Task, v. 733. 665 corporal rind, the body, called in ill pens. 92, this fleshly nook. 668 here be all. See note, L12. 669 fancy can beget, comp. Ill pens. 672. Cordial julep, heart-reviving drink. Cordial, lit. Hearty, lat cordi, stem of cor, the heart julep, Persian gulb, rose water. 673 his equals its, see note, L96. 674 syrups, Arab, shab, a drink, wine. 675 that Nepenthes, etc. The illusion is explained by the following lines of the Odyssey. Then Helen, daughter of Zeus, turned to new thoughts. Presently she cast a drug into the wine whereof they drank, a drug to lull all pain and anger, and bring forgetfulness of every sorrow. Whoso should drink a draught thereof, when it is mingled in the bowl, on that day he would let no tear fall down his cheeks, not though his father and his mother died. Medicines of such virtue and so helpful had the daughter of Zeus, which Polydamna, the wife of Then, had given her, a woman of Egypt, where earth the grain giver yields herbs in greatest plenty, many that are healing in the cup, and many baneful. Butcher and Lang's translation, 4:219 to 230. Nepenthes, a Greek adjective. Equals sorrow dispelling, privative, grief. It is here used by Milton as the name of an opiate, and it is now occasionally used as a general name for drugs that relieve pain. 677 is of such power, etc. See note, L155. The construction is, that Nepenthes is not of such power to stir up joy as this julep is, nor is it so friendly to life, nor so cool to thirst. 679 Why, to yourself. Comp. Shakespeare, Son. I8, thyself thy foe, to thy sweet self too cruel. 680 Nature gave you your beautiful person to be held in trust on certain conditions, of which the most obligatory is that the body should have refreshment after toil, ease after pain. Yet this very condition you disregard, and deal harshly with yourself by refusing my preferred glass at a time when you are in need of food and rest. Comp. Shakespeare, Son. For unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy, etc. 685. Unkempt condition, i.e. a condition binding on all and at all times, a law of human nature. 687. Mortal frailty, i.e. weak mortals, abstract for concrete. 688. That the antecedent of this relative is you, L. 682. See note, L2. 689. Timely, seasonable. So timeless equals unseasonable, Scott's Marmion, 3 223, Gamble rude and timeless joke comp. Son. 2:8, timely happy spirits, and L 970. 693. Was this, abode? The verb is singular, because cottage and safe abode convey one idea. See Comus's words, L 320. Notice also that the past tense is used as referring to the past act of telling. 694. Aspects, accent on final syllable. 695. Awfully-headed, so spelt in Milton's MS equals ugly-headed. Ugly is radically connected with awe. 698. With visored falsehood and base forgery. A visor, also spelt visor, visard, vizard, is a mask, a false face. The allusion is to Comus's disguise, CL 166. Within this line, as in lines 672 and 700, denotes by means of 700 licorice baits, see note on baited, L 162. Licorice by catachresis for licorice equals tempting to the appetite, causing one to lick one's lips. The student should carefully distinguish the three words licorice, as above, licorice, which is really meaningless, and licorice, equals licoris equals lat glycyrrhiza, a plant with a sweet root. 702. Treasonous, an obsolete word. The current form treasonable has usually a more restricted sense. Milton and Shakespeare use treasonous in the more general sense of traitorous, a cognate word. In this line offer equals the thing offered. 703. Good men, good things. This noble sentiment Milton has borrowed from Euripides, Mede, 618, the gifts of the bad man are without profit. Newton. 704. That which is not good, etc. This is Platonic. The soul has a rational principle and an irrational or appetitive, and when the former controls the latter, the desires are for what is good only. Republic 4 439. 707. Budge doctors of the Stoic fur. Budge is lambskin with the wool dressed outwards, worn on the edge of the hoods of bachelors of arts, etc. Therefore, if both budge and fur be taken literally, the line is tautological. But budge has the secondary sense of solemn, like a doctor in his robes, and fur may be used figuratively in the sense of sect, just as the cloth is used to denote the clergy. The whole phrase would thus be equivalent to solemn doctors of the Stoic sect. It is possible that Milton makes equivocal reference to the two senses of budge. 708 The Cynic tub equals the tub of Diogenes the Cynic, here put in contempt for the Cynic school of Greek philosophy, which was the forerunner of the Stoic system. Diogenes, one of the early Cynics, lived in a tub, and was fond of calling himself the dog. 709 The, here used generically. 711 Unwithdrawing. In this participle the terminationing seems almost equivalent to that of the past participle, comp. All obeying breath, equals obeyed by all, a and c3. 1377. Nature's gifts are not only full but continuous. 714 All to please, curious taste. All equals entirely, here modifies the infinitives please and sate. Curious equals fastidious, its original sense is careful or anxious. Compare the two senses of exquisite, note L 359. 715 Set, i.e. she set. The pronominal subject is omitted. 717 To deck, infinitive of purpose. 718 In her own loins, i.e. in the bowels of the earth. 719 Hutched equals stored up, enclosed. Hutch is an old word for chest or coffer, chiefly used now in the compound rabbit hutch. 720 To store her children with, i.e. wherewith to store her children. Or we may read, in order to store her children with them. Store equals provide. 721 Pet of temperance, i.e. a sudden and transitory fit of temperance. Pulse. So Daniel and his 3 companions refused the dainties of the king of Babylon and fed on pulse and water. Dan I 722. Frieze, coarse woolen cloth. 723 All giver. Comp. GK, an epithet applied to the earth as the giver of all. 725 And we should serve him as, if he were, a grudging master and a penurious niggard of his wealth, and, we should, live like nature's bastards. See Hebrews 12:8. If ye are without chastening, whereof all have been made partakers, then are ye bastards, and not sons. 728 Who. The pronoun here relates not to the word immediately preceding it, but to the substantive implied in the possessive pronoun her, i.e. the sons of her who. His, her, etc. in such constructions have their full force as genitives, comp. Leg. 124, her grace whom equals the grace of her whom. Surcharged, overloaded, overfraught, L 732, waste fertility, wasted or unused abundance. This participial use of waste seems to be due to the similarity in sound to such participles as elevate, equals elevated, instruct, equals instructed, etc., which occur in Milton, comp. English past and present, 6. 729 Strangled, suffocated. 730 Winged air darked with plumes, i.e. the air being darkened by the flight of innumerable birds. Spencer also has dark as a verb. Both clauses in this line are absolute. 731 over multitude, outnumber. This line and the preceding one illustrate the freedom with which, in earlier English, one part of speech was used for another. 732 over fraught, see note, L 355. 733 emblaze, make to blaze, make splendid. There is perhaps a reference to the sense of emblazon, which is from me blazon, to blaze abroad, to proclaim. 734 bestud with stars. In Milton's MS it is bestud the center with their starlight center being the center of the earth. 735 inured, accustomed, by custom rendered less sensitive. Inu is from the old phrase inu equals in operation, farther oeuvre, work. 737 coy, shy or reserved. Cozened, cheated, beguiled. The origin of this word is interesting. A cozener is one who, for selfish ends, claims kindred or cousinship with another, and hence a flatterer or cheat. 739 to 755 beauty is nature's coin, etc. The idea that runs through these 17 lines is a favorite one with the old poets, and Warton and Todd cite parallel passages from Shakespeare, Daniel, Fletcher, and Drayton. Thus, from Shakespeare, MNDI 176-8 Earthlier happy is the rose distilled than that which, withering on the virgin thorn, grows, lives, and dies, in single blessedness. See also Shakespeare's first 6 sonnets, which are pervaded by the idea in all its subtleties. Masson. 743 Let slip time, i.e. allow time to slip, see note, L 304. Comp. Pa. Lost, I 178. Let us not slip the occasion. 744 It equals beauty. Languished, languid or languishing, comp. Pa. Lost, 6. 496. Their languished hope revived, epitaph on M of W 33. The suffix ed is frequent in Elizabethan English where we now having, Abbott, 374. 747 Most, as many as possible. 748 Homely, home. There is here a play upon words as in to gent. I 1. 2. Home-keeping youth have ever homely wits. Homely is derived from home. 749 Women with coarse complexions and dull cheeks are good enough for household occupations. 750 Of sorry grain, not brilliant, of poor color. Grain is from Lat granum, a seed, applied to small objects, and hence to the coccus or cochineal insect which yields a variety of red dyes. Hence grain came to denote certain colors, for example Tyrian purple, violet, etc., and is so used by Milton, seal pens. 33. A robe of darkest grain, pa. Lost, v 285, sky tinctured grain, 11. 242, a military vest of purple. Livelier than, the grain of Surah, etc. And as these were fast or durable colors, we have such phrases as to dye in grain, a rogue in grain, an ingrained habit. See further in Marsh's Lect on Eng. Language p. 55. 751 Sampler, a sample or pattern piece of needlework. It is a doublet of exemplar. Tease the hue's wife's wool. To tease is to comb or card, comp. The lat. Vegaria. Hue's wife equals housewife, further corrupted into hussy. Hussif, a case for needles, etc., is a different word. 752 What need a vermeil tinctured lip? See note, L 362, on what need. Vermeil, a French spelling of vermilion. The name is from Lat. Vermis, a worm, the cochineal insect, from which the color used to be got, and as vermis is cognate with Sansk. Crimi, a worm, it follows that vermilion, crimson, and carmine are cognate. 753 Tresses. Homer, Odyssey, v 390, speaks of the fair tressed dawn. 755. Advised. Contrast with advice L 108. 756 lines 756 to 761 are not addressed to Comus. 757 but that, were it not that. 758 As mine eyes, as he has already charmed mine eyes, see note, L 170. 759 Rules pranked in reason's garb, i.e. specious arguments. Pranked equals decked in a showy manner. Milton, Prose Works, I 147, ed 1698, speaks of the Episcopal Church service pranking herself in the weeds of the Popish Mass. Comp. Wint. Tale, 4. 410, most goddess-like pranked up, pa. Lost, 2. 226, Belial, with words clothed in reason's garb. 760-1 I hate when vice brings forward refined arguments, and virtue allows them to pass unchallenged. Bolt equals to sift or separate, as the bolting mill separates the meal from the bran. In this sense the word, also spelled bolt, is used by Chaucer, Spenser, FQ 2. 424, Shakespeare, Core 3. 1322, Wint. Tale, 4. 375, the fund snow that's bolted by the northern blasts twice or etc. The spelling bolt has confused the word with bolt to shoot or start out. See Index to Globe Shakespeare. 763 She would her children, etc., i.e. she wished that her children should be wantonly luxurious. Comp. L 172, pa. Lost, I 497 to 503. 764 Cateress, stewardess, provider, lit. Abaya. Cateress is feminine, the masculine is caterer, where the final of the agent is unnecessarily repeated. 765 means, to the good, intends, for the good. 767 dictate. The accent in Milton's time was on the first syllable, both in noun and verb. Spare temperance. For Milton's praises of temperance comp. Ill pens. 46. Spare fast that oft with gods doth diet, also the sixth elegy, 56 to 66, Son. XX, etc. There is much in the lady which resembles the youthful Milton himself, he, the lady of his college, and we may well believe that the great debate concerning temperance was not altogether dramatic, where, indeed, is Milton truly dramatic, but was in part a record of passages in the poet's own spiritual history. Dowden's Transcripts and Studies. 768 If nature's blessings were equally distributed instead of being heaped upon a luxurious few, then, as Shakespeare says, King Lear, 4. 173, distribution should undo excess, and each man have enough. 769 Beseeming, suitable. The original sense of seem is to be fitting as in the words beseem and seemly. 770 Lewdly pampered, one of Milton's most expressive compounds equals wickedly gluttonous. A lewd has passed through several changes of meaning. 1. The lay people as distinct from the clergy, 2. Ignorant or unlearned, and finally, 2. Base or licentious. 774 She no whit encumbered, i.e. nature would not be in the least surcharged, as Comus represented in L. 728. No whit, used adverbially equals not in the least, lit. Not a particle. Etymologically ought equals a whit, naught equals no whit. 776 His praise due paid, i.e. would be duly paid. On due, see note, L12. Gluttony, abstract for concrete. 779 Crams, i.e. crams himself. There are many verbs in English that may be thus used reflexively without having the pronoun expressed, for example feed, prepare, change, pour, press, etc. 780. Enow. Enow conveys the notion of a number, as in early English, it is also spelled enow, and in Chaucer enow, and is the plural of enough. It still occurs as a provincialism in England. On lines 780 to 799 Masson says, a recurrence, by the sister, with much more mystic fervor, to that Platonic and Miltonic doctrine which had already been propounded by the elder brother, see lines 420 to 475. 782 Sun-clad power of chastity. With sun-clad compare the sacred rays of chastity L 425. Similarly in the Fairy Queen, 3. 6, Spencer says of Belphb, who represents chastity, and Phoebus with fair beams did her adorn. 783 Yet to what end? A rhetorical question, equals it would be to no purpose. 784 Nor. These correlatives are often used in poetry for neither, nor, Shakespeare often omitting the former altogether, and are equally correct. Nor is only a contraction of neither, and the first may as well be contracted as the second. 785 Sublime Notion and High Mystery. In the Apology for Smectymnuus, Milton tells of his study of the divine volume of Plato, wherein he learned of the abstracted sublimities of chastity and love, also of his study of the Holy Scripture unfolding these chaste and high mysteries, with timeless care infused, that the body is for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. 790 Dear wit. Dear is here used in contempt. Its original sense is precious, as dear, but in Elizabethan English it has a variety of meanings, for example intense, serious, grievous, great, etc. Comp. Sad occasion dear lyc. 6. Dear groans LLLV2. 874 Craik suggests that the notion properly involved in it of love, having first become generalized into that of a strong affection of any kind, had thence passed on to that of such an emotion the very reverse of love as in my dearest foe. Gay rhetoric, here so named in contempt, as being the instrument of sophistry. 791 Fence, argumentation. Fence is an abbreviation of defense, comp. Tongue fence, Milton, Fencer in Wit's School, Fuller, Much Ado, v1. 75 794. Rapt spirits. Rapt equals enraptured, as if the mind or soul had been carried out of itself, lat raptus, seized comp. Ill pens. 40. Thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes. Milton also uses the word of the actual snatching away of a person. What accident hath rapt him from us pa? Lost, 2. 4797. The brute earth, etc., i.e. the senseless earth would become sensible and assist me. Brute equals lat brutus, dull, insensible, comp. Horace, Odes, I-34. 9. Bruta tellus. 800 She fables not, she speaks truly. This line is alliterative. 801 Set off, comp. Lyc. 80. Set off to the world. 802 Though not mortal, sc. I am shuddering dew. The epithet is, by hyperlage, transferred from the person to the dew or cold sweat which dips or moistens his body. 804 Speaks thunder and the chains of Erebus, etc., in allusion to the Titanomachia or contest between Zeus and the Titans. Zeus, having been provided with thunder and lightning by the Cyclops, cast the Titans into Tartarus or Erebus, a region as far below hell as heaven is above the earth. The leader of the Titans was Kronos, Saturn. There is asgma in speaks as applied to thunder and chains unless it be taken as in both cases equivalent to denounces. 806 Come, no more. Comus now addresses the lady. 808 Canon laws of our foundation, i.e. the established rules of our society. A humorous application of the language of universities and other foundations, Keatley. 809 Teas but the lees, etc. Lees and settlings are synonymous equals dregs. The allusion is to the old physiological system of the four primary humours of the body, viz. blood, phlegm, cholia, and melancholy. See Burton's Annate of Mel I 1, 2 melancholy, cold and dry, thick, black, and sour, begotten of the more feculent part of nourishment, and purged from the spleen, black bile. See Psalms. Agon. 600. Humours black that mingle with thy fancy, and Nash's terrors of the night. 1594. Melancholy, sinketh down to the bottom like the lees of the wine, corrupteth the blood, and is the cause of lunacy. 811. Straight, immediately. The adverb straight is now chiefly used of direction, to indicate time. Straightway, equals in a straight way, is more usual. Comp. Leg. 69. Straight mine court new pleasures. 814. Scape, a mutilated form of escape, occurs both as a noun and a verb in Shakespeare and Milton. See Pa. Lost, X5. What can scape the eye of God? Pa. Reg. 189. Then layest thy scapes on names adored. 816. Without his rod reversed. This use of the participle is a Latinism. See note, L48. At the same time, it is to be noted that a phrase of this kind introduced by without is in Latin frequently rendered by the ablative absolute. Such construction is here inadmissible because without also governs mutters. 817. Backward mutters. The notion of a counter-charm produced by reversing the magical wand and by repeating the charm backwards occurs in Ovid, Met 14:300, who describes Circe as thus restoring the followers of Ulysses to their human forms. Milton skillfully makes the neglect of the counter-charm the occasion for introducing the legend of Sabrina, which was likely to interest an audience assembled in the neighborhood of the River Severn. On mutters see note, L 526. 820. Bethink me. The pronoun after this verb is reflexive. The deliverance of their sister would be impossible but for supernatural interposition, the aid afforded by the attendant spirit from Jove's court. In other words, divine providence is asserted. Not without higher than human aid is the lady rescued, and through the weakness of the mortal instruments of divine grace but half the intended work is accomplished. Dowden's Transcripts and Studies. 821. In this line and the next the attributive clauses are separated from the antecedent, see note, L2. 822. Melibus. The name of a shepherd in Virgil's Eclogae, possibly the poet Spenser, is here meant, as the tale of Sabrina is given in the Fairy Queen, 2. 10, 14. The tale is also told by Geoffrey of Monmouth and by Sackville, Drayton and Warner. As Milton refers to a shepherd, i.e. a poet, and to the soothest shepherd, i.e. the truest poet, and as he follows Spenser's version of the story in this poem, we need not hesitate to identify Melibus with Spenser. 823. Soothest, truest. The as sooth meant true, hence also a true thing equals truth. It survives in sooth, lit to affirm to be true, soothsay, CL 874, and for sooth, equals for a truth. 824 from hence. Hence represents an as word hionon, and being a suffix equals from, so that in the phrase from hence the force of the preposition is twice introduced. Yet the idiom is common, it arises from forgetfulness of the origin of the word. Comp. Arc. 3, which we from hence descry. 825 with moist curb sways, comp. L18. Sabrina was a Numen fluminis or river deity. 826 Sabrina. The following is Milton's version of the legend. After this, Brutus, in a chosen place, builds Troja Nova, changed in time to Trinovantum, now London, and began to enact laws, Heli being then high priest in Judea, and, having governed the whole isle 24 years, died, and was buried in his new Troy. His 3 sons, Lacrine, Albonact, and Camber, divide the land by consent. Lacrine had the middle part, Logria. Camber possessed Cambria or Wales, Albonact, Albania, now Scotland. But he, in the end, by Humber, king of the Huns, who, with a fleet, invaded that land, was slain in fight, and his people driven back into Logria. Lacrine and his brother go out against Humber, who now marching onward was by them defeated, and in a river drowned, which to this day retains his name. Among the spoils of his camp and navy were found certain young maids, and Estrylidis, above the rest, passing fair, the daughter of a king in Germany, from whence Humber, as he went wasting the sea coast, had led her captive, whom Lacrine, though before contracted to the daughter of Corinneus, resolves to marry. But being forced and threatened by Corinneus, whose authority and power he feared, Gwendolen the daughter he yields to marry, but in secret loves the other, and, ofttimes retiring as to some sacrifice, through vaults and passages made underground, and 7 years thus enjoying her, had by her a daughter equally fair, whose name was Sabra. But when once his fear was off by the death of Corinneus, not content with secret enjoyment, divorcing Gwendolen, he makes Estrylidis his queen. Gwendolen, all in rage, departs into Cornwall, where Pladon, the son she had by Lacrine, was hitherto brought up by Corinneus, his grandfather, and gathering an army of her father's friends and subjects, gives battle to her husband by the river Sker, wherein Lacrine, shot with an arrow, ends his life. But not so ends the fury of Gwendolen, for Estrylidis and her daughter Sabra she throws into a river, and, to have a monument of revenge, proclaims that the stream be thenceforth called after the damsel's name, which by length of time is changed now to Sabrina or Seven. History of Britain, 1670. 827 Whilom, of old. An obsolete word, lit. At time, as whilom, insta or that pla of whil, time. 830 Stepdame. For the actual relationship, see note, L 826. The prefix step, as-step, means orphaned and applies properly to a child whose parent has remarried, It was afterwards used in the words stepfather etc. Dame, father dame, a lady, retains the sense of mother in the form dam. 832 his equals its, see note, L96. 834 pearled wrists, wrists adorned with pearls. An appropriate epithet, as pearls were said to exist in the waters of the Severn. 835 Aged Nereus Hall, the abode of old Nereus, i.e. the bottom of the sea. Nereus, the father of the Nereids, or sea nymphs, is described as the wise and unerring old man of the sea, in Virgil, Grandavus Nereus. See also, L 871, and compare Johnson's Neptune's Triumph, last song, Old Nereus, with his 50 girls, from aged Indus laden home with pearls. 836 Piteous of, i.e. full of pity for, comp. Lat. Miseret alierum, genitive. Milton occasionally uses the word in this passive sense, its active sense is causing pity, i.e. pitiful. Comp. Abbot, 3. Reared her lank head, i.e. raised up her drooping head, comp. Pa. Lost, 8. In adoration at his feet I fell submiss, he reared me. Lank lit. Slender, hence weak. The adjective lanky is in common use equals tall and thin. 837 Imbath, to bathe in, the force of the preposition being reduplicated, as in lat. Insideria in. 838 Nectared lavas, etc., baths sweetened with nectar and scented with asphodel flowers. On nectar see note, L 479. Asphodel, the same, both name and thing, as daffodil, CLYC 150, where it takes the form daffodilis GK, aphodil. The initial D in daffodil has not been satisfactorily explained, CL 851. 839 The porch. So Quintilian calls the ear the vestibule of the mind, comp. Hamel. I5. 63. The porches of mine ear, also the phrase, the 5 gateways of knowledge. 840 Ambrosial oils, oils of heavenly fragrance, see note, L16, and compare Virgil's use of ambrosia in Jorg. 415, Liquidum ambrosiae diffundit odorem. 841 Quick immortal change, comp. L10. 842 Maid goddess, etc. This participial construction is frequent in Milton as in Latin, it is equivalent to an explanatory clause. 844 Twilight meadows, comp. Twilight groves ill pens. 133, Twilight ranks arc. 99, Hymnat. 188 845. Helping all urchin blasts, remedying or preventing the blighting influence of evil spirits. Urchin blasts is probably here used generally for what in arcades, 49 to 53, are called noisome winds and blasting vapors, chill urchin being common in the sense of goblin, MW of W4. 449. Strictly the word denotes the hedgehog, which for various reasons was popularly regarded with great dread, and hence mischievous spirits were supposed to assume its form. Comp. Shakespeare, Temp. I2. 326, 2. 25. Fright me with urchin shows, Titus and 2-3. 101. Macbeth, 4. 1-2. Thrice and once the hedge-pig whined, etc. Compare the protecting duties of the genius in arcades. Helping, comp. The phrases, I cannot help it, i.e. prevent it, it cannot be helped, i.e. remedied, etc. 846. Shrewd. Here used in its radical sense equals shrewd, malicious, like a shrew. Comp. MND2. 1. That shrewd and knavish sprite called Robin Goodfellow. Chaucer has the verb shrew equals to curse, the current verb is beshrew. 847. Viled, contained in files. 850. Garland wreaths. A garland is a wreath, but we may take the phrase to mean wreathed garlands. Comp. Twisted braids. L. 862. 852. Old swain, i.e. Malibus. L. 862. But neither Geoffrey of Monmouth nor Spenser has the development of the legend. Masson. 853. Clasping charm, cl. 613, 660. 854. Warbled song, comp. Arc. 87. Touch the warbled string, sun. XX12, warble immortal notes. 857. This will I try, i.e. to invoke her rightly in song. 858. Adjuring, charging by something sacred and venerable. The adjuration is contained in lines 867 to 889, which, in Milton's MS, are directed to be said not sung, and in the Bridgewater MS to sing or not. From the latter MS it would appear that these lines were sung as a kind of trio by Laws and the two brothers. 863. Amber dropping, see note, L. 333, and comp. L. 106, where the idea is similar, warranting us in taking amber dropping as a compound epithet equals dropping amber, and not, as some read, amber and dropping. Amber conveys the ideas of luminous clearness and fragrance, see Psalms. Agon. 720. Amber scent of odorous perfume. 865. Silver Lake, the Severn. Virgil has the lat. Lacus in the sense of the river. 868. Great Oceanus, G.K. The early Greeks regarded the earth as a flat disk, surrounded by a perpetually flowing river called Oceanus. The god of this river was also called Oceanus, and afterwards the name was applied to the Atlantic. Hesiod, Drayton, and Johnson have all applied the epithet great to the god Oceanus. In fact, throughout these lines Milton uses what may be called the permanent epithets of the various divinities. 869. Earth-shaking Neptune's mace, i.e. the trident of Poseidon, Neptune. Homer calls him equals earth-shaking, comp. Iliad, 12:27, and the shaker of the earth with his trident in his hands, etc. In Pa. Lost, x 294, Milton provides death with a mace petrific. 870 Tethys, Pace. Tethys, wife of Oceanus, their children being the Oceanids and river gods. In Hesiod she is the venerable, and in Ovid the hoary. 871 Horinrius, see note, L 835. 872 Carpathian wizard's hook. See Virgil's Jorg. 387, in the sea god's Carpathian gulf there lives a seer, Proteus, of the sea's own hue, all things are known to him, those which are, those which have been, and those which drag their length through the advancing future. Wizard equals diviner, without the depreciatory sense of line 571, see note there. Hook, Proteus had a shepherd's hook, because he tended the monstrous herds of loathly sea calves, Odyssey, 4. 385 to 463 873. Scaly tritons, shell. In Lycidas, 89, he is the herald of the sea. He bore a wreathed horn or shell which he blew at the command of Neptune in order to still the restless waves of the sea. He was scaly, the lower part of his body being like that of a fish. 874 Soothsaying Glaucus. He was a Butian fisherman who had been changed into a marine deity, and was regarded by fishermen and sailors as a soothsayer or oracle. See note, L 823. 875 Leucothea, lit. The White Goddess, GK, the name by which Ino, the daughter of Comus, was worshipped after she had thrown herself into the sea to avoid her enraged husband Athamas. 876 Her son, Iemalizerts, drowned and deified along with his mother. As a sea deity he was called Palemon, identified by the Romans with their god of harbors, Portumnus. 877 Tinsel slippered. The permanent epithet of Thetis, a daughter of Nereus and mother of Achilles, is silver-footed, GK. Comp. Neptune's triumph, Johnson and all the silver-footed nymphs were dressed to wait upon him, to the ocean's feast. Tinsel slippered is a paraphrase of this, for tinsel is a cloth worked with silver, or gold. The notion of cheap finery is not radical. Etymologically, tinsel is that which glitters or scintillates. On the beauty of this epithet, and of Milton's compound epithets generally, see Trench, English Past and Present, p. 296. 878 to 80 Sirens. Parthenopes. Liges. The three sirens, see note, L 253, were Parthenope, Liger, and Leucosia. The tomb of the first was at Naples, see Milton's Ad Lenarum, 3, Credula quid liquidam Sirena, Neapoli, Jactars, Claric Parthenopes Phana Ichilo Iodos etc. Liger, described by Virgil, Jorg 4336, as a sea nymph, is here represented as seated, like a mermaid, in the act of smoothing her hair with a golden comb. 881 where with equals with which. The true adjective clause is sleeking, locks equals with which she sleeks, etc., and the true participial clause is she sits, rocks equals seated on, rocks. 882 sleeking, making sleek or glossy. The original sense of sleek is greasy, comp. Lyc. 99. On the level brine sleek pan up with all her sisters played. 885 heave, raise. Comp. The similar use of the word in leg. 145. Orpheus' self may heave his head. 887 bridle in, i.e. restrain. 888 have, subjunctive after till, as frequently in Milton. 890 russia fringed, fringed with rushes. The more usual form would be rush fringed. We may regard Milton's form as a participle formed from the compound noun russia fringe, comp. Bluehead L29, false played Shakespeare, A and C4. 14891. Grows. A singular with two nominatives connected by and, the verb is to be taken with each. But the compound subject is really equivalent to the willow with its osiers, dank osiers being water willows or their branches. Dank, damp, comp. Pa. Lost, 7. 441. Oft they quit the dank, equals the water. 893 thick set, etc., i.e. thickly inlaid with agate and beautified with the azure sheen of turquoise, etc. There is asgma in set. Asian sheen. Sheen equals brightness. It occurs again in L1003, see note there. Asian. Modern English has a tendency to use the noun itself as an adjective in cases where Older English used an adjective with the suffix en equals made of. Most of the adjectives in en that still survive do not now denote made of but simply like, for example, golden hair, etc. Asian antecedent, L990, hornin, treen, cordon, glassen, reeden, etc., are practically obsolete. See trench, English past and present. Comp. Oaten, Lyc 33, oaken, Arc 45. As the words Asian and Sedon are peculiar to Milton, some hold that he adopted them from the Italian Azzurino and Cedrino. 894 turkeys, also spelled turquoise, turquoise, and turquoise, lit. The Turkish stone, a Persian gem so called because it came through Turkey, Pus Turk, a Turk. 895 that, strays. Milton does not imply that these stones were found in the Severn, nor does he in lines 932 to 937 imply that cinnamon grows on its banks. 897 printless feet. Comp. Temp. Vi 34, ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, also Arc. 85, where no print of step hath been. 902 It will be noticed that the spirit takes up the rhymes of Sabrina's song, Here dear, request distressed, and again Sabrina continues the rhymes of the spirit's song, distressed best. 913 of precious cure, of curative power. See note on this use of L 155. 914 references to the efficacy of sprinkling are frequent, for example in the English Bible, in Spencer, in Virgil, in 6229, in Ovid, Met 479, in Pa. Lost, 11. 416 916. Next, an adverb modifying touch. 917 glutinous, sticky, viscous. The epithet is transferred from the effect to the cause. 921 Amphitrite, the wife of Neptune, Poseidon, and goddess of the sea. 923 Anchises line, see note, L 827. Lacrine was the son of Brutus, who was the son of Silvius, who was the grandson of the great Aeneas, who was the son of old Anchises. 924 May, miss. This verb is optative, so are, may, scorch, may, fill, may roll and may be crowned. 925 Brimmed. The passive participle is so often used where we now use the active that brimmed may mean brimming equals full to the brim. On the other hand, brim is frequent in the sense of bank, comp L 119, so that some regard brimmed as equals enclosed within banks. 928 Singed, scorched. We should rather say scorching. On the good wishes expressed in lines 924 to 937 Masson's comment is, the whole of this poetic blessing on the seven and its neighborhood, involving the wish of what we should call solid commercial prosperity would go to the heart of the assemblage at Ludlow. 933 Beryl. In the Bible, Revelation XZ 20, this precious stone forms one of the foundations of the New Jerusalem. The word is of Eastern origin, comp. Arab, bilya, crystal. Golden ore. As a matter of fact, gold has been found in the Welsh mountains. 934 May thy lofty head, etc. The grammatical construction is, may thy lofty head be crowned round with many a tower and terrace, and here and there, may thy lofty head be crowned, with groves of myrrh and cinnamon, growing, upon thy banks. This makes bank subjective, and upon a preposition. The only objection to this reading is that the notion of crowning the head upon the banks is peculiar. The difficulty vanishes when we recollect that Milton frequently connects two clauses with one subject rather loosely. The subject of the second clause is thou implied in thy lofty head. An exact parallel to this is found in Elileg. 121, 122, whose bright eyes reign influence and judge the prize, also in ill pens 155-7, let my dew feet never fail to walk, and love, etc., also in LYC 88, 89. The explanation adopted by Professor Masson is that Milton had in view two Greek verbs, to put a crown round and to put a crown upon. Thus, may thy lofty head be crowned round with many a tower and terrace, and thy banks here and there be crowned upon with groves of myrrh and cinnamon. This makes banks nominative, and upon an adverb. In the Bridgewater MS the stage direction here is, song ends. 942 Not a waste, etc., i.e. let there not be a superfluous or unnecessary sound until we come. Waste is an attributive, see note, L728. 945 Gloomy covert wide, see note, L207. 946 Not many furlongs. These words are deliberately inserted to keep up the illusion. It is probable that, in the actual representation of the masque, the scene representing the enchanted palace was removed when Comus's rout was driven off the stage, and a woodland scene redisplayed. This would give additional significance to these lines and to the change of scene after L957. Furlong equals furrow long. It thus came to mean the length of a field, and is now a measure of length. 949 Many a friend. Many a is a peculiar idiom, which has been explained in different ways. One view is that many is a corruption of the French many, a train or company, and a corruption of the preposition of the singular noun being then substituted for the plural through confusion of the preposition with the article. A more correct view seems to be that many is the as manig, which was in Old English used with a singular noun and without the article, for example manig man equals many men. In the 13th century the indefinite article began to be inserted, thus mony in thing equals many a thing, just as we say what a thing such a thing. This would seem to show that a is not a corruption of and that there is no connection with the French word many. Milton, in this passage, uses many a friend with a plural verb gratulate. The simple verb is now replaced by the compound congratulate, lat gratulary, to wish joy to a person. 950 Wished, i.e. wished for, see note, L574. And beside, i.e. and where, besides etc. 952. Jigs, lively dances. 958 Back, shepherds, back. On the rising of the curtain, the stage is occupied by peasants engaged in a merry dance. Soon after the attendant spirit enters with the above words. Enough your play, i.e. we have had enough of your dancing, which must now give way to other trippings. 959 Sunshine Holiday. Comp. Leg. 98, where the same expression is used. There is a close resemblance between the language of this song and lines 91 to 99 of El Allegro. Milton's own spelling of holiday is holiday, which shows the origin of the word. The accent in such compounds, comp bluebell, blackbird, etc., falls on the adjective. It is only in this way that the ear can tell whether the compound forms, for example holiday, or the separate words, for example holy day, are being used. 960 Here be, see note, L12. Without duck or nod, words used to describe the ungraceful dancing and awkward courtesy of the country people. 961 Trippings, lighter toes, court guys, words used to describe the graceful movements of the lady and her brothers, comp. Leg. 33. Trip it, as you go, on the light fantastic toe. Trod, or trodden, past participle of tread. To tread a measure is a common expression, meaning to dance. Court guise, i.e. courtly mien. Guise is a doublet of wise equals way, for example in this wise likewise otherwise. In such pairs of words as guise and wise, guard and ward, guile and while, the forms in gu have come into English through the French. 963 Mercury, the Greek Hermes, was the herald of the gods, and as such was represented as having winged ankles. His name is here used as a synonym both for agility and refinement. 964 Mincing Dryads. The dryads are wood nymphs, a tree, here represented as mincing, i.e. tripping with short steps, unlike the clumsy striding of the country people. Comp. Merch. Of V3. 467, turn 2 mincing steps into a manly stride. Applied to a person's gait, or speech, the word now implies affectation. 965 Lawns, leas. On lawns see note, L568, a lea is a meadow. 966 This song is sung by Laws while presenting the 3 young persons to the Earl and Countess of Bridgewater. 967 Ye, see note, L216. 968 So goodly grown, i.e. grown so goodly. Goodly equals handsome, as godlike equals goodlike. 970 Timely. Here an adverb, in L689 it is an adjective. Comp. The 2 phrases in Macbeth, to gain the timely in 3:37, and to call timely on him 3:51. 972 Assays, trials, temptations. Assay is used by Milton in the sense of attempt as well as of trial. See Arc 80, I will assay her worth to celebrate. The former meaning is now confined to the form essay, radically the same word, and the use of assay has been still further restricted from its being used chiefly of the testing of metals. Comp. Pa. Lost, 4. 932, hard assays and ill successes, pa. Reg. I 264, 4. 478 974, 5. To triumph. The whole purpose of the poem is succinctly expressed in these lines. Stage direction, spirit epiloguizes, i.e. sings the epilogue or concluding stanzas. In one of Law's manuscripts of the Masque, the epilogue consists of 12 lines only, those numbered 1012 to 1023. From the same copy we find that line 976 had been altered by Laws in such a manner as to convert the first part of the epilogue into a prologue which, in his character as attendant spirit, he sang whilst descending upon the stage. From the heavens now I fly, and those happy climes that lie where day never shuts his eye, up in the broad field of the sky. There I suck the liquid air all amidst the gardens fair of Hesperus, and his daughters three that sing about the golden tree. There eternal summer dwells, and west winds, with musky wing, about the cedarn alleys fling nard and cassia's balmy smells. Iris there with humid bow waters the odorous banks, that blow flowers of more mingled hue than her purfled scarf can show, yellow, watch it, green, and blue, and drench soft with manna dew beds of hyacinth and roses, where many a cherub soft reposes. Doubtless this was the arrangement in the actual performance of the masque. 976 To the ocean, etc. The resemblance of this song, in rhythm and rhyme, to the song of Ariel in The Tempest, v. 188–94, has been frequently pointed out. Where the bee sucks, there suck I, etc. Compare also the song of Jophiel in The Fortunate Isles, Ben Jonson like a lightning from the sky, etc. The epilogue as sung by Laws, LL 1012–1023, may also be compared with the epilogue of The Tempest, Now my charms are all o'erthrown, etc. 977. Happy Climes. Comp. Odyssey, 4. 566. The deathless gods will convey thee to the Elysian plain and the world's end, where life is easiest for men. No snow is there, nor yet great storm, nor any rain, but always ocean sendeth forth the breeze of the shrill west to blow cool on men. See also L14. Clim, radically the same as climate, is still used in its literal sense, equals a region of the earth, while climate has the secondary meaning of atmospheric conditions. Comp. Sun. 88. Whatever clim the sun's bright circle warms. 978 Day, I. Comp. Sun. I5, the eye of day, and Lyc. 26, the opening eyelids of the morn. 979 broad fields of the sky. Comp. Virgil's Ares in Campis Latis in 6 888. 980 Suck the liquid air, inhale the pure air. Liquid, lit flowing, is used figuratively and generally in the sense of pure and sweet. Comp. Sun. I5, thy liquid notes. 981 All amidst. For this adverbial use of all, here modifying the following prepositional phrase, compare pens. 33. All in a robe of darkest grain. 982 Hesperus, see note, L393. Hesperus, the brother of Atlas, had 3 daughters, Eagle, Cynthia, and Hesperia. They were famed for their sweet song. In Milton's Ms. Hesperus is written over Atlas. Spenser makes them daughters of Atlas, as does Johnson in Pleasure Reconciled to Virtue. 984 Crisped shades. Crisped like curled, comp. Curl the grove arc. 46, is a common expression in the poetry of the time, and has the same meaning. The original form is the adjective crisp, lat crispus equals curled, from which comes the verb to crisp and the participle crisped. Compare the crisped brooks, ran nectar pa. Lost, 4. 237, where the word is best rendered rippled. Also Tennyson's Clarabelle, 19, the babbling runnel crispeth. In the present case the reference is to the foliage of the trees. 985 Spruce, gay. This word, now applied to persons with a touch of levity, was formerly used both of things and persons in the sense of gay or neat. Compare the present and earlier uses of the word jolly, on which Pattison says, "This is an instance of the disadvantage under which poetry in a living language labors." No knowledge of the meaning which a word bore in 1631 can wholly banish the later and vulgar associations which may have gathered round it since. Apart from direct parody and burlesque, the tendency of living speech is gradually to degrade the noble, so that as time goes on the range of poetical expression grows from generation to generation more and more restricted. The origin of the word spruce is disputed. Skeat holds that it is a corruption of Prusse, Old Father Prusse, mod. Father Pruss, equals Prussia. We read in the 14th century of persons dressed after the fashion of Prussia or spruce, and Prussia was called Sprussia by some English writers up to the beginning of the 17th century. See also Trench, Select Glossary. 986 The Graces. The three graces of classical mythology were Euphrosyne, the light-hearted one, Aglaé, the bright one, and Thalia, the blooming one. See Leg. 12, Euphrosyne. Whom lovely Venus, at a birth, with two sister graces more, to ivy-crowned Bacchus bore. They were sometimes represented as daughters of Zeus, and as the goddesses who purified and enhanced all the innocent pleasures of life. Rosibosomed Hours. The Hours, Houri, of classical mythology were the goddesses of the seasons, whose course was described as the dance of the Houri. The Hora of spring accompanied Persephone every year on her ascent from the lower world, and the expression "the chamber of the Houri opens" is equivalent to "the spring is coming." Rosibosomed, the GK, compare the epithets rosy-fingered, applied by Homer to the dawn, rosy-armed etc. 989 Musky, fling. Compare Pa. Lost, 8. 515. Fresh gales and gentle airs whispered it to the woods, and from their wings flung odours from the spicy shrub. In this passage the verb fling is similarly used. Musky equals fragrant, comp. Musk rose L 496. 990 Cedarn alleys, i.e. alleys of cedar trees. For alley comp. L 311. For the form of cedarn see note on Asian L 893. Tennyson uses the word cedarn in Recal of Arab Nights, 115. 991 Nard and Cassia, two aromatic plants. Cassia is a name sometimes applied to the wild cinnamon. Nard is also called spikenard. See allusion in the Bible, Mark 14. 3. Exod. XXX 24, etc. 992. Iris, humid bow, see note, L 83. The allusion is, of course, to the rainbow. 993 blow, here used actively equals cause to blossom, comp. Johnson, Mask at Highgate, for thee, Favonius, here shall blow new flowers. 995 Purfled equals having an embroidered edge. Of Porphyla, the verb to purfle survives in the contracted form to purl, and is cognate with profile equals a front line or edge show, here rhymes with dew, comp. L 511, 512. This points to the fact that in Milton's time the present pronunciation of show, though familiar, was not the only one recognized. 996 Drenches with Elysian dew, i.e. soaks with heavenly dew. The Homeric Elysium is described in Odyssey, 4, see note, L 977, it was afterwards identified with the abode of the blessed, L 257. Drench is the causative of drink. Here the nominative of the verb is iris and the object beds. 997 If your ears be true, i.e. if your ears be pure, the poet is about to speak of that which cannot be understood by those with gross unpurged ear, Arc 73, and Commander L 458. He alludes to that pure love which leads up to heaven pa. Lost, 8. 612 998. Hyacinth. This is the sanguine flower inscribed with woe of Lycidas, 106. It sprang from the blood of Hyacinthus, a youth beloved by Apollo. 999 Adonis, the beloved of Venus, died of a wound which he received from a boar during the chase. The grief of Venus was so great that the gods of the lower world allowed him to spend 6 months of every year on earth. The story is of Asiatic origin, and is supposed to be symbolic of the revival of nature in spring and its death in winter. Comp. Pa. Lost, 9. 439, those gardens feigned or of revived Adonis etc. 1000. Waxing well of, i.e. recovering from. The as waxen equals to grow or increase. Shakespeare has man of wax equals adult, Rom and July I 376. See also Index to Globe Shakespeare. 1002 Assyrian queen, i.e. Venus, whose worship came from the east, probably from Assyria. She was originally identical with Astarte, called by the Hebrews Ashtaroth, see Pa. Lost, I 438 to 452. Where Adonis appears as Tammuz. 1003, 4. Far above, advanced. These words are to be read together. Advanced is an attribute to Cupid and is modified by far above. 1003 Spangled sheen, glittering brightness. Spangled. Spangle is a diminutive of spang equals a metal clasp, and hence a shining ornament. In poetry it is common to speak of the stars as spangles and of the heavens as spangled, comp. Addison's well-known lines, the spacious firmament on high, with all the blue ethereal sky, and spangled heavens, a shining frame, their great original proclaim. Comp. Also Lyc. 170, with new spangled or. Sheen is here used as a noun, as in line 893, also in hymn nat 145, throned in celestial sheen, epitaph on M of W73, clad in radiant sheen. The word occurs in Spenser as an adjective also, comp. Her dainty course so fair and sheen FQ2. 110. In the line by fountain clear or spangled starlight sheen, MND2L29, it is doubtful whether the word is a noun or an adjective. Milton uses the adjective sheeny, death of fair infant, 48. 1004 Celestial Cupid. The ordinary view of Cupid is given in the note to line 445. Here he is the lover of Psyche, the human soul, to whom he is united after she has been purified by a life of trial and misfortune. The myth of Cupid and Psyche is as follows. Cupid was in love with Psyche, but warned her that she must not seek to know who he was. Yielding to curiosity, however, she drew near to him with a lamp while he was asleep. A drop of the hot oil falling on him, he awoke, and fled from her. She now wandered from place to place, persecuted by Venus, but after great sorrow, during which she was secretly supported by Cupid, she became immortal and was united to him forever. In this story Psyche represents the human soul, GK, which is disciplined and purified by earthly misfortune and so fitted for the enjoyment of true happiness in heaven. Further, in Milton's allegory it is only the soul so purified that is capable of knowing true love. In his apology for Smectymnuus he calls it that love whose charming cup is only virtue and whose first and chiefest office, begins and ends in the soul, producing those happy twins of her divine generation, knowledge and virtue. To this high and mystical love Milton again alludes in Epitaphium Daemonis, in other part, the expansive vault above, and thereto, even there the god of love, with quiver armed he mounts, his torch displays a vivid light, his gem-tipped arrows blaze, around his bright and fiery eyes he rolls, nor aims at vulgar minds or little souls, nor deigns one look below, but aiming high sends every arrow to the lofty sky, hence forms divine, and minds immortal, learn the power of Cupid, and enamored. Burn. Cowper's translation. 1007 Among, preposition governing gods. 1008 Make, subjunctive after till. Its nominative is consent. 1010 Blissful, blessed. Bliss is cognate with bless and blithe. Comp. The blessed kingdoms meek of joy and love lyc. 177 Are to be born. There seems to be here a confusion of constructions between the subjunctive coordinate with make and the indicative dependent in meaning on Joveth sworn in the following line. 1011 Youth and joy. Everlasting youth and joy are found only after the trials of earth are past. So Spenser makes pleasure the daughter of Cupid and Psyche, but she is the daughter late, i.e. she is possible only to the purified soul. See also note on L 1004. 1012 My task, i.e. the task alluded to in line 18. This line is an adverbial clause equals now that, or because, my task is smoothly done. 1013 The spirit's task being finished, he is free to soar where he pleases. There seems to be implied the injunction that mankind can by virtue alone attain to the same spiritual freedom. 1014 Green Earth's End. The world as known to the ancients did not extend much beyond the Straits of Gibraltar. The Cape Verde Islands, which lie outside these straits, may be here referred to. Comp. Pa. Lost, 8. 630, but I can now no more. The parting sun beyond the earth's green cape and verdant isles Hesperian sets, my signal to depart. 1015 Bowed Welkin. The meaning of the line is, where the arched sky curves slowly towards the horizon. Welkin is, radically, the region of clouds as Wolk new, clouds. 1017 Corners of the moon, i.e. its horns. The crescent moon is said to be horned, lat cornu, a horn. Comp. The lines in Macbeth, 3. 523, 24, upon the corners of the moon there hangs a vaporous drop profound. 1020 She can teach ye how to climb, etc. Compare Johnson's Song to Virtue. Though a stranger here on earth, in heaven she'eth her right of birth. There is virtue's seat, strive to keep her your own, 'tis only she can make you great, though place here make you known. 1021 Sphere chime, i.e. the music of the spheres. To climb higher than the sphere chime means to ascend beyond the spheres into the empire eon or true heaven, the abode of God and the purest spirits. Milton therefore implies that by virtue alone can we come into God's presence. See note on the Starry Choir line 112. Chime is strictly harmony as in Silver Chime Hymn Nat 128, the word is cognate with symbol 1022, 3 if virtue feeble were, etc. A triumphant expression of that confidence in the invincibleness of virtue, when aided by divine providence, and therefore a fitting conclusion of the whole masque. Milton's whole life reveals his unshaken belief in the truth expressed in the last two lines of his Comus. Index to the Notes. A. Cheron, 604. Adornis, 999. Adventurous, 79. Advice, 108, advised, 755. Effects, 386. Alabaster, 660. All, 714, 981. Aulia, 560. Ali, 311, 990. Allgiver, 723. All to Ruffled, 380. Amber Dropping, 863. Ambrosial, 16. Amiss, 177. Apace, 657. Arbitrate, 411. Asphodel, 838. Assays, 972. Assyrian Queen, 1002. Amy, 511. Asian, 893. B backward, 817. Baited, 162. Bandite, 426. B, 12, 519. Benison, 332. Beryl, 933. Beseeming, 769. Blank, 452. Blissful, 1010. Bluehead, 29. Blow, 993. Bolt, 760. Bosky, 313. Born, 313. Brakes, 147. Brimmed, 925. Brinded, 443. Brute, 797. Budge, 707. Buzz, 352. C. Cassia, 991. Cast, 360. Cateress, 764. Sedon, 990. Center, 382. Certain, 266. Chance, 508. Charactered, 530. Charmed, 51. Charnel, carnal, 471. Charybdi, 257. Chime, 1021. Chimeras, 517. Circe, 50. Clim, 977. Close, 548. Clouted, 635. Company, 274. Comus, 46, 58. Convoy, 81. Cordial, 672. Corners, 1017. Coats, 344. Cotito, 129. Courtesy, 325. Cozined, 737. Crabbed, 477. Crisped, 984. Crofts, 531. Crowned, 934. Curfew, 435. Curious, 714. Cynic, 708. Cynosure, 342. D. Dapper, 118. Darked, 730. Deer, 790. Dell, 312. Descry, 141. Dubesprent, 542. Dimple, 119. Dingle, 312. Disinherit, 334. Ditty, 86. Drench, 996. Drouth, 66. Drowsy fright, 553. Dew, 12. Dun, 127. Dust, 577. Each, every, 19, 311. Earth shaking, 869. Ebon, 134. Ecstasy, 261, 625. Element, 299. Elysium, 257. Emblaze, 732. Emprise, 610. Engaged, 193. Enow, 780. Erebus, 804. Every, each, 19, 311. I, 329. Furry, 298. Fairly, 168. Fantastic, 144, 205. Fence, 791. Firmament, 598. Fond, 67. 4, 586, 602. Forestalling, 285. Forlorn, 39. Fraught, 355, 732. Freezed, 449. Fright, 553. Frolic, 59. Giga, 167. Glistering, 219. Glozing, 161. Goodly, 968. Graces, 986. Grain, 750. Granges, 175. Gratulate, 949. Grizzly, 603. Guys, 961. Hemony, 638. Hag, 434. Hello, 226. Hapless, 350. Harpies, 605. Harrowed, 565. Heave, 885. Hicate, 135. Help, 304, 845. Hence, 824. Ho, 351, 455. Hesperian, 393. High, 654. Heinz, 174. Holiday, 959. Homefelt, 262. Homely, 748. Horror, 38. Hours, 986. How chance, 508. Hugh's wife, 751. Hutched, 719. Hyacinth, 998. Hydras, 605. Imbath, 837. Embodies, 468. Imbrutes, 468. Immured, 521. Infamous, 424. Infer, 408. Influence, 336. Inlay, 22. Innumerous, 349. Insphered, 3. Interwove, 544. Inured, 735. Iris, 83. Isle, 21. Jocund, 172. Jollity, 104. Julep, 672. Knot grass, 542. El Lackey, 455. Lake, 865. Languished, 744. Lank, 836. Lap, 257. Lawn, 568. Lees, 809. Eleucothea, 875. Elude pampered, 770. Like, 22, 634. Lime twigs, 646. Liquid, 980. Licorice, 700. Listed, 49. Listened, 551. Liveried, 455. Law, 34. Lovelorn, 234. Luscious, 652. Madness, 261. Madrigal, 495. Mansion, 2. Mantling, 294. Menier, 949. Margent, 232. Me, 163, 630. Meander, 232. Meditate, 547. Melancholy, 810. Methout, 171. Malibus, 822. Mickle, 31. Mildew, 640. Mincing, 964. Mintage, 529. Misused, 47. Moly, 636. Monstrous, 533. Mountaineer, 426. Morris, 116. Mortal, 10. Murmurs, 526. Mutters, 817. Mine, 170. Ennads, 254. Nod, 991. Naval, 520. Necromancer, 649. Nectar, 479. Neighbor, 484. Nepenthes, 675. Nereus, 835. Nether, 20. New entrusted, 36. Nice, 139. Night founded, 483. Nightingale, 234. Nightly, 113. Nor, 784. Ooten, 345, 893. Oceanus, 97, 868. Of, 59, 155, 836, 1000. Ominous, 61. Orient, 65. Other, 612. Awfully-headed, 695. Ounce, 71. Over-exquisite, 359. Over-multitude, 731. P. Palmer, 189. Pan, 176. Pod, 444. Parley, 241. Pent, 499. Perfect, 73, 203. Perplexed, 37. Pert, 118. Pestered, 7. Pinfold, 7. Plight, 372. Plighted, 301. Plumes, 378. Potion, 68. Pranked, 759. Presentments, 156. Prime, 289. Prithee, 615. Prove, 123. Purchase, 607. Perflade, 995. Psyche, 1004. Q-quaint, 157. Quarters, 29. Choir, 112. Quivered, 422. Are wrapped, 794. Ravishment, 244. Reared, 836. Rex, 404. Regard, 620. Rifted, 518. Right, 125. Roost, 317. Rose-bosomed, 986. Route, 92-93. Rule, 340. Russia-fringed, 890. S. Sabrina, 826. Sadly, 509. Sampler, 751. Source, 110. Scape, 814. Scylla, 257. Serene, 4. Several, 25. Shagged, 429. Shapes, 2. Sheen, 893, 1003. Shell, 231, 837. Show, 995. Shoon, 635. Should, 482. Shrewd, 846. Shrouds, 147. Shuddering, 802. Siding, 212. Simples, 627. Single, 204. Sirens, 253, 878. Sleeking, 882. Slope, 98. Solemnity, 142. Soothist, 823. Soothsaying, 874. Sounds, 115. Sophran, 41, 639. Spangled, 1003. Spell, 154. Spitz, 132. Sphery, 1021. Spruce, 985. Square, 329. Squint, 413. Stabled, 534. Star of Arcady, 341. State, 35. Stead, 611. Stepdame, 830. Still, 560. Stoic, 707. Stops, 345. Storied, 516. Straight, 811. Strook, 301. Stygian, 132. Sunclad, 782. Sung, 256. Sure, 148. Surrounding, 403. Swain, 497. Swart, 436. Swinked, 293. Sylvan, 268. Syrups, 674. Tea tapestry, 324. Temple, 461. Thesis, 494. Timely, 689, 970. Tinsel slippered, 877. To ruffled, 380. To seek, 366. Toy, 502. Trains, 151. Treasonous, 702. Trippings, 961. Turkeys, 894. Tuscan, 48. Twain, 284. Tureen, 49. You unblenched, 430. Unenchanted, 395. Unmuffle, 331. Unprincipled, 367. Unwheating, 539. Unwithdrawing, 711. Urchin, 845. V various, 379. Venturous, 609. Vermeil tinctured, 752. Very, 427. Veiled, 847. Viewless, 92. Violet embroidered, 233. Virtue, 165, 621. Visage, 333. Visored, 698. Votarist, 189. Wakes, 121. Warranted, 327. Wassailus, 179. Waste, 728, 942. Weeds, 16. Welkin, 1015. What need, 362. Whilom, 827. Wit, 774. Who, 728. Wily, 151. Wink, 401. Wished, 574, 950. Wizard, 571, 872. Won't, 332, 549. Woof, 83. Ye, 216. Glasgow, printed by Robert McLehose at the University Press. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Milton's Comus updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, The full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.